Brought to you by 5 Iron Golf. Be ready for a possible sea of blue ski masks at Ford Field on Sunday. CJ Gardner-Johnson says he's expecting Lions fans to follow his lead and wear them from the home opener, embracing the villain identity that GM Brad Holmes alluded to in the offseason with his famous white hoodie that featured the word. CJ also talked about what he expects from those fans and what he learned about them from Kansas City. FanDuel has Detroit as a 5.5-point favorite to get to 2-0. The Barry Sanders statue unveiling is also this week
Aaron
before
Rodgers
kickoff. Andy Ibanez thrown out at home in the 10th, and the Tigers could not match the Reds in extra innings at Comerica Park. A 6-5 loss to the National League opponent. Despite coming back from a 5-3 deficit in the 5th, Detroit could not score the rest of the way. Joey Wentz started, giving up 6 hits, 3 walks, and 2 earned runs in 2 2/3 innings. Also, Riley Green is seeking a second opinion on his right elbow injury that's kept him on the injury list since the beginning of the month. The 22-year-old was not with the team as he visits with out-of-state doctors and is hoping for more clarity regarding the severity of his issue. Also, the Tigers' top pitching prospect continues to fly through the minors. The organization promoting 21-year-old Jackson Jobe to Double-A Erie after West Michigan's season ended. Jobe has a 54-3 strikeout-to-walk ratio in 40 games with the Whitecaps. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Well,
I believe the only time this gentleman uses the phone from his hotel is to order sandwiches. Ladies and gentlemen, he is Bob Wojnowski, Wednesdays with Wojo. What's up, Woj?
Room service, that would be. Yeah, thank you very much, Tony.
Yes, indeed. Well, let's start there. What do you make of the whole situation?
About what everybody else makes. I mean, unseemly, disgusting, whatever you want to call it. And let's make sure, and Michigan State has made mistakes and gets tied to mistakes from the past. But this is on Mel Tucker, obviously. And I don't think in the aftermath that Michigan State did that much wrong as far as how they reported it or how they dealt with it and tried to keep it confidential. But the problem now is, and if it comes out, because Brenda Tracy is now claiming that somebody leaked it, and that's why she had to come out. And if somebody leaked it, let's just for a second go on face value and believe what she said. We have no reason not to. And somebody leaked it. My theory would be that somebody leaked it from the Michigan State side because either they were disgusted by it or they wanted to get Mel Tucker out for whatever reasons. And that sort of sounds like that's what Tucker believes, because in his statement he talked about, people maybe perhaps not liking him for many reasons. And I would think there are some valid reasons, including his record hasn't been what perhaps they had hoped. So it doesn't have to stay messy. I mean, he's going to get some money. They could reach some sort of a separation agreement, I think, where he doesn't sue or they don't make it worse on him or whatever. And like you guys have been talking, they could make a relatively smooth transition to Harlan Barnett, depending on how he does the rest of the way. As we know, he only has to win one game and he will get the job. And I'm only half joking about that.
Right.
The Michigan game. But he springs a couple of upsets and the team rallies around him. It would make sense. Now, the other name I would throw out, and you guys mentioned a few good ones, and he's been up and coming for a while, but I think he's now 9 years at Toledo, and that's Jason Candle, who's like 54 and 33 or something like that at a MAC school. Toledo's been the power for the last several years. Just to name a guy locally, from the Midwest, from the MAC, that would make sense. But I think usually in these cases, it's kind of the interim's first shot. The interim generally gets the first shot at it and a legitimate shot. And Barnett would make sense from that regard. Lifelong, basically, Spartan. That might fit. That might fit depending on how things unfold.
Well, it would be interesting, and I think a lot of it does depend on the success that he either has or doesn't have this year, but also on recruiting. How is he able to stabilize the program? If he can stabilize it, get a few wins, put together a recruiting class or keep a recruiting class going into December, I think I would be kind of surprised if he doesn't get that opportunity. But moving on to the Detroit Lions, do you think? Game. Obviously, yeah, big game. How does this team handle success? We saw it at the end of last year that 8 of 10, and they were led by Dan Campbell, and we saw them keep their heads on straight. They went to Green Bay. We all know the story, but there's been nothing like a road win in Kansas City with 10 days of rest to sit there and read press clippings. How do you think they handle the success of Week 1?
Well, I have the same questions in my mind, and it's a logical question, and they're going to answer, appropriately. Oh, no, we've only won one game, 16 more to go. But every time I think that, well, okay, this is a lot for a team that hasn't, and then I think, well, they have a lot of players who have gone through it before, have won before, including CJ Gardner-Johnson and Jared Goff, And again, every time I wonder, Campbell does a great job of calming things down. And talking to Goff yesterday and at his availability, that guy does not give the slightest glimmer of getting ahead of himself at all. Like, it doesn't even want to talk about the interception streak, but not like defiantly, just, it's not even in my mind, the interception list streak. And so I think they have enough veterans that this is not like a young team out of nowhere, oh my God, and they're partying every Friday night going forward. I don't see that at all. The one thing they'll have to monitor or watch out for and probably expect is other teams are going to be coming after them much harder than they have before. And how do you define that? I don't know, but there were some of those games last year late where nobody really gave the Lions much of a chance, and it's probably easier to play that way, but it's also easier to play when people know you're coming, but you're coming with talent and experience and confidence. So I don't think it'll be a big concern. I really don't. But again, it's kind of uncharted waters, at least local. Here's the question, John and Stoney. How are Lions fans going to be able to handle it?
I know. You're right.
I mean, they'll be great. They'll be super loud. Maybe they'll even be wearing ski masks on Sunday, but you've got to ride the ebbs. You've got to act like you've been there before and not, they're going to lose a game. They're not going 17-0. I'm
Correct.
On record as that. And when that does happen, you just hope the fan base recognizes, okay, that, that's part of it. It's not anything else other than a good team lost a game, perhaps to another good team.
All right, Wojo, is this hashtag trademark Bob Winalski, is this the quintessential up-down game?
I was thinking about that, Stoney. The Sea Hags got squished last week. The Lions didn't squish the Chiefs, but got a hugely impressive victory. Setting aside everything else and who played and didn't play in a one-point game, whatever. Incredibly impressive victory. And it's all set up for them, you would think, coming home, the team that has tormented you, scoring 48 points last year. Everything in my heart says, the crowd will be unbelievable. Lions will win. Everything in my head says up-down theory, which trademark, by the way, Stoney owe me $10 because you used my trademark.
I know.
That does give me pause. I mean, the Cincinnati Bengals aren't going to be as awful as they were the first game against the Browns. I mean, this is the NFL, and a lot of teams didn't play their starters in the preseason, so nobody's really ready or we know what they are yet. It's a little bit scary. What, a 5.5-point favorite? Who are you taking?
Well, we'll give it on Friday, but I think the Lions are going to win the game. We'll leave it at that. Probably it'll be the quintessential Stoney Lions win. Seattle will cover, but we'll see on Friday.
Okay, fair enough. That's probably actually a smart choice, I think.
When you looked at the game, and yes, defense played good. They held Patrick Mahomes to 2 touchdowns, 2 field goals. And, defensive wise, you could look at it and say, okay, good. And Aiden Hutchinson, good. Secondary, good. Offensive line, good. What is it about this team that you think coming out of game 1 that you can hang your hat on and say, if I say this, it's not an overreaction, it's actual, it feels more like a fact?
Well, partly, and I think you're spot on, John, partly because there are so many players and areas where you could say, oh, that was good. That was like, honestly, and some people think it's a flaw, but so far it's been a strength. The Lions aren't dominated by one player, like Patrick Mahomes, or Travis Kelce. Oh, the Chiefs lost Kelce. They can't win. No way. I mean, the Lions have some players like that, certainly. I mean, you can't lose Goff, but he doesn't dominate games. They don't need him to dominate to win every game. And it's not like they have the Chicago Bears defense that they're going to kill people, but they have talented players and playmakers at all 3 levels on defense, including possibly a couple of rookies in Jack Campbell and Brian Branch. So I actually like that aspect. Now, would you like another dominating defensive lineman or another dominating wide receiver? Of course you would. You don't avoid that. But I think that kind of levels it out as much. I don't think they're going to win games with somebody getting 190 yards receiving and Goff throwing 6 touchdowns. I think they're a fairly balanced team, which I think bodes well.
Well, Joe, you mentioned dominant defensive linemen. I don't know if you know this, but John Jansen has officially been radioized or Stonyized because he's got the app. He downloaded the Stony app and he's ruining the day that they didn't listen to him and not take Jalen Carter like John wanted.
Well, wait a minute. If Jansen downloads the Stony app, I have to ask, John, do you have a sister?
No, and don't go there.
Okay, all right. Just checking, because normally when you download the Stony app, you have to get the entire package of peculiarities. You don't just get to pick 1 or 2.
Yeah, I went a la carte.
Yeah. John's drug-free.
Yes. I've been stoned, but only in regards to the influence.
Right. Yeah, I'm just warning you. I'm warning you. Make sure you get your money back. Jalen Carter, well, yeah, of course. It was very dominant in the first game. And I get that. But again, I'll just say this. You could argue the one time they Brad Holmes kind of went outside his template for the players that they like and they go after. They might have screwed up with Jamison Williams. Yeah. Now, we don't know for sure, but so far it's not working. And that's an elite, talented guy that I don't doesn't seem like he has the exact same characteristics that they're looking for. And I don't know Jalen Carter, but certainly there are signs not the exact same. Some teams are built differently. Like the Eagles will take anybody from anywhere as long as they're uber talented and they can still play. And that's fine. I get that. That got them to the Super Bowl. They also have seemingly a superstar quarterback. So you can lament it, but I wouldn't take that one to the grave. John, I'd let that go probably after Carter goes into the Hall of Fame.
Okay. All right. At least I've got an end date.
Now, finally, I saw you tweeted or X'd out to the public. You had a great experience at the place John actually suggested, Jack Stack or whatever it was called. It's Kansas City.
Yeah. Well, besides the burnt ends, I'm thinking of them again now. And I cannot emphasize this enough. Jansen, Stoney, I can't. Lions fans took over Kansas City. Like, we even asked the Jack Stack people, is this the Wednesday before the game? Boy, you guys are packed. You guys are popular. Always never packed like this on a Wednesday night. They were hanging from lampposts by the end of the trip, I think, and the planes were filled with Lions fans, and that's going to be a big story Sunday. How loud Ford's Field. I'm sorry. Do they wear the Gardner Johnson blue ski masks? Which that's another story entirely. But that's added to the atmosphere. And at the end of the game, and Brad Holmes taking a victory lap too, and that's fun. It won't last forever because eventually you're expected to win those games, and you'll win those games. But if this is really the start of something, it's a tremendous start.
All right. Woj, we'll talk to you next week. We'll see you soon, and thanks for joining us as always.
Big game! Woo!
Wednesdays with Wojo here, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, get ready for the NFL season with incredible offers from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers who bet $5 will get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Now is the best time to join FanDuel. The app is easy to use, and you can be on everything from spreads to player props and so much more. So visit FanDuel.com/Jansen and kick off the NFL season with an offer you won't want to miss. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL, must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. NFL Sunday Ticket offer ends 9/18/23. No refunds. Terms and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket, not YouTube TV. YouTube TV base plan required to watch YouTube TV. Redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscription renews. Cancel anytime.
Yeah, I woke up to 56 text messages, and I'm going, all right, who's dead? And then you realize it's our head coach. So let's just get into it, and I can throw the number out. You know the number, 248-539-9797. Public service announcement. Mel Tucker might be the dumbest human being to ever walk the face of the earth. He's a character out of Idiocracy. When you read the story out of USA Today, to say there was a lack of judgment would say there was a degree of judgment at all. The pure idiocy of Mel Tucker.
Yeah, and 20 billion women in the world.
Yeah. It just, again, and I don't want to go over
248-539-9797. Dan Campbell.
The bottom line is this.
At 9:35.
We are so far past even having to battle anyone defending.
We do this, not just us, but everybody seems to love their power rankings. And you notice that there were 3 outlets, there's obviously a hell of a lot more than 3, have come out with them every week, including after week 1.
Yeah, and when you look at it, we saw Dave Burkett come out with his yesterday, and he had the Lions at number 6. The teams in front, and his comment, and it's actually in the headline, I don't think I've ever put the Lions this high in a power ranking. And it's been some time since they've been this good, or at least through one game. Mm-hmm. San Francisco was 1, Philly 2, Kansas City 3, Miami 4, Dallas Cowboys 5, and the Detroit Lions at 6. That's per Dave Burkett. ESPN had, I believe it was at 7. I don't have that one in front of me right now, but the one that drew a bunch of question marks for me as I was going through the list to put mine together, as I know you were, was the CBS one, who have the Lions at 10. Now, granted, they've moved up 5 spots from number 15, where they started the season. But ahead of them, at number 9, division rival Green Bay Packers. Okay.
They had an impressive win, but it was against a team that's not quite as good as the Kansas City Chiefs.
Right. Some other notables, the Cleveland Browns at 7, the Baltimore Ravens at 6, the Dallas Cowboys at 5, Chiefs at 4, and the Jacksonville Jaguars at 3.
Okay.
And this was just to put the blame somewhere at somebody's feet.
Got to be Pete Prisco?
Pete Prisco.
I knew it. Because he used to be a Jacksonville. I think he even still lives there. He used to be a Jaguars.
Oh, so he's a homer.
I think so.
Makes sense now.
I think so. Because when you first gave me that CBS list, I thought the author of that person was Stephen Wonder or Raymond Charles.
Good old Stevie.
Mm-hmm.
Petey.
Yeah.
So that's where the respective publications have the Detroit Lions at 10, at 7, and at 6. Now, I'm curious where, if you were to put together, let's just call it a Super 6.
The Super 6. We'll do this every week.
Okay,
Our
every
Super
week.
6.
The Stoney and Jansen Super 6.
Super. Thanks for asking. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Who is in your Super 6?
I actually have the Lions at 6 as well. I have Miami at 5. They had a pretty impressive offensive performance. Now, they did give up a lot of, yardage on the ground
250
to the Chargers, but the Chargers
yards.
are a very good offensive team. It was on the road. I'm going to, even though they lost to the Lions, I'm going to put Kansas City at 4. I'm going to put the Lions at 3. You said, Stoney, come on. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I mean, the Eagles at 3.
Okay.
Then
talk about homers.
No, I have Dallas at 2. If I was the Eagle homer, I'd put the Eagles at 1, and I have San Francisco at 1.
Okay.
The reason I put Dallas ahead of the Eagles was the Eagles played okay, and they won. It was a road game, but I didn't think they were impressive, except for Jalen Carter. But yeah, I just think Dallas just looked really, really good, especially defensively. In the elements on the road. The Eagles were on the road as well against New England.
The Giants' offense was in the elements too.
That's true, and they did nothing.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And so mine's very similar. I've got San Francisco at 1. I've got the Eagles at 2. I just think they're a better all-around team than Dallas is. I'm not a huge fan of Dak Prescott. That's been no secret. I think he's still going to be a turnover machine. That may be minimized this year because of the defense, maybe giving them some short fields. Maybe they're not going to have to take as many chances offensively because of the way their defense is playing. But I got Dallas at 3. And we could split hairs on 2, 3. Mm-hmm. Kansas City at 4. And this is where I really struggled because I didn't want to be a Pete Prisco and put the Lions at 4, but they did beat the Chiefs. I got the Lions at 5.
Okay.
I want to see just a little bit more before I start moving them up into the 4s, the 3s. Mm-hmm. And then Miami at 6 for me. I got the Lions at 5.
Yeah, so we basically have the same 6 teams in our 6.
Right. And you're looking and say, okay, well, again, through one game, it's a snapshot in time. We can split hairs as to where they're going. As we get more data points, as we like to talk about in college football, we will get a chance to move them around a little bit. But I have a hard time when the Lions defense went to Arrowhead and went against the best player in the NFL in Patrick Mahomes, that you look at the Miami defense and say, well, they gave up 234 yards rushing. I can't possibly put them ahead of the Lions. If they had given up 500 yards passing to Justin Herbert, I could say, well, okay, it's Justin Herbert.
Right.
The rush game for the Chargers is not what is the headliner.
No, although Eckler is really good, obviously.
Yeah, he's good. I don't think he's 234 yards good,
No.
which, well, he wasn't. It was the total output. But that's why I have them underneath where the Lions are.
The hardest thing about doing these, do you do them based just on the games, or you like start anew? Because if you did that, would you put Kansas City even in your top 6?
Well, you couldn't because they lost.
Right. And it's like in college football, for example, I mean, I know this may be blasphemous, especially from a Michigan fan. Like, I wouldn't put Michigan where they are. They're ranked 2nd. There's no way. They've beaten nobody, whereas...
Otherwise, Georgia won.
They shouldn't be. I wouldn't put Georgia 1 either. Right now, if I was ranking based upon just what I've seen, I think Florida State would be number 1. Texas would be number 1. Florida State would be 2.
Based on best wins.
Yes, sure. Absolutely. And Penn State, as far as the Big Ten, I mean, West Virginia is a hell of a lot better than Youngstown State or whoever Ohio
UNLV.
State played, UNLV, East Carolina. I forget who Ohio State played in the first week, but yeah.
It's hard to disagree with that,
Yeah.
and that's the pointless
part of
effort
college
that
football.
it is.
Yes.
Well, of preseason polls, because
Yes.
once a team is won, and rightfully so, going into the season, we would say Georgia should be number 1.
Yeah.
2-time defending national title.
Correct.
But it's pointless because you have no idea the development of guys, how big of an impact guys going to the NFL or graduation, how it's going to be. And so really until week about 7 or 8, you don't have any idea. Even at that point,
Right.
for Michigan, it might be hard to decide if they are a number 2 overall team because you've got Rutgers coming up. You've got a trip to Nebraska.
Right.
They look awful. Minnesota hasn't looked good.
Well, like in the Big Ten rankings or Big Ten power rankings, like Rico had Michigan State ahead of Purdue, which made no sense to me based upon who they played.
Well,
Purdue
I
won
would-
at Virginia Tech. Michigan
Yeah.
State beat Richmond and Central Michigan.
Yeah, but again,
But I'm saying
you
just
have to,
based
yeah,
upon who
based
they
upon
played.
who they played. Sure,
Exactly. All right. And I would have, if I was ranking the Big Ten power rankings, Penn State would be number 1 right now, based upon who they played.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean anything. All right, coming up next, Dan Campbell, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, the D in Las Vegas is a lot of fun, as is everything downtown. Fremont Street is a blast. The D has great food. They got American Coney Island, and we almost went in there the other night about, 9 o'clock at night, we were like on, East Coast time, so it was really like 12. It was like midnight, basically.
Excuse me, that's American time.
No, that's Eastern time. Anyway, the D is the best bang for your buck. I mean, it's inexpensive, but it's great. It's so much fun. Downtown, like I said, is a blast. If you want to golf, the D will hook you up with some great golf course experiences. And like I mentioned, the food, not just American Coney Island, they have the Joe Vaccari Zandiamo Italian Steakhouse. And if you stay at the D, you get 2 free passes to the great Circa Stadium Swim, which is unbelievable. So go to thed.com today, book your room. You'll have a blast. The D Las Vegas, your home for Detroit sports in Las Vegas.
That about sums it up if you're a Jet fan. Good God. We're going to make this localized because I'm not coming on the air and going to ask you to feel bad for Jet fans. Nobody feels bad for Jet fans. Jet fans are the scourge of the earth. But I thought about the Jets and the Lions are kind of tied at the hip this year. They are. They're attached at the hip. The two most hyped teams in all of football. The Jets for the acquisition of Aaron Rodgers. Could he finally lift the curse? Could he finally deliver him to the promised land? And then the Leos. Number one team bet to make the Super Bowl. Number one team to have Coach of the Year. The hype team, the it team. Hard knock siblings, Jets and Lions. And I thought about our opening night. Marching to Arrowhead, winning a thriller, gritty, gutty, ecstasy, the whole bit. And then you watch last night. There were more tickets for that game last night than when the Super Bowl was at MetLife Stadium.
Seriously?
Seriously. Jet fans were ready to roll. This was their time, their year, their opener against a divisional rival and Super Bowl team in the Bills. And their year lasted 4 plays. 4. Aaron Rodgers, dead. Achilles, dead. Zach Wilson, confused look on face, dead. No matter win or lose last night, their season is over. Yeah, I woke up to 56 text messages, and I'm going, all right, who's dead? And then you realize it's our head coach. So let's just get into it, and I can throw the number out. You know the number, 248-539-9797. Public service announcement. Mel Tucker might be the dumbest human being to ever walk the face of the earth. He's a character out of Idiocracy. When you read the story out of USA Today, to say there was a lack of judgment would say there was a degree of judgment at all. The pure idiocy of Mel Tucker.
Yeah. And 20 billion women in the world. Yeah.
It just, again, and I don't want to go over every granular detail. You heard it in the mornings. You heard it in the middays. The bottom line is this. We are so far past even having to battle anyone defending him. There is no defense. His defense of consensual doesn't even play because he violated the morality clause in his contract.
Right.
It is so reassuring. Once I found out that MSU had done everything right by the letter of the law, I then was able to move towards where I'm at today, which I got to be honest, I don't know if people will understand this. I don't know if they will care. Rico, I don't know if you will. I just feel relieved because I am a big believer when people show you who they really are, instead of getting angry, say thank you.
I'm a big Harlan Barnett guy. I'm full disclosure here. I worked with Harlan 25 years ago. We were on the Spartan broadcast together. His NFL career had just finished up, and he knew Nick Saban pretty well and had an opportunity to be part of the broadcast team as our sideline reporter for a couple seasons. And then when Saban went on to LSU, I believe Harlan went there as a grad assistant and started his coaching career, and eventually came back to Michigan State, went to Florida State as a defensive coordinator, and came back to Michigan State when Mel Tucker came here and wanted to bring him back. I love this opportunity for him. I don't know if he's suited to be a head coach or not, but he's going to get the opportunity. The players love him. Players love him. Families love him. He's a family guy, and his faith is very important to him, and he lets that be known as well. And I think it's a very safe hire from within at this point. I mean, you got to appoint somebody as the interim head coach. Harlan Barnett makes a ton of sense. I mean, I don't know if you're going to want it turned over to one of the coordinators. I have no issue at all with it being Harlan. In fact, I'm very happy for him.
On that punt return, there is a blatant leg trip right in front of the referee, right in front of the
ball carrier.
in front of Gibson.
Yeah.
And they blew it. They missed it. That should now look. They would have only been. Chances are they would have ended up either scoring or kicking a field goal anyway because it took place about the 20-yard line approximately. If I'm not,
somewhere in there. So
Yes.
I mean, maybe they got to get one first down,
Yes.
or maybe they don't even need a first down. Who knows? But yeah, they would have been forced to go through the process.
Yeah.
It was amazing to me that it was missed because of the proximity to where the ball was.
Yes. And also on that play, former Lion punter Sam Martin. Very, very lame effort to try to make the tackle. I mean, your buddy Hank Winchester has to be very disappointed in you, Sam. That was really, really lame.
Yeah, it was. You could hear him go, eh. Two-hand touch does not count as being down. So the thing that you got to know, and every punter, every kicker is taught, use the sideline as an extra defender. He overplayed it and got beat by a better athlete going back inside, and that's when you hear the Hey, this month, check out exciting sales events happening at Fox Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield. Shop Ram Power Days and Jeep Adventure Days to find great deals on new vehicles. Lease a 2023 Jeep Compass starting at only $269 a month, or a 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn starting at only $299 a month. The best part is Fox CDJR of Southfield's easy 3-step process for purchasing a vehicle. First, work with the expert product specialist to pick out the vehicle that's perfect for your family. And second, the team will help you find the best price and payment for your budget. And third, and finally, after you say yes to your new ride, you could take delivery in less than an hour with their expert delivery team. Stop by the dealership today at 11 and a half and Telegraph for the best guest experience you've ever had, or you can visit them online at Fox Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield.com. That's Fox Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield.com. See dealer for complete details based on bank approval, proper and required documentation, including employee number, registration, and funds.
Last night, Aaron Rodgers, it was New York, a lot of celebrities there.
Yep.
I'm watching this clip of Aaron Rodgers before the game, and he's dapping it up with Justin Timberlake.
Okay.
Obviously, Rodgers, full uniform. He's got the helmet on and everything. Like, this is like, I don't know, half an hour before game. I don't know when.
Minutes before.
Yeah, who knows, right? Timberlake's on the field in, like, sunglasses, a hat, dress casual. They dap it up together. Hey, man, good luck tonight, da-da-da, whatever. Thanks for coming. Rodgers turns around to go to the tunnel, and Timberlake pats him on the butt. Now, my question is, since he's in full uniform, is that just a thing? Could Rodgers turn around and tap Timberlake on the butt even though he's in casual clothes?
No, you have to be playing a sport in a uniform.
Okay.
Yep.
But if you're in uniform, it's like, hey, that's just part of the good luck out there?
Yeah, I think that's when it's appropriate.
That about sums it up if you're a Jet fan. Good God.
The telephone number is 248-539-9797. Don't forget Carson Anderson coming up at 10 o'clock. John, Cade McNamara is now a member of the Iowa Hawkeyes. They are now 2-0. He's played okay, nothing great, pretty much what he was.
Yeah, I mean, he's an upgrade for Iowa.
Oh, absolutely.
There's no question, yeah.
Although Brian Ferentz is starting to worry. Does he have in his contract they have to score, 25 points a game offensively, and they haven't done that in, I don't believe, either game yet?
No. I think they were with 24 last week, so they were
with a pick six, though, for a touchdown.
24-20. That 20 last week against Iowa State. With a pick six, Stoney, correct.
Right,
yep.
So they only have scored 2 offensive touchdowns.
But those points do count toward the points per game total for Brian Ferentz's contract.
Oh, it does?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's total points per game.
Oh.
It doesn't matter how they're scored, just that they're scored.
Oh, so they can win 31-3, and they could all be like before pick six.
Sure.
And he gets credit for it.
He does.
Anyway, so Cade McNamara was addressing the media and about some things. And, well, just listen here. He gets a little sophomoric, as probably you would have done at the same situation, John.
College kid. Hot reads.
Yeah.
Hot
reads.
Yeah. I mean, I
know.
I'll let you repeat it if you want to.
No, I don't want to repeat it.
Yes. I understand the humor in that. I get the humor in that. Mm-hmm. I did laugh.
Yeah.
I thought it was appropriate.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it'll be really fun if he says the same thing before they play Michigan State. Although Mel won't be the head coach there.
Yes. Or, hey, managing a game where they may play in the rain, and all of the wet balls they may have to handle.
Okay.
It's just part of the deal. When you're talking about sports, it
I know
tends to lead to some of those moments.
Football really does lean into these double entendres more than any other sport.
For the most part. I mean, you got hockey, you got, put the biscuit in the basket, which is kind of double entendre.
No, that one. No? I'm not. No? Okay. I'm not going to giggle about that one.
5-hole.
I mean, you're getting closer.
Okay, I don't want to get any closer. You're right. Football does. I mean, you got to plug the hole in the gap. I mean, come on.
Yes. Yeah. You got to hit the hole.
Yes.
And if you're going to do it right, like we heard from Jim Harbaugh, sometimes you got to hit the hole hard.
Correct.
So you got to make sure that you are performing up to the expectations, depending on those expectations.
Indeed. Should we get? We'll play the Cade McNamara again for Gator. Maybe he'll find it less funny than you. No, I think he'll find.
No, he'll probably giggle a little bit. I mean, it's giggle worthy.
Yes, it is. So, Gator, how are you? As you get your headphones ready, you have no idea what we're talking about here, I assume.
I don't.
Yes.
Doing well.
Yeah, doing good. Anyway,
good night's sleep.
Good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's always a good start to a day.
It helps.
Yeah.
It helps.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, Cade McNamara, the former Michigan quarterback who is now at Iowa, was asked some things at his availability about reads and things like that. And, well, just listen to what he had to say.
He giggled.
It's funny because he broke up. That's why it's funny.
Correct.
Otherwise, it's just grow up.
Yes.
But no, it's hilarious.
See, it's giggle worthy.
And then he says hots, and it's
Yes.
all right.
Yeah, you're kind of wondering if he's going to circle back.
I know.
I hope not. It's bad timing with that right now.
Yes. Well, I said it's a good thing you didn't say it before they played Michigan
Let's
State.
just let's let that one go.
They do play Michigan State in a couple of weeks, right?
They play them on the 30th.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan State's at Iowa.
Yes. I know. Harlan Barnett will be the coach, not Mel Tucker.
You know, the great thing is during the week, I work with a child. And then on the weekends, I work with a child.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, it's like my wife, who always says she has to, babysit 3 kids.
Right.
That's
Yep,
right.
That makes sense.
John, you want me to join you in the booth?
I would love it. It would be terrific.
I got to tell you,
especially for a pregame.
We're in the middle of one play, and John starts to giggle. And I'm like, JJ, back to pass. And John's giggling. And it's early in the play, and he completes it underneath Donovan Edwards. I'm like, all right, what are you laughing at? And he's just giggling because Zach Zinner destroyed some defensive end.
Totally earholed a guy. And you see it in the moment, and you're just like,
he couldn't help
beautiful.
himself.
Yeah.
Well, you can tell where his focus is during
It's
the game.
totally when we were on the field.
Kicking ass.
Yeah.
I thought he was distracted when he saw me and my wife and Dan Leach on the scoreboard.
Oh, my God. That was funny.
You have no idea how much our phones blew up with people texting us. Did you see Stoney?
Yep.
Did you see Stoney and Leach?
Yep.
Yeah.
Funny.
Fun. Yeah, exactly. Really appreciate it. I did not see that one.
Which guy?
I didn't see that one coming. Even though it was a Saturday. All right. What do you guys got going today?
Saturday during the day.
I know. That was the extra special.
Skyrockets in flight style.
Yeah. That ship that rocket ship has not sailed for a while.
Jared Goff at 10:30.
All right.
I'm going to steal Doug's line. Stoney, don't ever change.
97-1, the ticket. On that punt return, there was a blatant leg trip right in front of the referee, right in front of the
The ball carrier.
In front of Gibson.
Yeah.
And they blew it. They missed it. That should now look. They would have only been. Chances are they would have ended up either scoring or.
All right, happy Wednesday, everybody. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're doing well. We got Jared Goff today at 10:30, Detroit Lions quarterback. And look, it's typical that we have him on Tuesdays. Schedule's a little different with the opener on a Thursday, and so everything got moved around a little bit. So Goff is going to join us today at 10:30.
Did you hear Dan Campbell with the guys this morning?
I did.
So I heard a little bit of that. When they asked Campbell to evaluate how John Jansen would do, because John said if he was called by Pete Carroll, he'd suit up and play.
Yeah. That was pretty funny.
John's like, be kind. It's like, well.
John's had some interesting interactions. He got Jim Harbaugh to sing in the Monday Night Coaches show. Today, he and Dan Campbell had the little back and forth about John, who is still willing to suit up and play. And he said, Seattle's got some injured tackles. If they call, I'll suit up. He's had some good interactions with coaches this week.
Yeah, what was Harbaugh singing?
He was singing some Bowling Green fight song.
Oh, no.
Apparently, Harbaugh has a fond place in his heart for Bowling Green because his dad played there. His mom was a cheerleader there. They met there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I think his dad might have coached there as well. But there's some goofy Bowling Green fight song. Hold on for a sec. And I mean goofy. And Harbaugh was singing it. And then he dropped this little nugget. This is something that would go in the bucket if it ever is relevant.
Okay.
He said he goes out to Stanford, and Stanford doesn't have a fight song.
Really?
Yeah. And so he tried to integrate the Bowling Green I Ziggy Zumba, 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 I Ziggy Zumba, Zay into Stanford.
What the hell is that?
It's I Ziggy Zumba. It's played after a win.
What does that mean?
I have no idea. But Harbaugh started singing I Ziggy Zumba, 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 I Ziggy Zumba, Zumba, Zay. And he tried, he sang it, and they said, I went out to Stanford, they didn't have a fight song. So I started changing the lyrics around a little bit, and we morphed it into a Stanford fight song. He goes, lasted about a year. never really caught on.
Threw the word cardinal in there. Something about
at the
a
end
tree.
It says, roll along, you BG Warriors, roll along and win for BGSU. And it's like John something Stanford University. So he said JGSU or whatever the initials were. And so he tried to integrate it and
did not take.
Did not take. But yeah, so he had Harbaugh singing I Ziggy Zumba on the coach's show. And then today, Campbell and him, that was pretty funny. Dan Campbell with John said, hey, I'd take the paycheck. or Dan said, you do it for the paycheck. Because I'm guessing you got pride. Meaning,
he goes, I think but pride again, you'd want to have time to get in shape for the game.
Of course, he'd want to have time, but if the call came today, John's suiting up.
Yeah, of course he is.
Yep. He likes to say he's got a drive in him.
A whole drive?
Yeah.
I don't know. A play? How about a play?
No, he says a drive.
I'm asking you.
Could I do a play?
No. Do you think he's got a drive in him, or do you think it's like literally a play?
You know what? I honestly believe it depends on the day. Because John, our good friend John Jansen, 5 years at Michigan, 10 years in the league. There are some days he looks like he's played 10 years in the league. There are some days that John's
I imagine
slower than others.
Like if John had a week, like he had a week's notice he's going to play, that you would see John looks like he's ready to go every day because he'd be so damn excited for the opportunity because I know he would love to do this.
His biggest problem right now is he's lost some weight. I mean, he was playing at like 320, 325 or something like that.
Well, that's a big problem.
He's probably 50 pounds lighter than that right now.
Yeah, that's a big part of it, and also the age factor might have something to do.
Yeah, he's not moving like he once did, but
he's not as
that's why. But my point is, a week.
Strong.
Your whole thing about a week is going to take more than a week.
Well, yeah, no, I don't do it. I look at it and I think it's fun to think about, and I could see him like a play or two, and then after two plays, he's like, "Man, I'm done." Yeah. Starts tapping the helmet.
I don't think he'll have to say it. I think the coaches will see it.
Yeah.
And John, all due respect, of course, because he's a former professional athlete at the highest level. At his age and this time, he'd be humbled the old country way.
But hold on.
Oh boy.
Didn't he show up?
Way, huh?
Didn't he?
Come on, man.
Did he show up for pickup basketball with you and your boys?
No, it wasn't my boys. It was Burkett's boys.
Well, he showed up, right?
Yeah, he showed up.
And
he's old school 90s, 80s, inside. You can't move him. Maybe he can't move himself at times.
He's tapping into his inner Mokeski or whatever.
Yeah, Big Mo.
McKeskey.
Paul McKeskey.
Yeah.
Jack Sigma action.
You dream to be as athletic as Jack Sigma. Did you happen to see the video the other day of Tom Brady shooting hoops with his kid?
Yes.
That was pretty impressive, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. He can. Yeah. I think
knocking down like 3 straight threes. And
he's got good form.
Yeah, he does, actually. I was like, whoa.
I think his kid wants to play basketball. I think they were training or practicing. This kid's got good form, too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Brady, the old man, was knocking him down.
Doug, is that how it goes at your household? Or no, you're more of an inside guy.
I will tell you, the problem I have is my game when I played was, as you like to call them, Oakland County Big.
Macomb County 5.
I was a Macomb County 5. I was, 6'3" ¾
That's a Macomb County 5.
Posting people up. And
same thing goes in Bluefield Hills, by the way.
So my entire game is predicated on back to the basket, get a good seal, post up, create a target, get the ball,
up
back
and under?
a guy down, up and under. Yeah, that whole thing.
You got a good drop step?
Yeah, I got a great drop step. I still got it. And in one-on-one in the driveway, that doesn't do a lot of good. So I'm reduced to backing down my children and giving them that dad strength.
Does every community have like that joke, like the Macomb County 5, like I mentioned? Because I remember when I was playing sports as a kid, and it was part of Bloomfield Hills schools, so we would have all throughout playing soccer and baseball. You would have games against across town, which was the other side of Bloomfield Hills, if you will. But the kids were always bigger. Mm-hmm. Like why? What are they putting in the water at East Hills? Was the school. What's going on over there? Right. Why is that kid like 6 feet tall and he's 12 years old? And then nobody grows after that.
Yeah, it's funny because when you're growing up, there are kids that hit certain stages of their maturation physically earlier than others that are just monsters, absolute monsters. That kid's 5'9", and then you get to like 12th grade, he's still 5'9".
Right, exactly.
I remember going to a basketball camp with a buddy of mine. I think we were like 10 or 11 years old. And he was actually a year younger than me, but he was like 5'5". And it was, I think it was a DLSL basketball camp, actually. And the coach said, all my students here, all my kids, they drive cars. It was a joke. They're varsity kids, so they already had cars. But that kid grew up to be 5'8", my buddy, who was 5'5" at the time. Like, this guy's going to be a monster. He's great. Look at him handle the ball. Mm-hmm. No.
I had a kid I played baseball with who was older for the league. So he was the oldest kid in the league, probably, for the age groups in there. And he was shaving when he was like 12 years old, 12 or 13 years old. He was absolutely, and not just like, he had some hairs that were coming out, like full on stubble. Kid had to shave every day. And I don't think grew another inch after that year. But he was the biggest kid out there. He had muscles already. We're like, what is going on?
Well, yeah, he had muscles. He had a beard.
Yeah. Man, I wish I had a beard.
Right.
All right, so here's what we got coming up today.
That's what I said
Goff.
yesterday.
How often do you shave?
I just, what's funny, when COVID hit and I would go because I was working from home and I didn't care.
Yeah.
I went like a month without shaving. And then I started
Never noticed.
I know, exactly. And then I just started, I would just trim it. I don't think I've gone fully shaved now for close to a year, but I just, maybe once a week I'll run a trimmer over it.
I'm a twice a week, but it's once I take everything off, and then when this gets to itchy, I don't like shaving.
Yeah, we know that you've got your problems with the itch.
I do. I'm a wuss.
Well, you said it.
People have other words for it. But all right, so Jared Goff is going to join us at 10:30. We will talk some Lions throughout the day. We'll replay the best of what Dan Campbell had to say. We like to pull sound bites and discuss what the coach told the morning show. Michigan and Michigan State. Spartans do play a game this week. Michigan's got a weird weird issue, and I mean it's the old Costa question: is this a thing or not? We'll get to that today. We got the college football trophy game live animal mascot targeting thingy that we usually do on Wednesdays at 10:30, but Goff is joining us this week, so we'll fit that in somewhere. I'm going to empty the bucket, which is crap no one got to hear during the Michigan broadcast nor cares to hear. All that coming up today here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, get ready for the NFL season with incredible offers from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers who bet $5 will get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug and kick off the NFL season with an offer you don't want to miss. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. NFL Sunday Ticket offer ends September 18th. No refunds. Terms and embargoes apply. $100 off Sunday Ticket, not YouTube TV. YouTube TV requires base plan to watch it. Redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscriptions renew. Cancel anytime.
That about sums it up if you're a Jet fan. Good God. We're going to make this localized because I'm not coming on the air and going to ask you to feel bad for Jet fans. Nobody feels bad for Jet fans. Jet fans are the scourge of the earth. But I thought about the Jets and the Lions are kind of tied at the hip this year. They are. They're attached at the hip. The two most hyped teams in all of football. The Jets for the acquisition of Aaron Rodgers. Could he finally lift the curse? Could he finally deliver him to the promised land? And then the Leos. #1 team bet to make the Super Bowl. #1 team to have Coach of the Year. The hype team, the it team. Hard knock siblings, Jets and Lions. And I thought about our opening night. Marching to Arrowhead, winning a thriller, gritty, gutty, ecstasy, the whole bit. And then you watch last night. There were more tickets for that game last night than when the Super Bowl was at MetLife Stadium.
Seriously?
Seriously. Jet fans were ready to roll. This was their time, their year, their opener against a divisional rival and Super Bowl team in the Bills. And their year lasted 4 plays. 4. Aaron Rodgers, dead. Achilles, dead. Zach Wilson, confused look on face, dead. No matter win or lose last night, their season is over.
By the way, I wanted to mention this. I know that we enjoy the chicken sandwich, right?
Yep.
So Chick-fil-A has the new chicken sandwich out. Ken, you've seen this?
Oh, the honey pimento, is that what it is?
So I tried it over the weekend.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Dude, it's Wednesday.
I know.
You just telling us now?
I know. I forgot to mention. Oh, my God.
Really?
It's so good. Oh, yeah.
Like
That's
strongly recommend 10 out of 10.
Strongly recommend that. Yeah. That's one that I immediately started thinking, can I replicate this at home if I made some sort of chicken sandwich? Like what would be the, pimento cheese topping? There's this dip that I used to make with Swiss cheese and red onion and mayonnaise and black pepper, and it's delicious. And it would be the same type of feel to that, although without the spice. You could just chop up a little bit of jalapeno, I guess, and make it spicier. But it is so good. Game changer.
Okay.
Well, if you try to replicate it at home, you just can't do it on Sundays.
Obviously.
Yep.
Obviously.
The rest of the day.
Actually, that's the only day you need to replicate. Let's be honest.
Also true.
So strong to quite strong. Good.
Yeah. Outstanding.
Strong recommendation.
I don't know if you would be down with it.
Yeah, I might not be. Pimento cheese doesn't sound like something. I mean, I think Chick-fil-A has already perfected the art form, so I don't need any variations.
This just adds so much to it, Kang. It's so good.
Oh, I believe you.
Yeah.
You know what? I think tomorrow's the day.
I want that sandwich. I need that sandwich. You're all in, huh?
Doug, you'd try it, though.
I would try it.
Yeah.
I agree. I might not be as stoked as my man here, but
you would probably scrape half the pimento cheese off.
Be too much?
Really?
Yeah. Well, I could see Doug do it just because we know Doug, right? He doesn't want too much of anything. And not that there's a ton of the pimento cheese spread on there.
Does it overpower the chicken?
No.
Okay.
It complements it so well.
That's what I'm looking for.
Well, that sounds very good. I mean, I'll give it a shot. If it complements it so well, let's go. I'm willing to give that a shot.
Textures in there. It's just, and the pickle comes through.
Sweet. All right. So Lions taking on Seattle this weekend. As we get closer to this game, the increased importance of it is getting magnified to me. This is a league in which week-to-week performances, the first person I heard use this theory, and I kind of rolled my eyes, except it's right on the money, was Wojo, calling it the up-down theory. Now, maybe Wojo stole it from somebody. Maybe it was T. Foss back in the day. I don't know who said it first, but it really is true that NFL teams can play terrible one week and very well the next. The Lions, on paper before the season, I thought they should beat the Seahawks. And then we see 1 week of action, and it feels like the Lions absolutely should beat the Seahawks. But now the Lions are going up against the way the league operates. And I don't mean like they're up against the machine or anything here. I don't mean the script. I mean how things tend to happen. Like Seattle bouncing back this week wouldn't be a shocker. Regardless who the opponent is, Seattle bouncing back as a playoff team wouldn't be a shocker. Now, we pointed out yesterday that technically they have lost 7 of their last 10 games dating back to last year. I don't know how relevant that information is, but they have also had Detroit's number. And many of the individuals that will play in the game this weekend played in the game last weekend. In the 2 games against Seattle, the last 2 seasons, the 2 games, Detroit has given up 99 points. 99 points. They lost to Seattle 51-29 in 2021, wow. And they lost to Seattle 48-45 last year.
I remember last year's game. I don't remember the game 2 years ago at all. That was at Seattle, right?
Yeah, I believe it was.
I don't remember that game.
Yeah, it was at Seattle.
A 50 burger.
They can put a 50 burger, yeah.
I think paybacks do.
Now, it was Russell Wilson, Rashad Penny rushed for 170 yards in that game.
Last year, yeah.
No, 2 years ago.
Oh, that was 2 years ago. He did
2 years ago.
Kenneth Walker last year?
Yeah, he didn't play much. hold on, let me go look it up. Last year, Rashad Penny rushed for 151 yards. Kenneth Walker rushed for 29 and 8 carries. I look at this game and say, this is important from a how much has Detroit arrived ready to be a winner? Like, they've got the personnel to be a winner, but is it deep-rooted in the team's DNA that they are ready to be a winner? Because if you're ready to be a winner, you go out and beat Seattle. You go out and do what you should do. You fight against the league's trend of the up-down theory, which really is pretty legitimate. You fight against 99 points in the last 2 years. And by the way, I would have that in the defensive meeting rooms.
Oh, I think they're all well aware of what's happened the last 2 years. And I only say that because every time I read something in the paper or every time I see a soundbite on TV with a video clip of one of the players or the coach is talking, they're talking about it. Dan Campbell mentioned it this morning, that they absolutely are aware of how Seattle has handled the Lions the last 2 seasons. Now, sure, the Lions scored 45 points last year, but you lost. And they're not happy about it. They're salty about it, and they should be. You should never score 45 points in a football game and lose. Never. And of course, it does happen. And yet, how does it happen? Well, the other team didn't even punt.
Right.
That's how amazing Seattle was against the Lions last year. They know it, but this is not the same Seattle team. I don't know what happened to them in the second half of the season, but I think the defensive coordinators figured it out. They stopped scoring big points. You know, they lost 21-16 to Tampa. They lost in overtime to Vegas. They scored 27 points and beating the Rams, but then they lost to Carolina. They lost to San Francisco, only scored 13. They lost to Kansas City, only scored 10. You know, they beat the lowly Jets, but scored 23 in that game. And then they beat the Rams to finish up, but they only scored 19. It took overtime to do it. This is not the same offensive juggernaut that we saw to start the season because teams started to figure them out. So it's up to Seattle to make the adjustment now. And through the first week of the season, they didn't. They didn't make that adjustment. They looked awful against the Rams.
Now, is Seattle – here's an amazing stat, too, from that time, from these last 2 games that Detroit has played Seattle. I mentioned Rashad Penny. He was nothing special. Right, he's now Philly, but he was nothing special when he was in Seattle. In the last 2 seasons, he rushed for 1,195 yards.
Well, he's always been hampered with injuries, unfortunately, because he was dynamite in college.
27% of his rushing total the last 2 seasons has come in 2 games against the Lions.
Yeah,
pretty crazy.
Yeah.
All right, we'll talk with Lions quarterback Jared Goff next. That is straight ahead here on 97.1 The Ticket.
I'm a big Harlan Barnett guy. You know, I'm full disclosure here. I worked with Harlan 25 years ago. We were on the Spartan broadcast together. His NFL career had just finished up, and he knew Nick Saban pretty well and had an opportunity to be part of the broadcast team as our sideline reporter for a couple seasons. And then when Saban went on to LSU, I believe Harlan went there as a grad assistant and started his coaching career, and eventually came back to Michigan State, went to Florida State as a defensive coordinator, and came back to Michigan State when Mel Tucker came here and wanted to bring him back. I love this opportunity for him. I don't know if he's suited to be a head coach or not, but he's going to get the opportunity. The players love him. Players love him. Families love him. He's a family guy, and his faith is very important to him, and he lets that be known as well. And I think it's a very safe hire from within at this point. I mean, you got to appoint somebody as the interim head coach. Harlan Barton makes a ton of sense. I mean, I don't know if you're going to want it turned over to one of the coordinators. You know, I have no issue at all with it being Harlan. In fact, I'm very happy for him.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Lions taking on this team that has just rolled over Detroit the last couple of years. I mean, they played close games, but Seattle scored 99 points. 99 points in 2 games against the Detroit Lions.
That's an incredible total.
You
don't get that in the NFL.
No.
College, you'll see that.
No.
But in the NFL, against the same opponent?
Yep.
Wow.
Now, Seattle did have to punt once 2 years ago. So there's that.
They have 1 punt in 2 seasons?
1 punt in 2 seasons.
2 games, I should say.
A running back who hasn't done a ton has rushed for 350 yards in those 2 games. That's not
320.
321 in those 2 games.
Well, he's not playing in this one.
He's not playing in this one. But there's a lot out there. There's a lot that this team needs to answer to. Like I said, we know that they have the personnel to win, but are they ready to be winners? I think winners go out and win this game. And, Seattle, in spite of what happened in week 1, I don't think that's a true representation of who they are, though it may be. I mean, we'll find out over the course of time. I tend to believe in the Wojo up-down theory, which I don't. It doesn't make sense to me that that's a thing, but it's a thing. It is a thing.
I think it's a thing for non-Super Bowl contending teams. That's what I think.
So the bulk of the teams in the middle, it's a thing for, but
Yes.
the elites and the terrible ones, it's not a thing for.
Correct.
That might be.
I think if you're a bad team, you're a bad team. And if you're a great team, you're a great team.
Yeah.
And if you're contending, anything can happen because it's the NFL and parity is there in the NFL.
Yep.
Well, the thing, we're not sure that the Lions are a great team yet, right? We think
Speak
they're a really good
for
team.
yourself.
Well, I'll speak for the generally speaking, the majority maybe outside of Detroit. Of course, everyone thinks they're a good team, but how good can they be? And this is up-down because the Lions coming off a huge victory, Seattle coming off a big loss. The NFL is a lot of in-between teams. Are they one of those upper echelon in-between teams, or are they an upper echelon team?
This is a coaching game for me because if you subscribe to that theory, the up-down theory, and if you feel like there are trap games because you had the emotional energy dump in the one game, you can't possibly replicate that for the second one. It's up to the coach to make sure that the team's ready to go the second time around, and that's where we're at. So I believe in the coaching staff to get this team ready.
Well, Dan Campbell sure sounded like they were looking forward to the challenge this coming weekend of taking on Seattle, and there's going to be lots to talk about over the next few days. Let's get into it. Jared, great to have you with us another week here on 97.1 The Ticket. And I know you guys are pros and have said a lot of the win over Kansas City it's just one of 17 and move on to the next one. But in some ways, did the Kansas City game, even for you guys, kind of validate what you suspected that this team was for real?
Yeah, I thought Dan said it perfectly of he didn't learn anything. He was just, validated of what we already knew of what we can do and what we're capable of. And I think, it's one of 17, but it is a road win against, a good team in a hostile environment. And those ones are always harder to get. So we're happy we got it, but now we're on to the next.
A couple of monster games in your last two games. Can you kind of compare the atmosphere afterwards between last year's finale at Green Bay and then the game at Kansas City, what it was like afterwards?
Last year was definitely a little bit different with the finality of it. The atmosphere in game honestly was very similar. They both kind of felt playoff-like in game, but afterwards we were kind of happy to finish on a high note last year, and this year just happy to get our first win of the year. So different afterwards, but during the game I thought it felt very similar.
Jared, you're not a guy that will spend a whole lot of time patting yourself on the back, but there's so much nuance to playing the position that you play, from making the right read or the pre-snap adjustment or whatever it is. What is a play in that game that you're particularly proud of, where you're like, God, we really nailed that one, and you're happy with the job that you did on that play?
Good question. There was I don't know what down I was on, but I threw it to Laporta to my left for 16, 17 yards. He was coming underneath, and they made us hot on a blitz. It's when we don't have enough to protect it, and I was able to drift left away from the rusher. And if you really watch it, Jonah did kind of a crazy hell of a job by a guard to pop back and be able to block that last rusher there, and was able to slide left and get to Sam. And it is ho-hum in the mix of the game, but
right.
That's an explosive game for us on something that isn't always that way. So. Was proud of how I executed and how our whole offense really executed that play, and being able to make a kind of ho-hum first or second down play into kind of a big game for us.
How fun was it for you guys to be able to salt away a game at the end on the ground? You did it against Green Bay, and you did it in this one where you just basically didn't give the ball back to a very dangerous quarterback on the other side.
Yeah, that's what good teams do, and we're becoming that. And anytime you can finish with the ball in your hands, that's how you want to do it. And we can run the ball, we can get behind those big fellas up front and finish games. And we want the ball in our hands in those situations to be able to finish it out. And we've been pretty successful at that. But got to keep doing it the right way and try to finish more games like that.
When you come off to the sideline, don't convert on third down, it goes to fourth down. Punt team gets out there. Are you aware that the fake punt has been called? I mean, do you hear that in the headset on your phone, on your helmet, or have you taken the helmet off? You're already worried about the next series. You're not even looking at the punt, or do you know it? And what's it like for you on the side?
Sometimes I do and sometimes I don't. That one I did not know. Kind of hear the crowd. You look up, you realize you got the first down. You run back out there. We're going. Sometimes you do and sometimes you don't. And that one I was unaware.
You get extra spring in your step when you see it, like, all right, okay, here we go. Who knew? All right.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, you get a little new life, and it shoots a little adrenaline into you, and certainly proved dividends in that drive for us.
Sure did. It seemed like the offense woke up after that call, as Gator said. All right, so the 4th and 2, people want to ask you about. One of the great things is you bring the perspective of the position that got batted down late. When you look back at that, did you see the field opened up and that you maybe could have run for the first down there?
No, I didn't see it.
No?
No, it's who asked that question?
It was a listener, actually, that wanted
Of course
us to
it
ask.
was.
Yeah.
Of course it was. We had a great play call on, I thought. And if I had eyes everywhere, if I had 4 eyes, I might have been able to see that. But I was trying to find a completion, and I think I would have had one if it didn't get batted down. But in hindsight, if I could have been clairvoyant and know that a lane was going to open up to my left, then I would have done that. But unfortunately, I'm not a future teller, so I got to play the play as it comes to me.
Yeah, Sam Laporta, you mentioned him already, but for a rookie tight end to have 5 targets, 5 completions in a game, what does that say about him?
Yeah, we trust him. I really trust him. He's done a great job all the way since when he got drafted of learning the offense and becoming trustworthy, becoming reliable, and doing the right thing over and over again. I think I've seen him get so much better every single day on the practice field through training camp, obviously in that game. And the biggest thing that I thought was awesome was him and Gibbs, at least from my perspective. I know Branch and Campbell in their own way on defense too, but him and Gibbs did not flinch at all. They were in there ready to go. It wasn't like it was a first game for them, first game jitters or anything like that. They were ready to go and did a great job stepping up for us when we needed them.
I think the best thing to come out of last week, aside from the win, of course, was that there appears that there's still plenty of room to improve. What's the biggest thing that you think the offense has to address this week in practice and getting ready for Seattle?
Yeah, some of the operational stuff I didn't think was our best, and that comes a lot back to me of just getting in and out of the huddle and getting up and not snapping it off of the tight end there, and some of the just procedure stuff was not great. Now that is a credit to the atmosphere we were in, and should have a little bit less of that problem at home. But at the same time, it's just overall who we are and what we want to be. So making sure we're cleaning up the pre-snap stuff, and then post-snap, just making sure we're doing our stuff and staying on our assignments, and being clean in that way too.
You're going to see a pretty desperate team after giving up 334 yards in the opener through the air. But I'm they've had your guys' number the last couple of years. What do you see when you see Seattle's defense? Yeah,
they're good. They're extremely talented. They're very fast. They're very long. I think Diggs is one of the most underrated guys in the league. I think he's a top safety in the league. Obviously, having Bobby back there gives them another little, bolt of energy there in the middle. But yeah, they're good. They're good on defense, and I'm sure they'll be really motivated to get this win. As are we. We're equally motivated and need to come out there with the equal juice that they'll have.
Yeah, how much have you guys talked about that? I mean, two seasons in a row, 99 points. It's unbelievable that a team can score 99 points in 2 games, let alone against the same opponent. But what have you guys been talking about?
Yeah, we haven't really talked about that as much as just we've lost the last 2 to them, and owe them one. So yeah, I know they'll be motivated because they're 0-1, and we've got reasons we'll be motivated as well to get this win. And not only that it's our first home game and all that surrounds that, but then to be 2-0. But yeah, we're playing a team that's taken care of us the last couple of years, and we need to go do our thing this Sunday. What do you expect Ford Field to be like? Pretty fun, pretty fun, pretty exciting. I think it'll probably be one of our best home atmospheres we've had since I've been here. But yeah, it's going to be really fun. We're excited to see them and hear them when we're on defense and hear them get excited when we score touchdowns. It's a lot of fun to play in front of those fans, and we're very thankful for them, and can't wait to be in front of them.
So we're watching the game last week where Dan Campbell's coming off the field, and we can hear that his voice is like almost totally shot. And it's I got to imagine that for you as players, and you're trying to hear it over the din of the crowd, that you got to be saying to yourself, this guy's going to lose his voice completely. We're not going to be able to hear Dan talk for the rest of the year. Yeah, no, he goes hard on game day. But yeah, we need to be able to hear him, and need to make sure his voice is intact. I think it'll be a little bit easier at home, like I mentioned, but at the same time, we got a long season, so got to make sure his voice is rested for us. One of my favorite parts of the game is at the end of the game, and every game, not just what happened last week, but when players come to the midfield and they start shaking hands, hugging each other, and talking. What does Patrick Mahomes say to you after the game last week, and which visiting player do you most look forward to talking with after you've won a game?
Man, well, the quarterback thing is just like a good game, good luck, man, stay healthy. It's never really typically anything more than that, and that's all it was with Patrick. And guys I look forward to, man, any former teammates, it's always fun to see guys that I played with in LA or guys that I played with here in Detroit that have moved on. And that's always my favorite, is being able to just connect with them quickly and maybe ask how they're doing, how their kids are, or stuff like that. Is always fun. Final thing, Aaron Rodgers is the news in the NFL, and the 4 plays and the Achilles. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, or have given it much thought, or if you're just in your own world. But what do you make of the Aaron Rodgers injury? Yeah, it sucks. It's horrible. You never wish anything like that to happen to anybody, and certainly not a guy that plays the same position as me. And a guy that I've watched my whole life and I am a fan of, and it's horrible. It sucks for him. It sucks for their team. But unfortunately, injuries happen, and you got to move on. But yeah, I feel for him and feel for what was supposed to be a fun year for him, and unfortunately cut short.
Lastly, Jared, we got to see the commercial with the Manning cast, and all the players and coaches were part of that. You kick it off, and I said to Doug, I thought you were absolutely comedically brilliant the way that you delivered the line. It's a simple line, but it was awesome. How did this all come about?
That's funny. Yeah, I got a lot of comments on that. It was filmed at the Pro Bowl, so they kind of just grabbed us and brought us into a room and fed us lines. I did not come up with my own line, but they fed us lines, and we all said a lot more than they showed, but they kind of just picked and chose the ones they liked and put them in there. And yeah, I was honored to kick it off and be the first interviewee for the Manning cast.
We thought you and Pat McAfee were the best actors out of everybody on there. You really did a nice job. Yeah.
Yeah, I've really been working on it in the off season, so maybe one day.
Jared Goff, thanks for your time. Good luck. We'll talk next week.
All right, guys, appreciate it.
There he is, Detroit Lions quarterback Jared Goff. A weekly conversation here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Hump Day. Cure your midweek blues with bourbon and brews at Twin Peaks. Your favorite Twin Peaks girls dressed to impress in their finest black lingerie, ready to serve you up right. This week, they're scotching it up from 5 to 7. The Twin Peaks girls are serving up samples of seasonal favorites like the Beer of the Month, Sam Adams Oktoberfest, and scotches like Oban, Macallan, Johnny Walker, or the Glens. While you're getting great service from the Twin Peaks girls and taking advantage of the drink specials, be sure to try out some of the new menu updates like the new brisket street tacos or the hot as F wing sauce. Goes great with one of those hand-cut and breaded to order boneless wings. Hey, if you're a fan of Twin Peaks, sign up for the E-Club and stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today. Find the location nearest you. Go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com.
On that punt return, there was a blatant leg trip right in front of the referee, right in front of the
ball carrier,
in front of Gibson.
Yeah,
and they blew it. They missed it. That should now look. They would have only been. Chances are they would have ended up either scoring or kicking a field goal anyway because it took place about the 20-yard line approximately. If I'm not,
somewhere in there. So I mean, maybe they got to get one first down, or maybe they don't even need a first down. Who knows? Mm-hmm. But yeah, they would have been forced to go through the process.
Yeah.
It was amazing to me that it was missed because of the proximity to where the ball was.
Yes. And also on that play, former Lion punter Sam Martin, very, very lame effort to try to make the tackle. I mean, your buddy Hank Winchester has to be very disappointed in you, Sam. That was really, really lame.
Yeah, it was. You could hear him go, eh. Two-hand touch does not count as being down. So the thing that you got to know, and every punter, every kicker is taught, use the sideline as an extra defender. Mm-hmm. He overplayed it and got beat by a better athlete going back inside, and that's when you hear the
John Jansen with his Sam Martin imitation.
Yes.
So I love getting into the nuance of the game a little bit. And sometimes, I don't know if you bore the audience with it. I love finding out little stuff that happens during the game that you don't even notice. When somebody says, "Yeah, we had a check at the line of scrimmage," that wasn't the play that was called. And his thing about just a pass to Sam Laporta, he said in the flow of the game, you don't even really notice it. But the block by Jonah Jackson, his ability to Goff look downfield, move around in the pocket, and complete that pass to Sam Laporta. It's always funny because the players and the people in the game are seeing it through a completely different prism than those of us that are watching from either at the stadium, from the press box, or on TV. Because they know what's going on. They know what's supposed to go on.
Yes, they do.
Yeah. So I thought that was interesting. And Jared Goff right now, it just feels like is playing with the utmost confidence behind this line and with this offensive coordinator. And I'll continue to contend. What he's doing with this group of receivers is pretty amazing because they're not elite guys. I mean, Amon-Ra might be, but it's not like they are loaded at the wide receiver position.
No, they're not. And we knew this going into the season that even though they might be comfortable with the room that they have and there's familiarity there and experience there with Jared Goff and these receivers, it's still not an overly impressive room. And that's not a slam on those guys because it works. Mm-hmm. What they do works. But they don't have that high-end receiver that, takes the top off the field. You don't have that guy. You're hoping that Jamison Williams is that guy when he gets healthy because of the speed. Amon-Ra St. Brown's a fantastic receiver, and he's a Pro Bowl guy, and I love him. But that's not his forte. His forte is the route running, the underneath stuff, and turning a 5-yard gain into a 15-yard gain. And to be that reliable guy, hey, it's 3rd and 7. Where is he going to go? He's going there. We know he's going there, and he's always going to deliver.
Yeah, and when between the time the ball snapped and the ball's delivered, there's a lot of when Jared talked about his relationship with Amon-Ra, or last year or the year before, I think it was last year, because he talked about how he trusted him, and we were like, okay, what exactly does that mean? And he said, well, when there's a route and I read it one way, you hope the receiver reads it the same way. The whole route tree concept that they have to react to what the defense is doing, and the quarterback and the receiver have to be on the same page. And it sounds like Amon-Ra and Jared Goff are frequently on the same page, and so they make each other look good. I mean, Amon-Ra was a Pro Bowler last year, right? But that doesn't mean what it used to, and it doesn't necessarily – when everybody comes out with their top players list, Amon-Ra right now is in very few people's top 10s for the wide receiver spot. Maybe for a slot receiver, he gets that kind of love, and he might be trending to be that. I just don't think you're looking at, clear the mantle for all the awards the wide receivers are going to get. And the offense needs to get going. I don't think there's too much to worry about. You go to Kansas City, win the game, you find any way to win the game, but they did only score 2 touchdowns. And we talk about the difference between winning that game and just being winners. There's a chance they're going to be able to go out and shred this Seattle defense. And, I mean, they actually scored a lot of points on them the last 2 years, just not 99, which is what they've given up. It'll be good to see the offense get going.
Yeah, it is. And there was a pass that to show how he's got the relationship and the trust of the receivers and vice versa. There was a pass he made, I think it was in the fourth quarter, kind of rolling to his left a little bit under some pressure and guns it downfield. It's like almost a 20-yard pass downfield. And all you could see were 3 Kansas City defenders. And then sliding in at the last moment, I think it was it may have been Khalif Raymond or Josh Reynolds, one of those two. Like, you watch the play, there's nobody there. He's throwing to a spot where he knows the receiver is going to be, and that spot is occupied by 3 defenders that are like looking at other players at the time. It was a brilliant play that you only get by working at it at practice, by having that kind of repetition.
Well, our quarterback's pretty dialed in here in Detroit as they take on Seattle this weekend. And what feels, I don't know, it feels like a weird game because it's not considered as big as the Kansas City game. But I think in some ways it's a bigger game in terms of testing this team's preparedness to be a winner in this league, if that makes sense.
I think it does, Doug, because great quote by Dan Campbell after week 1, right? Even Goff mentioned it. What they did in Kansas City already validated what Dan Campbell knew. But this is like almost a real validation because you have a real good team. We've been talking about it. The good teams, they don't have up, down, right? They just have up. So if you're a really good team and you really want to validate it, you beat Seattle at home. End of story, right?
End of story. You're absolutely right. And like Doug, you mentioned yesterday that you kind of feel like this is an opportunity for the offense to explode. Get out there and explode. Yeah. We just got done talking to him. He's aware. They know. 99 points in 2 games, they said that they're more in tune to losing to them twice, not looking at the minutia and seeing that it's 99 points. But they know. They want to get out there, man. They want to get out there as soon as they can and hammer this team. And I think it's going to happen. The crowd is not going to let them get down or stew if things go south. It's not going to. I think this team's going to roll on Sunday.
And on top of that, Seattle knocked the Lions out of the playoffs earlier in the day.
Exactly, yeah.
And so it was like almost 3 victories against us.
We have reason to hate these effing guys.
And they're like, oh, thanks. Should we send a gift basket? No, F off, man.
Send gifts over here. Like we want your freaking coffee? Hey, keep the salmon, jackass. We're good.
Is it salmon? Is that what they throw?
Yeah, whatever the hell they throw there. I don't care. We eat whitefish up in this town.
That's right. Fresh water.
Go away. And your rain.
Keep your partly cloudy every day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Grunge.
Way to kill rock and roll.
Yeah.
Jerks.
Oh, I'm depressed. Listen to
I
my
would be
music.
too if I were stuck in that weather. No, it's actually a beautiful place.
It really is.
Actually,
Nice.
I'm a big Nirvana fan, actually.
Guys, full disclosure, Grunge is in there.
Salmon's really good.
I enjoy black coffee.
I mean, omega-3s,
Everything. It's probably one of the more plush places in the United States with all the rain.
Right,
Everything's green.
My favorite band, Queensryche, is from Seattle.
Doug loves fish.
Right.
Pretty cool stadium.
We already mentioned King mentioned Jack Sikma earlier. So,
But we don't want your charity.
No!
That's right.
For a beautiful city that we actually kind of like.
Your mermaid logo. Get out of here.
Do you know that Starbucks started in Seattle? Yeah, everybody knows.
Puget Sound. By the way,
It's not even in my top 5 sounds.
Not even.
No.
Not even. Wasn't it last year, same time, Michigan State played at Washington?
Yeah.
And Seattle played here in Detroit.
Yeah, we had some ridiculous. I think Michigan State. This was really weird.
It was a weird
like
stat list,
back-to-back
right?
weeks.
Yeah.
Michigan State played at Washington. Seattle played at Detroit. The following week, Michigan State played Minnesota. The Lions played the Vikings. I don't know if it's significant in any way or if it's ever been done. I'm not even sure what that is. But the Lions and Michigan State were like inverted for 2 weeks.
And it's at least with Seattle and Washington, same schedule this year. I mean, the same teams this year, right? In the same weekend.
All right.
Both teams rated an upset. Well, one team's an upset. The other one's heavy favorite.
We'll get to your phone calls and feedback straight ahead. Next hour, we'll get to the Trophy Game Live animal mascot targeting college football thingy. 97.1 The Ticket.
That about sums it up if you're a Jet fan. Good God. We're going to make this localized because I'm not coming on the air and going to ask you to feel bad for Jet fans. Nobody feels bad for Jet fans. Jet fans are the scourge of the earth. But I thought about the Jets and the Lions are kind of tied at the hip this year. They are. They're attached at the hip. The two most hyped teams in all of football. The Jets for the acquisition of Aaron Rodgers. Could he finally lift the curse? Could he finally deliver him to the promised land? And then the Leos. Number one team bet to make the Super Bowl. Number one team to have Coach of the Year. The hype team, the it team. Hard knock siblings, Jets and Lions. And I thought about our opening night. March into Arrowhead, winning a thriller, gritty, gutty, ecstasy, the whole bit. And then you watch last night. There were more tickets for that game last night than when the Super Bowl was at MetLife Stadium.
Seriously?
Seriously. Jet fans were ready to roll. This was their time, their year, their opener against a divisional rival and Super Bowl team in the Bills. And their year lasted 4 plays. 4. Aaron Rodgers, dead. Achilles, dead. Zach Wilson, confused look on face, dead. No matter win or lose last night, their season is over.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. Dan Campbell says the Lions are making sure to move on from their enormous win in Kansas City, making sure his players know that they're going to get Seattle's best shot, a team that's beat them in each of the past couple of years. A coach on with Stoney and Jansen this morning right here on 97.1. His focus is going to be stopping the run, which he believes is going to be a major part of Pete Carroll's game plan. The players have a day off today before going through their final prep tomorrow and Friday. Also, the Lions taking one of the biggest jumps in the Vegas odds after their Week 1 win, along with the Dolphins and the Browns. Detroit went from 25-1 to 16-1 to win it all per bet online. The Niners, Eagles, and Chiefs are all at the top of most sports books. And Casey Mize taking another step in his Tigers rehab, set to have a bullpen session today after being shut down due to a sore arm in the rehab process. The Tigers themselves get another shot at Cincinnati tonight at home. Eduardo Rodriguez will start. Game time at 6:40 with Dan Dickerson's call set right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Riley Green, by the way, out of town, getting a second opinion on his injured elbow. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
He wants to defy you.
No, I don't. He can do whatever he wants. Look, there's a lot. It's honestly the thing you try hardest to get correct.
Name pronunciation? Yeah. 100%.
And I got to tell you, there was one last week in the middle of the UNLV defense. Never had to call his name. This is part of I wasn't going to use this for empty the bucket, but
is it time? Are we bucket?
No, we aren't going to bucket. No, we're not going to bucket yet.
I wasn't ready.
Yeah, I want you to look at the middle linebacker number 53 on that depth chart, and you tell me how to say that name.
Okay. His first name is Blessing.
How's it spelled?
Blessyng.
Yeah. Okay.
Alaulu is the first part before the hyphen.
Oh, there's a hyphen?
There's a hyphen.
If there's a hyphen, there's a problem.
Blessing Alaulu Tuilamotu.
Tuilamotu. You did very well. Blessing. I'll look at it again. I have it written phonetically on my big chart that I take for the games. But yes, Blessing Alaulu Tuilamotu. He never
That's
came up.
Didn't you have to do last year was Hawaii on the schedule?
Yeah, and it was Atalamala. It was Atalamala was like the last. It was like the last 7.
You got lucky because like they didn't empty the bench as much as, or at least you didn't have to make too many calls, like what could have been.
Oh, it could have been a nightmare.
It could have been an absolute nightmare.
Honest to God, you never want to play Hawaii, BYU,
Utah.
These Utah. I mean, it just the schools that really recruit the
Polynesians,
the Samoans. You just good. Here comes San Diego State, right? You just
is that apostrophe supposed to go there?
Yeah.
Is that another vowel?
Mm-hmm.
Tough.
There's one this week for Bowling Green that I had to go over a lot, and one of the ones that we learned this year, everybody learned, is that Mikey Sandristal is Mike is how it's spelled, and that is pronounced Mikey.
But it's a long E.
Apparently.
Does he draw the line over the E?
The good thing is I just always kind of liked calling him Mikey.
That needs a hyphen.
It needs something.
Mike E.
Yeah, exactly.
Sandristal.
Like Mike D. Yep. Need to know.
Anyway, 248-539-9797. Got an interesting chart. I want to know what you think of said chart, Gator. I got a chart.
You got a chart?
I got a chart.
I like charts.
Yeah. We'll get to that coming up in a minute. Let's go to Don here on 97.1. Hi, Don.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
So you say you'd love to see, everybody would love to see the offense explode in week 2, but I feel like what I would like to see from the Lions in week 2, of course, a win, but what I would like to see is, and kind of saw a little bit of that in Kansas City, where have you ever watched a video of a kimono dragon eating?
Yeah.
I've not.
I have.
So the kimono dragon bites, right? And then eventually the prey slowly starts to feel the effects of the bite. And then eventually the kimono dragon comes over and slowly devours the prey, right? What I see is the Lions having a very methodical look to them, where Seattle will just be incredibly frustrated because there's really nothing that they could do. The Lions are going to impose their will, but it's going to be a very slow process. None of these chunk plays. It's just going to be from start to finish. It's going to be very frustrating for the opponent.
So, Don, are you saying you think you could see the Lions, in a way, kind of taking a kneecap here, and then maybe taking a hunk out over there, and then maybe another kneecap?
Very slow.
Yeah, and next thing you know, you're in the second half, and how are you supposed to run without legs? That type of thing.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. Yes, because I think the offensive line with another week is going to be just that much better. And I don't think, because Jameson Williams isn't available yet, that we won't see, like you said, even the availability of going over the top. It's going to be slow, Devin Montgomery, slowly, and eventually it's just going to wear them down. It's going to be a bit of a boring game, but I feel like it's going to be a very satisfying game for fans.
In the end, Seattle will be paralyzed and done. And just like the Komodo, if I'm not mistaken, the Komodo dragon has a ridiculous amount of bacteria in its mouth. So when they bite, it's like infection is definitely going to happen.
Really?
Yeah. So maybe that's part of it too. That it's just, that wound. Look out.
Yeah.
It's gangrenous.
I'm actually disappointed I didn't come up with this analogy that he
the Komodo dragon?
Yeah.
Sure. From Borneo? Yeah.
So I'm sitting here on Twitch, and I'm looking at the streaming chat.
Basically. The
streaming chat, there's no action. That guy calls, and all of a sudden, people start posting like crazy. P-Tray100 says, blue herons do the same thing with catfish. Stab them to death so that the dorsal fin can't stab them in the throat.
Can't stand blue herons.
No?
Well, they take the fish out of my pond.
Settle Down Beavis posts I'm totally on board with Komodo dragoning our opponents.
Yeah, I like it.
Dan Cambaugh posts, close your eyes and think of a Komodo dragon. How does this affect Arizona? Remember that call?
I do remember that call. So that's through Twitch?
Yes.
Where else can you see the show?
Twitch is one way to stream video. Also YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search up 971 The Ticket. And there we are. Ways to take in the show visually and participate in the streaming chat. Also, you can stream the show at the Odyssey app, Gator, AUDACY. Download it for your mobile device today and through our website, 971theticket.com. More and more people are doing that. So
let's go to the Odyssey app. You have the rewind feature. So if you wanted to go back and listen to us talk about Seattle,
yes,
you can go ahead and do that.
You mean the city? Like
yes.
The actual city? Yeah.
Maybe might even podcast that. Who knows? We'll see.
All right. So there are 1,000 simulations done by at Summer Sports of the NFL season. 1,000 entire season simulations. What percent of those simulations do you think the Lions win the Super Bowl? This is my chart I mentioned.
Okay. Out of those simulations,
1,000 simulations.
Out of 1,000, I will say 14.
Okay. Do you expect anybody to be ahead of Detroit?
Well, I expect a bunch of teams to be ahead of Detroit. I mean, in terms of
percent chance.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Okay.
I would think that Kansas City has a better chance. Philadelphia, San Francisco, Dallas. Even though Buffalo lost, maybe Buffalo.
You might want to rethink the 14 thing, because if you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams in front of them, the percent makes up 100%. So 14 would be hard to have.
It would be 1.4%. I understand.
14%?
I said 1.4% is what it would be.
I thought you said 14%.
No, I said 14 total.
times.
14 out of 100, out of 1,000.
I was
yes.
like, the math isn't going to add up here, Gator. All right.
No, that's
so you
why
got it at 1.4%.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, you asked me how many times out of 1,000.
That's true. I think I asked you both. So
I think I did. I actually did math.
Yes, you did. I thought you said 14%. I'm like, oh boy.
I want the credit.
I'm giving you credit right now.
For the math.
I misheard you. Okay, so you think Kansas City, Philly, San Francisco, Dallas, and maybe Buffalo ahead of Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
Here's who is ahead of Detroit. At 18.5%, the Kansas City Chiefs. At 15.9%, the San Francisco 49ers. At 15.1%, the Philadelphia Eagles. 9.1% chance to win the Super Bowl, the Dallas Cowboys. 8.4% chance to win the Super Bowl, the Buffalo Bills.
Oh.
There's your 5.
Not so bad.
4.8% chance to win the Super Bowl, Cincinnati. 3.4% chance to win the Super Bowl, Jacksonville.
Oh.
And Baltimore, tied.
I don't buy that.
2.9% chance, Green Bay.
Oh, come on.
2.5% chance, tied with Cleveland, Detroit.
They have Green Bay ahead of Detroit?
That's why I brought up the chart. I'm telling you, the whole world loves love.
No, the whole world loves Green Bay.
I think they love
They love the story.
I think they love love.
They love
I think
Lamb.
the love might be trumping the Lions' love. Might be. The whole world loves love.
Well, let me just see one thing here.
Okay.
Do
you want to do it during the commercial break?
No, damn it. I was seeing the schedule, who Green Bay plays. They play on the road at Atlanta, and Atlanta just won.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it was convincing or not, but it was a nice win for them. But Green Bay going on the road, we'll see.
Yep. This has no impact on reality, of course, and it's faux outrage if I seem upset about it, because it really doesn't matter. I just find it interesting that this 1,000 simulations of the season, they have Green Bay winning more often than Detroit, the Super Bowl. So 248-539-9797. Talk some college football at 11:30. Hey, hold on to your glasses, because got some new exciting news in the world of vodka. Stoli Vodka, the iconic brand known for its exceptional quality and rich heritage, has just unveiled a stunning new bottle design that's sure to turn heads at your next gathering. The new Stoli Vodka bottle is a true work of art. Its sleek and modern silhouette reflects the brand's commitment to innovation and premium craftsmanship. But it's not just for the looks. What's inside? That's what counts. Grab a bottle today. Experience the spirit that's captivated the world for generations. Stoli Vodka. It's the taste of excellence. Cheers.
Public service announcement. Mel Tucker might be the dumbest human being to ever walk the face of the earth. He's a character out of Idiocracy. When you read the story out of USA Today, to say there was a lack of judgment would say there was a degree of judgment at all. The pure idiocy of Mel Tucker.
Yeah, and 20 billion women in the world.
Yeah. It just, again, and I don't want to go over every granular detail. You heard it in the mornings, you heard it in the middays. The bottom line is this. We are so far past even having to battle anyone defending him. There is no defense. His defense of consensual doesn't even play because he violated the morality clause in his contract.
Right.
It is so reassuring. Once I found out that MSU had done everything right by the letter of the law, I then was able to move towards where I'm at today, which I got to be honest, I don't know if people will understand this. I don't know if they will care. Rico, I don't know if you will. I just feel relieved because I am a big believer when people show you who they really are, instead of getting angry, say thank you.
I'm a big Harlan Barnett guy. I'm full disclosure here. I worked with Harlan 25 years ago.
Seattle game 2 coming up this week, and we'll talk some college football. Shift gears a little bit at 11:30. Some Michigan State stuff as well.
Knew Nick Saban pretty well.
We're going to do the
and had an opportunity
trophy game live animal mascot targeting thing at 11:30. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Joe. You're on 97.1. Hi, Joe.
I'm going to text you the address, but that's.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, how you doing?
We're good. All right, Joe. We're good. What do you got going on there?
I'm sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
We're just curious what's going on. You delivering something? You got to go somewhere?
I'm an electrician, so I was talking to a customer about some material. I'm sorry about that, guys.
That's all right. It's all good.
All right. Yeah, I just wanted to say that they won't have that much love after this weekend. they play Chicago Bears, so they garbage. So once Love play a better team, once he plays a better team, and everyone will be back on the Lions bandwagon if they take care of business against Seattle this weekend.
Well, I'm not sure how good the Atlanta Falcons are, but that's who the Packers have next. And I suspect that because the game's on the road, hey, Atlanta's 1-0. They're feeling pretty good about themselves. Maybe it's going to be a tougher road for Jordan Love. I think maybe got a little lucky with a couple of the passes that went a long ways because he threw screen passes, and Dylan made, or I should say, Jones made the rest happen.
Yeah. So Love, he's going to have some problems this week. Trust me. Everything was laid out for him last week. And he did look pretty good, but, it won't be that easy this week. So everybody will be back on the Lions bandwagon, and the rest of the country won't have that love for Love after this game.
Joe, out of curiosity, as an electrician, what is the one call that you hate to make? Like, you get called in to do some job at somebody's house, and you're like, oh, man, I hate doing blank.
I hate when someone calls me for an emergency call, and it's just a plug that blew out because they had a space heater or something in it, and I have to go because I know they probably heated up the wires too much where it's dangerous, and it's probably going to catch fire if I don't go separate the wires and restrip them and cut them down to where they're not frayed or scored and hot. So you will feel bad if you don't go to that service call, no matter how far it is.
That's interesting.
Imagine it's also probably rewarding for you that you just saved a potential calamity.
Yeah, those space heaters on circuits are one of the number one causes of fire. People don't know. They just try to, if they don't have heating throughout their property, well, they put space heaters all around the house, and that's pretty much how fires start because of too much amperage for that circuit.
Wow.
There it is.
And the wire heats up very easy.
Too much amperage.
Listen to Joe. Get ready for the winter.
Joe, thanks.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that Joe brought up very well could be true. The Bears might still suck defensively. Last year, they were bottom 5 in yards allowed. They were the worst team in the league in points allowed. And Jordan Love, they made a bunch of changes. Everybody got hyped about the Bears. Not everybody, but a lot of people got hyped about the Bears' massive improvement. I think in Vegas, I wonder if I still have that. They had the highest projected win total over a year ago, which kind of makes sense. They only won 3 games, and I think their over-under was 7.5, which made them – nobody had a bigger projected jump in terms of wins. They were still expected to be below 500. And then they come out and they get shredded by Green Bay. And is it possible that they still are every bit that 3-win team they were a year ago? Is it possible that they have a guy that just seems to be the guy, but deep down he's still just an Ohio State quarterback?
Oh, boy.
Oh, shots fired.
I know. I was just going to finish it off with
we're not even in college football questions
I mean, really. I mean, the one thing I took away from Joe's call was be wary of the amperage to don't overload the circuit.
I took away that the Bears may still stink.
Because
their defense may stink. And their offense.
Get there, you'll get there. You just said it.
Lead them on the road. One in front of the other.
Yep.
I mean, he's still maybe just an Ohio State quarterback in the NFL.
Oh, there it is.
You never bought that theory,
though. I don't buy that theory. I'm just messing
about
around.
The school thing,
I don't buy it at all.
You just felt like taking a shot.
Yes. Yep. But I mean, sometimes offenses in college don't translate to the NFL. And there have been Ohio State guys that I thought would be very successful, and this one still seems very promising. But they lost by 18 points to Green Bay at home, and that's got to be a bit of a wake-up call. I mean, did you expect that?
No, I didn't expect that. Definitely didn't expect that. I don't think the Bears are that bad of a team, but I think they have to figure out a way that you can protect Justin Fields so that he can throw the ball, because he can throw. He does have arm talent, but if that offensive line doesn't give anybody protection to throw, then it doesn't matter if you're Aaron Rodgers. See what he did there? It's not going to work.
248-539-9797. Well done. Dan is next. Hi, Dan.
Hey, Doug. What's going on?
How you doing, Dan?
Good. Hey, I don't know if either of you guys have Nice to talk to you, Gator.
Thank you.
Have either of you seen the Kelsey documentary on Amazon or caught bits of it? The trailer was compelling, so it made me tune into it. I don't know if either of you have seen it. It's really Jason Kelsey's story of last year. Have either of you guys seen it?
I have not seen it, no.
I would say it's very good. I've watched it. I think it's good. I think people will find it compelling, interesting.
I think Doug's going to watch it during commercial breaks.
Maybe I will, yeah.
So the thing that's very interesting to me is I feel like, Jason Kelsey is 35. He kind of starts off saying he's had seven surgeries, and it took him 8 seasons to get to an NFC championship game. And he's telling some of the young Eagles players, he's like, you guys are lucky. It was a half my career to get here, basically.
Yeah.
And I wonder, how does the Lions offensive line, as good as they are, they're aging. Some of them are. How does that compare to what we see with Frank Ragnow, with Taylor Decker? How many seasons does Frank Ragnow have left? What does he look like 2 years from now? Or is this maybe his best opportunity to win? And I would like your guys' thoughts on that. And
yeah,
it certainly seems that way.
So the Ragnow thing, and I mean, Taylor Decker got hurt in the opener. These guys aren't decrepit. They're both under 30. But do I feel like there is, is that a gathering storm? Like I'm looking at the weather pattern. is that a gathering storm with Ragnow's toe and with
Decker's ankle?
Yeah, Decker's ankle. Should we be worried? There's no reason to believe it's any more than it is that Ragnow's going to need some maintenance during the year. And Dan Campbell said this morning that Taylor Decker's getting better and better every day. But I can't shake the feeling that this is something that might be an issue as the year and the years progress.
Well, I've always been amazed, Dan, that the offensive linemen have such longevity in the league that they can play well into their 30s because it's the nature of the position. It's a constant collision, and these aren't small guys. You're not meant to walk around with 325 pounds for in your 20s and 30s. You're not supposed to do that, and these guys do that, and they play for a long time. And just looking at the age of these guys, I don't think, and for knocking on wood here, hopefully turf toe isn't something that Frank Ragnow has to retire from at an early age, but it cost Jack Lambert his career. He retired from turf toe. Frank Ragnow's 27. Jonah Jackson's 26. Decker is 29. Vaitai is 30. And then you've got Penei Sewell, he's only 22 years old.
Right.
It's Penei Sewell. But
they're not old.
No, they're not old. But I hear what you're saying. It's just, you can't look a gift horse in the mouth. I mean, you have to just sit there and say, you got to work hard to get to where you want to be. And I like that this group is kind of working at it together, and they've had a chance to do this for now their 3rd season, and that they're doing it with the regime that came in when Sewell came in.
Football's a game of attrition, and especially with the offensive line, you don't. I want to say you don't expect injury, but you kind of do, right? I mean, you know these guys are going to get banged up throughout the year. The hope is it's not something long-term and serious, because this offensive line, there's pretty much no way they're going to play they're going to start every single game this year, right? I mean, that'd be pretty shocking.
Yeah, right. I agree.
So if a guy misses a week or two, I mean, that's what you're kind of hoping for. And Glasgow and whoever's behind these guys can fill in for the small time they have to, but like I said, game of attrition. It's going to happen.
Let me throw a scenario at you. There's a guy right now not on the Lions roster who's probably like a free agent that's going to be relied on this year. True or false?
Normally I would say true, but I think that they've got so much depth on the roster, let alone the practice squad, that I'm leaning towards the not true. But I understand the question.
That, but in my mind, I still expect at some point we're going to be watching a game and there's going to be a play and we're going to go, who? Because we do that every single year.
Your question was true or false? Yeah. Someone not on the roster is going to be relied on by the Lions this year.
That we haven't heard of.
True.
Yeah.
Might be the kicker.
Who's Mike Evans?
Might be the kicker.
248-539-9797. We swing around the country.
Adams?
College football talk next. 97.1.
be part of the broadcast team as our sideline reporter for a couple seasons. And then when Saban went on to LSU, I believe Harlan went there as a grad assistant and started his coaching career, and eventually came back to Michigan State, went to Florida State as a defensive coordinator, and came back to Michigan State when Mel Tucker came here and wanted to bring him back. I love this opportunity for him. I don't know if he's suited to be a head coach or not, but he's going to get the opportunity. The players love him. Players love him. Families love him. He's a family guy, and his faith is very important to him, and he lets that be known as well. And I think it's a very safe hire from within at this point. I mean, you got to appoint somebody as the interim head coach. Harlan Barnett makes a ton of sense. I mean, I don't know if you're going to want it turned over to one of the coordinators. I have no issue at all with it being Harlan. In fact, I'm very happy for him.
On that punt return, there was a blatant leg trip right in front of the referee, right in front of the
ball carrier,
in front of Gibson.
Yeah,
and they blew it. They missed it. That should now look. They would have only been. Chances are they would have ended up either scoring or kicking a field goal anyway because it took place about the 50.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. We'll get back to your phone calls and feedback coming up next hour. Hear the best of what Dan Campbell told the morning show. Some interesting stuff about getting ready for this one. Some of his thinkings behind some of the calls he made on the field. Fake punt, taking it on fourth and backing up Kansas City, taking that penalty when it was 4th and 1. Hear what he had to say next hour here on 97.1 The Ticket. Swing out on the country, college football. Gator won the toss. He deferred. So I will receive. Question 1.
Here we go. Coach Deion Sanders does it again. Him and his Colorado Buffaloes. Can they keep this up? Will Colorado be a factor in the Pac-12 race?
Yes, they will be a factor in the Pac-12 race, which has turned into the most interesting conference in the country in its final year. But part of the question is, can they keep this up? And Through 2 games at 2-0, how about Travis Hunter? 274 snaps. 274 snaps at corner and wide receiver. Now, I'm not going to say this isn't going to work, but I am going to say nobody's tried this before. There's a little bit of Shohei Ohtani here, like we've not seen this, and Shohei ended up hurt. Now, it's different. That's over a longer period of time. Can Travis Hunter keep this up? Because he's critical to both sides of the ball and their success. I wonder if Deion has to gear him back a little bit, because that's a huge snap count. We've never seen anything like that. I'm not saying it's doomed. I'm just saying this is kind of uncharted territory.
Yeah, I would think that he is going to pull back in the reins a little bit, but it depends on the game. Like this week they play Colorado State. They're not a very good football team, so he can pull back the reins. He doesn't have to play as much. But the problem with it that faces Colorado is that this is the year that the Pac-12 is actually not just good, but they're pretty great. Yep. They've got a bunch of really tough teams. I respect that they beat TCU to start the season, but it's clear that TCU is nowhere near what they were a year ago. They struggled with Nebraska in the first half and then pulled away and win by 22 points. That was nice. But when you've got games at Oregon, and then you got back-to-back weeks with Oregon, and then you come home against USC, and then later in the season you're at UCLA, and then home against Oregon State, then you finish the year at Washington State and at Utah, I think they're going to be a factor in the Pac-12 in that they may upset a team or two along the way that'll screw up those teams' chances. But as far as is Colorado a real contender in the Pac-12, I don't think they are. I don't think they have enough horses to win 10 or 11 games. I love the story, and I think it is successful what he's doing there because he had to do it. You come in fresh. This is going to be the new model of coaches that come into new programs is they're going to hit the portal really, really hard, but I don't know if they're going to have the charisma to snag the top players like Deion does.
I agree with you, Gator. I think they're going to play a factor as in the fact that they are going to upset some teams and play spoiler. But as far as winning the Pac-12, I don't think they're there yet. What he is doing, Deion Sanders and this team and Hunter and Sanders, the quarterback, his son, it's been truly amazing. And it's been absolutely so much fun to watch. The entire country's watching. They're getting ratings through the roof. But yeah, can they keep it up? Yes. But will they be a factor? Yes, but not as far as winning the division. Or conference, sorry. What team is the biggest disappointment so far just after 2 weeks, Gator?
I think it's Clemson. They lost 3 games last year. The year before, they lost 3 games. The year before that, they lost 2. And they start this season by losing at Duke. Dabo's got to adapt or he's just not going to get back to greatness. And I think when you look at a Clemson team and you're playing in the ACC and the schedule doesn't look like it's all that daunting typically, that was a big knock against Clemson. Well, they don't play anybody. Well, some teams are starting to wake up, and I don't know if Clemson's done enough to catch up. They got Florida State still. Miami had a nice game the other day, and Notre Dame and North Carolina are still on their schedule.
I'm going Texas A&M.
Yeah?
They got run by Miami last weekend. Texas A&M won 5 games last year. When NIL became a thing, Texas A&M went to the front of the class with the 12th man fund, and according to 24/7, they have 52 4 and 5 stars.
That's unbelievable.
Which is in the top 4 in college football. And they really got run off the field by Miami. Jimbo's at the beginning of a massive contract. The buyout's ridiculous. I think Texas A&M is the most disappointing team in college football.
This is a personal answer for me just because I thought Matt Rule would kind of get things going a little bit in Nebraska. And so for me, it's Nebraska. I mean, there's no shame in losing to Colorado, especially down, how talented, how tough they can be. But the loss to Minnesota was just same old Nebraska. And losing to Colorado, like I said, no shame necessarily.
But it was same old Nebraska in the first half of that game.
And Colorado did win 1 game last year. If you're in the Big Ten, I mean, I just expected a little bit more from at least a different Nebraska, but they're losing like the same way, and it doesn't matter who's coaching there or who's even playing.
It's a little bit funny.
All right, Iowa offensive coordinator Brian Ferentz has a clause in his contract. Iowa needs to average 25 points per game to keep his job. After 2 games, Iowa has scored 44 points. They're 6 points behind schedule. Will he make it?
Will he make it? So his dad, Kirk's the head coach, right? I mean, this whole thing is really weird. He's got to get to 300. It's the race to 300 points. What if late in the year they score a touchdown to get to 298? And like, do we kick the extra point or do we have to go for 2 here to keep Son the job?
Dad?
Yeah. Iowa's got Western Michigan this weekend, who gave up 48 to Syracuse last week. Brian Ferentz, if you don't get back on track this weekend, this is going to be close. Like, this is going to be close. I got a touchdown from the defense, by the way. Those count for him.
Yeah.
So,
well, I was going to ask that, Doug.
Yeah, they count. They count. It's about the team averaging 25 a game. This is one of the most fascinating sub-stories to the college season.
I don't think they're going to get there. You look at the schedule. They played a non-conference schedule against Utah State and Iowa State, and they scored 44 combined. Yep. Not good. Like you just mentioned, they got Western this weekend, which should help them out in putting some points up there. But then it's the Big Ten schedule. It's just not going to – the Big Ten plays tough defense, and they slow things down. It's not like everything's up-tempo where you're going to get more possessions. Even though they're not playing Ohio State and Michigan this year, it's still tough for them. I don't see it happening. They don't have enough offense.
No, they ain't going to make it. And if he's counting on defense to help him score points, he's in real big trouble.
Yeah.
It ain't happening, boys. Is Alabama's run of the SEC, their dominance, is it over?
I don't think it is. I think Nick Saban knows how to play the game with NIL, knows how to play the recruiting game. And look, this is a year where it's the first time in a while that you can say Alabama didn't reload, right? They had a quarterback in Milroe who played a little bit last year, got his feet wet, but he's a project, and it's going to take some time. And it doesn't look like they have all the studs at all the position groups like they've had in the years past where it was reloading. But I think it's just a one-year hiccup for them. These guys get the experience. They'll load up in the portal because they're Alabama, and now they actually have positions where they can, let's get the best guy here and bring him here. Plus, I think Georgia's due for some comeuppance. Lots of smoke there that could turn into into a blaze and kind of burn it down a little bit. I don't like what Georgia's done off the field, and I think they're going to get nailed for it at some point. So, yeah, I wouldn't count Alabama out. It's just that's going to be a down year for them.
I don't either. They have a quarterback issue. And they tried to get guys out of the portal. They ended up getting Tyler Buckner from Notre Dame, who I didn't think was particularly good. And they swung and missed at a couple others. But as long as Saban's there, the only way their dominance is over is if truly Saban is near the end, which he might be. He might be, but I don't think it's over.
I agree, Doug. I think Alabama's the only team I pencil in the SEC. I think you're going to have your Georgias and other schools come up and come down for 3-4 year, to compete to compete with Alabama. But as long as Saban's there, I have total confidence that Alabama will get it back quickly if they ever lose it. All right, speaking of the SEC, if Georgia loses a game, could the SEC be left out of the playoff?
They might. Georgia's schedule, is non-conference schedule, is weak, and they probably can't rely on the SEC providing their typical strength of schedule reward. The SEC has played 9 Power 5 versus Power 5 games. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
They're 3-6.
Oh.
And they've lost all the marquee games. A&M lost to Miami. LSU lost to Florida State. Florida lost to Utah. South Carolina lost to North Carolina.
Alabama lost to Texas.
Alabama lost to Texas. Wake beat Vandy.
Oh.
Then you've got their wins. Well, that's a loss. That's one of their losses. Mississippi State beat Arizona. Auburn beat Cal. And Tennessee beat Virginia. It's weird, but it looks like the SEC is a down year, and Georgia better run the table.
Well, I think it's a juicy idea, and I love the question, and I'm here for it, but no. I have a hard time thinking that they're going to be out with just one loss, even if it's in the SEC championship game. I think being the 2-time defending national champions, if you have a loss, you're still going to the playoff.
Yeah, I don't think SEC will ever get shut out of this thing. I feel like they're going to be represented by at least one, if not more. But this year, yeah, I could see, of course, you could see a scenario where it doesn't happen, but I don't think so. Our last one, 2 blue blood programs have sent early season messages, Texas and Florida State. Which one is more likely to make the playoff?
Well, I'm going to have to stick with the horse that I brought to the dance. Is that I'm mixing metaphors there, and I love it. And
win in Rome.
It's Texas. I said before the season began that they were my team. The Sarkisian was the coach of the year. I have Texas getting to the playoff, and You look at their schedule. Okay, they just knocked off Alabama in Tuscaloosa. That doesn't happen, and that just happened, and they won handily, by the way. You look at the rest of their schedule. They're home against Oklahoma. They're home against Kansas State. Those are the only 2 ranked teams they have the rest of the way. I think they have a great chance to run the table.
I think a Kansas game could be tricky, tough for them. But I also think Florida State has a couple tricky, tough games with Duke and Wake. I mean, Clemson might not be what they were. I like Texas better than Florida State. And seriously, bravo. That was a bold-ass prediction. You had Texas to the college football playoff and Sark Coach of the Year, which right now both are trending. Long way to go, but it's a good early call by you.
I got Texas, and it's because of their quarterback, Quinn Ewers, former Ohio State quarterback, Doug.
Yeah.
He's really, really good, man, and I think they could ride his once mullet to the playoff. He cut it off, though.
He did.
Maybe he's better for it.
All right, that concludes our college football questions for this week. Let's talk Michigan and Michigan State. We will do that straight ahead here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, if you want somewhere to just really enjoy yourself and try something new, how about Five Iron Golf? It's in downtown Detroit right now. It is spectacular. What they have there at Five Iron Golf is 13 different TrackMan simulators. This way you get to play up to 200 different courses they have, including Pebble Beach. Lots of courses from the state of Michigan. Plus, it's not just about golf at Five Iron Golf in downtown Detroit. They've got so much there going on. There's a full bar and restaurant. They've got certified instructors. They've got different types of interactive games that the whole family can have some great times there. Or maybe you want to spice up your next date night. You can do that too. It's the nation's leading indoor golf and entertainment experience, and now it's open in downtown Detroit. I've been there a couple times. It's fantastic. Visit 5irongolf.com and get 50% off your first booking when you mention me, Gator, at checkout. That's 5irongolf.com.
On that punt return, there was a blatant leg trip right in front of the referee, right in front of the
ball carrier,
in front of Gibson.
Yeah,
and they blew it. They missed it. That should now look. They would have only been. Chances are they would have ended up either scoring or kicking a field goal anyway because it took place about the 20-yard line approximately. If I'm not,
somewhere in there. So
Yes.
maybe they got to get one first down,
Yes.
or maybe they don't even need a first down. Who knows?
Mhm.
But yeah, they would have been forced to go through the process.
Yeah.
It was amazing to me that it was missed because of the proximity to where the ball was.
Yes. And also on that play, former Lion punter Sam Martin, very, very lame effort to try to make the tackle. I mean, your buddy Hank Winchester has to be very disappointed in you, Sam. That was really, really lame.
Yeah, it was. You could hear him go, eh. Two-hand touch does not count as being down. So the thing that you got to know, and every punter, every kicker is taught, use the sideline as an extra defender.
Mm-hmm.
He overplayed it and got beat by a better athlete going back inside, and that's when you hear the
John Jansen with his Sam Martin imitation.
Yes.
Last night, Aaron Rodgers, it was New York, a lot of celebrities there.
Yep.
I'm watching this clip of Aaron Rodgers before the game, and he's dapping it up with Justin Timberlake.
Okay.
Obviously, Rodgers, full uniform. He's got the helmet on and everything. Like, this is like, I don't know, half an hour before game. I don't know.
We have confirmed that the game will go on in East Lansing this weekend. And this was looked at as a game that might be the first indication of Michigan State had a chance to surprise some people this year. That Washington with Michael Penix and that incredible offense comes to town. Harlan Barnett will be there as the acting head coach. And Michigan State is taking care of business in the first two games against teams that they should take care of business. Now a big challenge. Gator, what is your read on this game?
Well, it's a massive challenge just because it's Washington. This is a very good football team. You add to that the situation with Mel Tucker. I think as this week is going on, the Mel Tucker situation is going to be downplayed more and more because Harlan Barnett's voice is going to be heard. And I don't know
You're talking about the players and in the building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that Harlan does bring a calming influence on things. He doesn't get too high or too low. And bringing in Mark D'Antonio to be an associate coach with that is also going to be kind of a calming influence because that's the type of coach that he was. And knowing that he was there and recruited a bunch of those players as well and still has a good rapport and has been around the team for the last year, it's not an ideal situation. And by no means is this a better situation than if Mel Tucker were the coach. But they're going to have to make out of it what they will. The coordinators don't change what they're going to do. So can they get some offense going? To me, it's about Nathaniel Carter. If they can get the running game going against Washington, they can keep Washington's high-powered offense off the field, maybe get some methodical drives in there. I like what Noah Kim has done through 2 weeks. Again, it's not been against great competition, taking on Central and Richmond, but he's done what he's had to do. He got up to a shaky start against Central and then finished really, really strong. And I think missed, 3 passes last week, 3 or 4 passes last week against Richmond, and he's been throwing the ball downfield. He's got a good live arm, a good strong arm, not afraid to take off and go. But to me, what has Michigan State's defense done? They've done a pretty good job. Again, the teams they're playing against don't present much of a challenge, so it's really kind of hard to look at it. But they do have some depth in that front seven, and it took a little hit because Jacoby Windman looks like he's out for at least this game and could be for a while. Reports are it could be a pec issue, maybe a torn pectoral muscle. We don't know for sure, and they're not going to tell you. They just say he's day to day. But with him out, that's going to sting. But they may get Darius Snow back, if not this week, maybe next week. That would give the team a lift. In the meantime, if Windman's out, true freshman has a chance to play. Is it Reed? It's Jordan Reed, I believe, has a chance to play.
Jordan Hall.
Jordan Hall, thank you. Jordan Hall, number 5 out there, and he's a very highly recruited player. He's played a lot in the first couple games anyway, and he's got a ton of athleticism. Can go sideline to sideline. He's got great size too. A lot on his shoulders if he gets the chance to go out there because Penix just makes great decisions. He's completed over 73% of his passes in 2 games this year. He's got a ton of yards, 8 touchdowns, and just 1 interception. He's only been sacked once in the first 2 games. But for both teams, this is the best opponent they'll play to this point.
Yeah. Has Windman been officially ruled out?
I don't think they officially rule anybody out until now. They have to with a few hours before game time. But yeah, but I would not expect them to play.
Yeah, Washington's really, really good, and it's really a huge test for the Michigan State defense. If you can, establish Carter, and if you can win special teams, like that's one of those ones that I think the variance from team to team, no matter how good or bad you are, might be less. So it really is a massive part of the game. It might take a block punt. It might take a kick return for a touchdown. It might take forcing a fumble on a kick return, because big plays in special teams are massive plays and catastrophic plays for the team that gives it up. So, it's almost like I think if you look at a lot of big upsets they come along with a huge play on special teams. And so, the Carter thing, I think you're right, is okay. That might be the best weapon at this point. And let's try and ride that horse and win on special teams. And then limit Penix's damage. I mean, is this an inside and in front and make him go 80 yards every time and kind of game plan?
I mean, maybe. I think Michigan State's secondary through 2 weeks has looked good, but again, it's against Central and Richmond. You can't really judge it. I expect them to be better than what we saw last year, but this is a totally different animal with Michael Penix at quarterback. He's so good, and they've seen him a couple times now, and they know what he's capable of. But can you stop it? I mean, good luck stopping it. This guy's one of the top quarterbacks in the country, if not the top quarterback in the country.
And then the other question, I think this is probably going to be overplayed by fans, but it's not 100% insignificant, is whether or not Mark D'Antonio can make any difference. I don't know that in a week he really can. Probably some subtle things here and there.
Well, I think he's not there to make play calls or anything like that. I think he's literally there to be on the side if he's on the sideline. If he's up in the
wearing a headset though,
he's gonna be wearing a headset. Yeah, but that just means he gets to hear all the conversations that go on. I think.
Does his headset have a microphone?
Well, we'll see about that.
But he's plugged in.
Yeah.
But he's there because he's Harlan's guy.
Yeah.
He brought Harlan into Cincinnati with his first coaching gig. He brought him to Michigan State, where he was there for 14 years before he went to be the DC at Florida State, and then he came back. So Harlan Barnett is a big debt of gratitude towards Mark D'Antonio, and Mark D'Antonio clearly shows faith in Harlan Barnett. They get along together, and it should have a calming influence on Harlan. Like it's the type of personality Harlan is, to not get too high or too low. But when you have D'Antonio next to you, it's definitely going to calm you down for your first game for sure.
Why doesn't Michigan State, Gator, implement what Harbaugh did and name a new coach every game, new coach every half?
Every quarter?
Yeah, maybe make your dad or grandfather an assistant coach. I don't know, whatever.
It's a great question. I'm not sure why. Yeah. And you know what's funny is that I bet you there were some Spartan fans that wouldn't mind if throughout the season the different guys get an opportunity. Like, hey, let's see what Coach Cap can do, the offensive coordinator or the offensive line coach who's also an associate head coach, or let's see what Courtney Hawkins can do, the receivers coach. But Harlan's the top name, so good luck to him, and I hope Michigan State shows up on Saturday.
All right, if you want to keep talking about Spartan fans, how you feel about the actual game this weekend, 248-539-9797. We'll get into, is it a thing? Is this a problem that is going to cost Michigan? We'll get to that in the noon hour. Plus, Dan Campbell, the best of what he told the morning show. That is straight ahead here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Good to be with you here on a Wednesday. Lots to do in the second half of the show, including some college football talk. We talked a little bit about Michigan State and Washington. Can it happen for the Spartans? And how does it happen for the Spartans this week on the field? The meantime, Gator, the Michigan thing. If I were to look and have told you prior to the season that 2 games into the year, Michigan would rank 74th in the country in rushing offense, averaging 150.5 yards per game, I would guess that would have surprised you and probably everybody.
Yes. 100% I'm surprised by that.
So, again, the first one I heard say this was Jim Costa. Is this a thing or not a thing? 1 year ago, everybody's saying, yeah, great, Michigan can run the ball. But can they throw it? Always take into account that I'm not sure how much we really know about any team that hasn't played a particularly strong schedule. But 1 year later, it's, yeah, they can throw the ball, but can they run it? Given the personnel that they have, I mean, they got NFL guys up there, and they've got a guy who's got back-to-back Joe Moore Award-winning offensive lines with different personnel, and Sharon Moore that coaches the offensive line. I feel like they've got the coach and they've got the people to sort it out.
But Sharon Moore has not been there for the first couple games, correct?
He was there last week. He only missed the first game. So there's that. But the reason why this might be a thing is one of the common theories that's been floated out there is come the end of November when Michigan plays Ohio State puts up the gaudy pass statistics throughout the year, but when you get right down into the dirt and have to battle for the Big Ten title the last couple seasons, Michigan's been able to run the ball down Ohio State's throat. Ohio State threw for a lot of yards these 2 games, but Michigan, won these games double-digit scores. So the question about, is it a thing or not a thing? I think it's absolutely a thing if they never get it going. I suspect that they will. And I'm spitballing a couple ideas as to what's been going on. TCU came at Michigan with a specific game plan. Now, that game plan led to Michigan and JJ throwing for like 400 yards and a bunch of touchdowns, but they made too many catastrophic mistakes along the way, including twice getting inside the 5-yard line and coming away with no points.
It was coming, a lot of it was coming from behind and being down by a deficit to throwing the ball all over the place.
But it also had a lot to do with the defense that TCU was playing. And, we hear that the, stacked boxes against Michigan, okay, but they still, you would think, should be able to run the ball better against the 2 opponents. It got better from week 1 to week 2. I'm pretty confident it's going to get better. I don't think there's anything near a crisis, but it's something that you want to see them up and running during the season at some point, returning to form. Blake Corman's admitted while he's healthy, he's not 100% back just yet. We got to watch this one. It's kind of a week in, week out little subplot. Jim Harbaugh said something on his coach's show this week, in between the singing, which was, they categorize runs as explosive plays, which is 10 yards or more, efficient plays, which is 4 to 9 yards, and inefficient plays. They had 18 inefficient run plays against UNLV. That number's way too high. Now, they were able to move the chains anyway because they had guys running open. And Colston Loveland said the defenses that they've been seeing, he's seeing all-man coverage, very few safeties helping out, and that you just got to go make a move and you're open and JJ can get you the ball. Even when guys aren't open, JJ's been fitting the ball into small windows. Again, there's tougher tests ahead for sure. But, I think that – I don't think it's a thing yet, but they need to get the run game going.
I think it's a big nothing lasagna is what I think. I think when you go through the earlier part of this schedule and you're not playing anybody, you don't need to be flashy. You don't need to get the nitty-gritty and do the deep dive into how we're going to beat this team. You can beat this team with the basics, and I think that's what they've been doing is the basics. Statistically, Blake Corum has 25 carries for 153 yards and 4 touchdowns. It's a 6-yard average. That's basically a game's worth, right? Yeah. You would typically see. there's no issue with him running the football. I think maybe the surprising thing is that Donovan Edwards hasn't been able to run yet. However, again, if you're looking at just a basic offense that you're running right now, I wouldn't worry about it. The exciting thing for Michigan fans is that J.J. McCarthy is just on point right now. I mean, 87% he's completed his passes this year, 5 touchdowns, no interceptions, taking care of the ball. He hasn't been sacked yet. They're doing the right things here. Just be slow and steady, and then when the competition starts to ramp up, they'll ramp it up appropriately. But right now, I wouldn't. If I were a Michigan fan, I wouldn't worry at all. You know you've got the horses. You mentioned the offensive line has NFL talent on it. Clearly, Blake Corum is NFL talent, and so is J.J. McCarthy. So they'll be fine moving forward. But it's maybe slower than they want it to be. Maybe that changes this week and decide, you know what, let's put the pedal to the metal a little bit here. Let's run them up for 250 yards in the game because they can do it anytime they want.
I think that would make Michigan fans feel a lot better. Night game. So 2 things about the broadcast this weekend. You get the Peacock experience in East Lansing and a night game in Ann Arbor. Don't point the fingers at anybody on the TV networks who make these decisions as to where to park the games. Now, you can blame the athletic departments for turning all the controls over to the TV networks. But get your Peacock if you want to watch the Michigan State-Washington game. And, I mean, the only night game Michigan has scheduled right now is Bowling Green, which doesn't exact. I mean, it's a BTN night game. They get a night game, and they have a chance to get Michigan. And, like, Michigan UNLV was, I think, the 4th highest rated game last weekend, 4th or 5th highest rated game. It's all about getting ratings, regardless who the opponent is. So
I think it's I think it's awful. If there's a night game schedule that's going to be on, you know, one of the big first of all, let's just leave it for Michigan, all right? You know, I'm not a Michigan fan. But if you're going to have night games, they should be premier games. You shouldn't parade out Bowling Green as a night game. You know, when I think about the night games, I think of the Notre Dame game that started it all. I think of Michigan State playing in the rain. These are night games. Those are the games you want to see, the ones that have premium on them. Not like, oh, hey, Rutgers is coming. Let's play at night. This isn't at Rutgers, right?
No.
They shouldn't have games like this at night in Ann Arbor.
There's a whole bunch of they shouldn't. They shouldn't in college football this, they shouldn't that. But it's driven by money. And it's not Michigan's choice. It's each week the networks get to draft the games and park them in their allotted time slots. And BTN, Michigan Bowling Green was still on the board, and they had a night game spot to fill, and they thought that was their best chance to get ratings in that spot.
And the other part that sucks about this is that it's just a non-conference schedule this year for Michigan and last year for Michigan. It leaves a lot to be desired. Had this been next year and you've got the Texas game at night, well, then that makes sense, right?
Yes.
But when you have East Carolina, UNLV, and Bowling Green to start it off, and one of those is going to be a night game, you know, pick your poison. Great.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to the next few years seeing Texas and Oklahoma and Washington and Notre Dame.
Schedule gets better and it gets tougher, and it's going to be fun to watch for all the Big Ten teams.
248-539-9797. Do you have Peacock?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not happy. I'm not happy.
I know you're not.
And I went to watch it was the first game of the season when Michigan was on Peacock.
Yep.
Yeah, so I got it for then, and I realized it's my job. I have to.
Yep.
So I bite the bullet, got Peacock. And then knowing that Michigan State was going to have some games there, I'm like, all right, here we go.
Yep.
And then I found out, as I'm watching football that Saturday, the problems that I have with Peacock is the problems everybody has. Getting in and out of the app takes some time, and I want to surf around during games, during commercial breaks, and it becomes a pain. And I ended up watching the Colorado TCU game over at a Michigan East Carolina game. I just had I got tired of having to flip around, so I stuck with that one because it was easier to go between channels.
Kang, do you have Peacock? You do, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay. So no issues for you.
Not yet.
Why did you get Peacock?
The wife wanted to watch some other shows or movies or something. I forget what it was. So we had it, fortunately, already. But that's why we already on board, man. I feel like I'm streaming a million different things at this point, but it's 2023, right?
Got to keep them juggling.
4 o'clock start or 5 o'clock start in East Lansing?
5 o'clock.
Weird time.
Thanks, networks.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. All right, you want to keep going college football? Feel free, Michigan fans. You worried about the run game? Is it a thing, not a thing? The Spartan fans, what's the path to victory? The upset over Washington. In the meantime, Dan Campbell joined the morning show. I have the best of what he had to say coming up shortly here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, get ready for the NFL season with incredible offers from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Here's offer number one. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers who bet $5 will get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket. That's offer two from YouTube and YouTube TV. Now's the best time to join FanDuel. Go to FanDuel.com/Doug and kick off the NFL season with an offer you don't want to miss. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. NFL Sunday Ticket offer ends the 18th of this month. No refunds, terms, and embargoes apply. $100 off Sunday Ticket, not YouTube TV, which requires a base plan to watch YouTube TV. Redemption requires a Google account and a current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscriptions renew. Cancel anytime.
Last night, Aaron Rodgers, it was New York, a lot of celebrities there.
Yep.
I'm watching this clip of Aaron Rodgers before the game, and he's dapping it up with Justin Timberlake.
Okay.
Obviously, Rodgers, full uniform. He's got the helmet on and everything. Like, this is like, I don't know, half an hour before game. I don't know when.
Minutes before.
Yeah, who knows, right? Timberlake's on the field in, like, sunglasses, a hat, dress casual. They dap it up together. Hey, man, good luck tonight, da-da-da, whatever. Thanks for coming. Rodgers turns around to go to the tunnel, and Timberlake pats him on the butt. Now, my question is, since he's in full uniform, is that just a thing? Could Rodgers turn around and tap Timberlake on the butt even though he's in casual clothes?
No, you have to be playing a sport in uniform.
Okay.
Yep.
But if you're in uniform, it's like, hey, that's just part of the good luck out there?
Yeah, I think that's when it's appropriate. Scott writes in, Michigan State and Notre Dame peacocked this week. I want a shirt that says, I've been peacocked. We've all kind of been peacocked.
We've all been peacocked.
One point or another, if you're a fan of the sport of football, you are going to get peacocked. All right. Updated Super Bowl odds. You ready for this?
I am.
Yep. I told you that the Lions last week were 25-1. What do you think they are now?
20-1.
Gang, they went from 25-1. They were 25-1. What do you think they are now?
18-1.
They are 16-1. Both very close. The one that interests me is the odds of the Lions of winning the North, and I'm going to tell you what it did. It went from 7-5 to 5-6. Green Bay, however, went from 17-5 to 12-5. Minnesota went from 11-4 to 9-2. Chicago went from 9-2 to 10-1. So not a lot of optimism now for winning the North.
What are the Lions there?
The Lions are 5-6. Here are the odds on who is going to be regular season MVP. Who do you think the favorite is right now? Before the opener, the favorite was Patrick Mahomes. He is no longer the favorite.
Tua Tagovailoa.
Okay.
I agree.
Tua is a 5-1 favorite to be regular season MVP.
Where's Tyreek Hill?
He's got to be up there, too.
He's got to be.
Tyreek Hill is behind Jared Goff.
Wow.
He is 100-1.
100-1?
For Tyreek,
Wow.
That might be worth $1, Doug.
That might be worth $1.
That's betonline.ag.
Now, I saw some more odds that have come in on different things.
Yeah.
First quarterback to lose the starting job in 2023 in the regular season, non-injury. So the names at the top of the list are interesting. Ryan Tannehill at 5-1.
Where's Russ?
Russ is next at 7-1.
Wow.
Sam Howell is 8-1, and then you get Anthony Richardson, C.J. Stroud, and Baker Mayfield are all 9-1. Kenny Pickett 10-1. But as you go down the list of all these starting quarterbacks, Matthew Stafford's 25-1. Jordan Love is 50-1. Deshaun Watson 66-1. Joe Burrow 66-1. Dak Prescott and Jared Goff are both 100-1. So they think there's a greater chance that Joe Burrow loses his starting job, non-injury related, than Jared Goff. Is the world soured on Joe Burrow so quickly?
I was like, okay, who's their backup? Do you know who their backup is in Cincinnati?
No. Is it a Finley? I don't know.
Nobody does.
Is it Ryan Finley?
It's Jake Browning.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, I did know that because he actually got in the game.
Breathing down Joe Burrow's neck. Actually, it's still 66-1. It's not. That's for the next quarterback. There's no way in. Well, I mean, I guess you put odds out there, but.
Right.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Greg. You're on 97. Want to take it? Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
You guys laid out a lot. You guys laid out a lot of the good reasons why you're not, so really shouldn't be worried about Michigan's running attack.
Yep.
I do like how I think every game they've been basically, 50-50 run pass. And I was really hoping they would do something like that this year, so that's made me happy. But the one thing that I'm worried about is Blake. It's like a mental thing, I think. When you come back, have you guys ever had a serious thing like that, like a knee or something?
Not. I never have.
What?
So,
a serious injury.
Not a serious injury.
So I had to get my hip replaced. I'm 40 years old. It's wild, but and there's a big mental component of it when you're back and trying to put weight on it and turn and pivot. And, a lot of his runs were with guys on his back or, take a hit and then take a big cut. And so I think it's going to be the big mental component, and everything else should just kind of come with time. You got a whole brand new offensive line. So they all need to get on the same page with all the plays and stuff like that. So.
McCormick's been good. As I look at just the numbers, that's a great game. to have 25 carries, 153 yards, and 4 touchdowns, and a 6 yards per carry average. That's really good.
The one thing
you take that for the season.
You see this in college football because they haven't had a game plan to win a game yet.
No.
Neither is Michigan State.
No.
Now Michigan State's going to have to do it. Michigan will have to do it in the coming weeks. Things change when you game plan to win a game. And you kind of learn who you really are, not just because the opponent gets tougher, but you actually break out we're trying to win the game plan. Like your first comment about Greg's first comment about them being 50-50, that's by design.
Yeah, and it's close to it. They've thrown the ball 59 times. They've run the ball 64 times. I mean, it's a real close mix.
But against Penn State, they don't care.
No.
They just want to win the game. Right? Yeah, so
it's like, hey, if we're running the ball and we're getting 7 yards a carry, guess what we're going to do? Yep. We're going to keep running the football.
Who you are gets revealed at some point during the season. So I hear you. And Blake said, I'm physically healthy, but I'm not back. So I hear where you're coming from.
But through 2 games, I think the interesting thing, I guess, about the running game in two games is that they're only averaging 4.7 yards a carry as a team.
Yep.
So Blake's getting the lion's share there. And then, I mean, Donovan Edwards with 2.6 per carry on 18 carries is not good.
Nope.
And the rest of the team is following suit there. It's not good. But I wouldn't worry about it because I don't think they're trying to do anything spicy with the running game just yet. They have how many games before they play somebody of substance?
I mean, is Minnesota a game of substance? Probably not. I don't know.
I mean, is it the Michigan State game?
Yeah, it could be.
And that's really, we don't know how substantive it's going to be, but we know it's a rivalry game.
Yeah, it's at the end in the last 5 weeks, they played Michigan State, Purdue, Penn State, Maryland, Ohio State. And Maryland and Purdue are those tricky, tough games. And
can't get a show without saying Purdue, can you?
I didn't say Purdue yesterday. I don't think.
You're not even sure about that.
Look, I'm on the Beavers this year.
What?
I'm all Oregon State.
Join the club.
Way to go. Welcome back.
Welcome
back.
I'm all Oregon State this year. That's the sleeper team.
12-23. Got it.
No, but Maryland's an interesting team because of what they can do offensively. I don't know how good they are defensively, but they're locked in offensively. It's a good quality team there.
Yep. All right, so Dan Campbell joins the morning show every week, and we like to pull the highlights of what he had to say. We will start playing those today at 12:31. 248-539-9797. Feedback coming in to the Carson Anderson inbox, the same phone number, 248-539-9797. Regarding the Detroit Lions, the up-down theory doesn't apply. Detroit didn't play great. Had we played great, I'd be more inclined to believe the up-down theory. That's from A in a car. So he doesn't think because the Lions didn't play great that they're not going to go down this week. They're, in fact, going to go up.
That's a nice way to look at it.
Unnamed texter, Lions better get their offense fixed this week. Okay, when you say fixed, that implies that it's broken. One game at Kansas City.
2 scoring drives.
I know, but I don't think the offense is broken.
2 would have been 3, I guess.
Yeah. I would say that the Detroit Lions probably will operate I'm pretty sure they'll operate in a more efficient way this week against Seattle at home than they did Kansas City. Kansas City on the road, that's literally one of those games that it doesn't, like we just said, it doesn't matter how you win, just win.
No, and Kansas City is a good team defensively. They're a very good team defensively. They get after the quarterback, even though they didn't play with Chris Jones. They still get after the quarterback. I'm not going to throw an asterisk on it, but
Jerry O in Dearborn writes, if you're ready to be a winner, you win all your home games, period. So Kansas City's not ready to be a winner this year?
Well, it's you win your home games, and then you can win some road games, and that makes you great.
I think when you're ready to be a winner was when you pretty much, not always, but you usually win when you're supposed to win. You usually win when you're supposed to win.
Well, they put their big boy pants on last week and took care of business in one of the toughest places to play in the National Football League.
Yep.
And now they return home to a hero's welcome in front of the hometown fans, and I do expect the offense to show up this week and put up a bunch of points. Now, are they going to approach the point total? Can they get to – look, they put 45 on Seattle last year. Can they duplicate that?
Just don't give up 100.
It's a tall task. Exactly. Well, yeah, don't give up 48. Win the freaking game.
248-539-9797. Dan Campbell talks more about the fake punt and taking the penalty when it was 4th and 1, make it 3rd and 17. Plus, will we see more Jahmyr Gibbs? Questions that the head coach was asked. Hear what he has to say starting at 12:31 here on 97.1.
That about sums it up if you're a Jet fan. Good God. We're going to make this localized because I'm not coming on the air and going to ask you to feel bad for Jet fans. Nobody feels bad for Jet fans. Jet fans are the scourge of the earth. But I thought about the Jets and the Lions are kind of tied at the hip this year. They are. They're attached at the hip. The two most hyped teams in all of football. The Jets for the acquisition of Aaron Rodgers. Could he finally lift the curse? Could he finally deliver him to the promised land? And then the Leos. Number one team bet to make the Super Bowl. Number one team to have Coach of the Year. The hype team, the it team. Hard knock siblings, Jets and Lions. And I thought about our opening night. Marching to Arrowhead, winning a thriller, gritty, gutty, ecstasy, the whole bit. And then you watch last night. There were more tickets for that game last night than when the Super Bowl was at MetLife Stadium.
Seriously?
Seriously. Jet fans were ready to roll. This was their time, their year, their opener against a divisional rival and Super Bowl team in the Bills. And their year lasted 4 plays. 4. Aaron Rodgers, dead. Achilles, dead. Zach Wilson, confused look on face, dead. No matter win or lose last night, their season is over. Yeah, I woke up to 56 text messages, and I'm going, all right, who's dead? And then you realize it's our head coach. So let's just get into it, and I can throw the number out. You know the number, 248-539-9797. Public service announcement. Mel Tucker might be the dumbest human being to ever walk the face of the earth. He's a character out of Idiocracy. When you read the story out of USA Today. To say there was a lack of judgment would say there was a degree of judgment at all. The pure idiocy of Mel Tucker.
Yeah, and 20 billion women in the world.
Yeah. It just, again, and I don't want to go over every granular detail. You heard it in the mornings. You heard it in the middays. The bottom line is this. We are so far past even having to battle anyone defending him. There is no defense. His defense of consensual doesn't even play because he violated the morality clause in his contract.
Right.
It is so reassuring.
All right, Carson Anderson, 97 won a ticket.
That MSU had done everything right.
248-539-9797. Hope you're doing well on this Wednesday.
I then was able to
for a
move
weekend of
towards
football,
where I'm at today, which I got to be
Michigan
honest,
to Michigan State talk. If you want to keep it going, phone calls and feedback. Wolverine fans, are you really worried about the run game? Is it not a thing to worry about? Spartan fans, what's the path to the upset this week against Washington? We talked with Jared Goff earlier. You'll rehear it. You'll hear it again, I should say, for those who missed it, and many people did. 1:30. But Gator. Dan Campbell joined the morning show. We like to pull the best or most interesting things that he had to say. What we think would be most interesting to our audience. We had a caller, I think it was Mike yesterday, say we should keep track of Campbell's gambles.
That's right.
And we will. And Dan Campbell was asked about two of them. One was the fake punt. I don't know if it was a generic answer after the game, but Stoney asked him about the fake punt. First of Campbell's gambles, and here's what the head coach had to say. Okay. A few things. One, we need to just clear something up. Germ is Jalen Reeves-Maben, who was the guy that took the punt snap and got the first down.
JRM. Germ.
The PP. We have Germ as the
urine.
PP. No, it's not. He's not referencing urine.
Oh, personal protector?
I don't know if he's personal protector or punt protector, but he's the up guy on punts. So he's one of those, the other, personal protector or punter protector or whatever you want it to be. So Germ is the PP.
Did you say you're in or you're in?
Yes.
Phipp is actually a name. It's Dave Phipp, or as we have affectionately called him, the Phipper. He's the special teams coordinator. Now, as far as the answer, he said, when the time is right, I still want to know if that was a specific fake punt for the way Kansas City lines up in their punt return. Because your point last week is a very valid one and an intriguing one. The reason you fake a punt can't only be just element of surprise, right? There has to be a schematic reason you do it as well. Hey, nobody expects us to do it. Let's do it. Yeah, nobody expects you to
throw a Well, and it's sometimes why they throw a bomb on first down, right? But
you, when you do something like that, when you do throw a bomb on 4th and inches, it's because you've seen the way they play it. You know your guy's going to be running wide open, and you think you've got a schematic advantage. You have the element of surprise plus the schematic advantage. That fake punt, when he says when the time is right, it just makes me wonder if that means if they line up this way, they being Kansas City, that's when we do it.
Yeah. I hope so. Because doing things just because, I feel like doing it, it seems like we catch them by surprise, if that's the only reason you do it, I think that's a recipe for disaster. And I don't think that's how these guys operate. These guys operate very calculated. Yes, he takes a lot of gambles, but they're calculated risks. I mean, there's analytics that go into why they do what they do. So that's what I believe there. I wanted to, one of the questions I wanted to ask Jared Goff, but we're running out of time with him. Maybe we'll get to it next week, is what is his favorite nickname call? Because Germ is great, and just calling Fip is, I mean, if your last name is Fip, you're destined to be called Fip.
Yeah. But.
Like Jug.
Or the Fipper. Like Jug?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Great. All right, so then there was him accepting the penalty. They were looking at Kansas City having a 4th and 1, but they accept the holding call, which took them, it was 3rd and 7, completed a pass to make it 4th and 1. But there was a hold. So do you let him run the 4th and 1 play, or do you set him back for 3rd and 17? Dan Campbell accepted the penalty, made it 3rd and 17, and Patrick Mahomes completed like a 30-yard pass for a first down. And that move got second-guessed. Here's what Dan Campbell said about that gamble. What do you think? Does that answer satisfy you?
Yeah. I did. These were all things that you can first guess when they happen, and I think we all did. I understand that. You know, if you have a feeling that they're going to do this, then go ahead, do what you want, and it's logical. I don't think too many people had that problem. I mean, you want to put Patrick Mahomes in 4th and 1, or do you want to put him in 3rd and 17?
I didn't first guess it. I said, yeah, take the penalty. I thought they'd go for it on 4th and 1. And I thought they'd get it. So, as it turned out, they went for it. I mean, they were going to go for it on 3rd and 17, and they got it. And didn't work out. I love that Dan Campbell doesn't get hyper defensive too.
Yeah, I agree with you, Doug. I think we were on the same, thread. We're texting each other. Hey, what would you have done here? First guess, and I was with you. I accept the penalty because the logic is sound. It's, hey, if they get 15 yards or 13 yards, it's still 4th down. You got to stop them again, So, and then there's, if they go for it, right? Which you had a feeling that if they do get a decent amount of yardage, they were going to go for it. So it made sense to me. I had no problem.
All right, more from Dan Campbell. Why is this game so personal? We've talked about the Seattle game I'm talking about. We've discussed what's happened the last 2 years. How Rashad Penny in these 2 games against the Lions had over a quarter of his entire rushing total in 2 seasons. Let me say that again. In 2 seasons worth of rushing, Rashad Penny had over a quarter of his rushing total against the Lions. Seattle scored 99 points in the 2 games against Detroit.
Wow.
It's more than that, though. Here's Dan Campbell. When you're coming up and trying to get to the mountaintop, and you're prepared, you've got all you need to get to the mountaintop, and I don't know if they have all they need, but they're pretty well equipped. This is kind of the most fun time is that first initial ascent attempt that and I've always thought, it's more fun to get there for the first time for me than it is to repeat. Now, I don't know that they're going to get there, and I don't know that they have enough to get there, but this feels like this is their first real legitimate top, ascent to the top, attempted ascent to the top. And I think you play every card at your disposal. It's very hard to well up disrespect when you've already kind of been to any kind of mountaintop. And they haven't been to any mountaintops. They haven't made the playoffs, haven't won the division, haven't won a playoff game, haven't won the NFC, haven't won the Super Bowl. There's a whole bunch still to scale.
Yeah, I think back just to, my childhood growing up and watching the teams that I really love end up winning championships and how they got there. And it's that journey. It wasn't like things are handed to you. The 84 Tigers, they were built a certain way with all these young players. It took years before they had the opportunity to make the playoffs, and then they made the most of it. The bad boy Pistons. I mean, watching them from day one when Isaiah got on the scene and seeing how that team would grow and adding different players to the mix and getting to the NBA Finals and losing, how it fueled the team. That whole journey was great. Same thing with the Red Wings when they won that Stanley Cup in 97. They get to the Stanley Cup in 95, and it was almost like, I'm not saying they were just happy to be there, but you could get the feel about it. And of course, that stung. It stung them and stuck with them, and it made it more sweeter when they won it in 97. And now here we are with the Lions. We've seen this team have much of an opportunity to get to that journey. It started there in 91, and then it was stunted right away because of injuries and catastrophes. And now this team, it feels like this journey we're all part of it. Dan Campbell in the ground level, Brad Holmes in the ground level, trade, and here's Jared Goff in the ground level, and you build this thing up to where they are going this year, and it's exciting. It's exciting as hell.
This is a great motivational tool to use to avoid a letdown, especially with the up-down theory in the NFL that I subscribe to, and I know a lot of people do as well, hey, big win, Kansas City, national TV, don't let down in Seattle, of course, right? But you have this history with Seattle, this recent history to avoid that, to use. You love the chip on the shoulder, Gator. This is it, right? They not only have they beaten you 2 years in a row, they also kicked you out of the playoffs last year and then wanted to be like, oh, you guys, what can we send you as a gift for beating Green Bay? No, blank off. Right. We'll beat you this year, and we'll pay you back on our own.
All right, straight ahead, Dan Campbell. Will Jahmyr Gibbs be more involved in the offense moving forward? Hear what the coach said next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Rico, I don't know if you will. I just feel relieved because I am a big believer when people show you who they really are. Instead of getting angry, say thank you.
I'm a big Harlan Barnett guy. I'm full disclosure here. I worked with Harlan 25 years ago. We were on the Spartan broadcast together. His NFL career had just finished up, and he knew Nick Saban pretty well and had an opportunity to be part of the broadcast team as our sideline reporter for a couple seasons. And then when Saban went on to LSU, I believe Harlan went there as a grad assistant and started his coaching career, and eventually came back to Michigan State, went to Florida State as a defensive coordinator, and came back to Michigan State when Mel Tucker came here and wanted to bring him back. I love this opportunity for him. I don't know if he's suited to be a head coach or not, but he's going to get the opportunity. The players love him. Players love him. Families love him. He's a family guy, and his faith is very important to him, and he lets that be known as well. And I think it's a very safe hire from within at this point. I mean, you got to appoint somebody as the interim head coach. Harlan Barnett makes a ton of sense. I mean, I don't know if you're going to want it turned over to one of the coordinators. I have no issue at all with it being Harlan. In fact, I'm very happy for him.
Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Next hour, we empty the bucket. Crap no one got to hear nor wants to hear. Coming up next hour here on 97.1. 248-539-9797. All right, final soundbite from Dan Campbell from his morning show appearance. And this is, we get asked a ton of questions. I love then our ability to access the coaches and the players and ask them the questions we get asked. So we can be your conduit. Conduit, Gator. Conduit, yes. Certainly we serve as a conduit. I should get that on a business card. Doug Karsch, conduit. Anyway, more Jahmyr Gibbs. We heard a lot of that, right? They need to get Gibbs more involved. More touches for Jahmyr Gibbs. Do we have the Stoney question in this as well, or just Dan's answer? Because he answers pretty facetiously. Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Stoney asked him, hey, people want to know more Jahmyr Gibbs. It's not just local, it's national as well. So
no question. Yeah.
No question. Yeah. So that's what he said. Stoney said, people want to know locally, but nationally. You guys are going to get Jahmyr Gibbs more touches moving forward. Here's what Dan Campbell said. Wrong soundbite. That's the previous one. Take two in 3, 2, 1. Jahmyr Gibbs, is he going to get more touches? People locally are saying it, people nationally. Here's what he said.
Demo is another great nickname.
Yes, it is, being David Montgomery. So that's something else we get to do. We all want to know what they're planning on doing. But then deep down, do we really want them to give away the game plan?
Well, right. I mean,
here's what we're going to do. We're going to throw a ton on first down. We're going to line up Jahmyr Gibbs in the slot. And wait till you see the package of pass plays we put in for him this week.
And we've got a handful of plays where he's supposed to do just streak down the sidelines. Yep. We've got another handful where he's going to just run a deep post and the wheel route. Can't wait for the wheel route. Yep. Guys, when you see the wheel route on Sunday.
When you see him lined up to the right of Goff, look out for the wheel route. Things that coaches will never say, questions the media asks, and the little dance that we do.
Right. Well, I mean, and they know it. It's fair for the media to ask, look, Jahmyr Gibbs only touched the ball, whatever it was, 9 times in the game or whatever it was. Mm-hmm. Is it fair to say that you'll get him the ball more as the season progresses.
I was a little surprised he didn't just basically say, guys, every rookie, like this is the safe answer. Every rookie we expect to get better and become a bigger part moving forward. Like that's sort of the safe answer. And he eventually said, acquiesced, said, yeah, we're going to get the ball more.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yep.
I think obviously he's been asked that a lot.
Yeah.
So he responded like that. But.
And he's been reading it a lot too, because everybody's saying the same thing. Well, more Gibbs, right? We're going to see more Jahmyr Gibbs because, man, that one play, if he had only,
Well, remember before the game started, before the Kansas City game, Ben Johnson's quote, we're going to use him in ways we don't even know yet or what all. I told you it was gamesmanship.
He's dropping out of a hot air balloon,
Yeah,
guys.
exactly.
It's a new formation. They won't be able to stop it.
We're going to elevate him from, whatever. Yeah, so.
He's got a jetpack.
I think that part of it's gamesmanship, okay? The other part is how that game was going at the end. You wanted Demo carrying the rock, okay? To start off a new season on national television, the only game in town, you want to you let the rookie get his feet wet a little bit. So you play Montgomery a little bit more. But then as the game went along, and they got Gibbs some touches, you wanted to milk the clock, and you wanted a veteran guy in there to carry the rock, and that's where Demo came in, Montgomery. Yeah, of course, moving forward, they're probably going to use Gibbs a little bit more, and they don't want to give away the game plan. But everyone in the league knows he's a weapon.
Yeah.
The guy had 7 broken tackles or 6 or 7 broken tackles on 7 carries.
This has some potential. And I'm very intrigued to see what goes down this weekend, because I think this is a kind of game that proves not that you're ready to win, that you're ready to be winners.
Well, and guys are fast on grass. Wait till you see him on turf. I can't wait to see Jahmyr Gibbs on turf.
248-539-9797. Brandon is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Well, good,
Brandon.
thank you.
Good. Hey, I wanted to talk about a little bit about C.J. Gardner-Johnson, man. I think the Lions need to go ahead and try to lock him up long term. He's pretty much like the player that I feel like we just need. It's something about him in Detroit. You know what I mean? He got that dog in him.
Oh yeah.
So I just think that we need to go ahead and try to figure out how can we keep this guy here long term. I mean, I know about all the other players, that's going to be coming up for contract pretty soon. But I don't know. I just feel like he's like a key piece. What y'all think?
It's only 25. Pretty amazing that they got him here in free agency after leading the NFL in interceptions a year ago. So I don't. The way I expect this to trend, Brandon, I think you're 100% correct. The way I expect it to go.
Very vocal.
Yes.
Is this his third team?
Yeah.
And he's only 25.
Yeah.
I'm a little concerned about that. But
why?
And that they've only got him for a year contract here, but maybe that's all he wanted because he knows he can get paid bigger if he has another solid year.
Think about what they lost in Jamal Williams.
Mm-hmm.
They've kind of gained in C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah, no, I like it. I like his swagger, and he wants them all to embrace the villain role and wear the ski mask and stuff for the game, which is odd. But I like his attitude. Just get out there and get under the skin of the opposition. You kind of want that from your defense, and if it works, it works. And he had a great year last year.
I love this idea by the caller. Lock him up before the season's over. You don't have to do it right now, but as this season progresses and they continue to play really good defense and he's one of the leaders, you don't let him hit the open market. You've got an advantage over every other team. He signed a 1-year deal because he bet on himself. When he left the Saints, by the way, it was like a captain. The Saints are in cap hell, right? They had to let go of somebody. So the Eagles were lucky enough to capitalize on that. Then the Eagles, they had so many guys. They had only so many guys they could bring back. They're extending Hurts and everybody else they have over there. They had A.J. Brown with a huge contract. So Gardner-Johnson test the market. Wasn't maybe what he thought it would be. Bet on himself, signed a 1-year deal with the Lions. But guess what? The Lions have cap space. If this guy's a big, important part of your defense, especially how bad the defense was last year, extend him now.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback. 1 o'clock hour. Lions quarterback Jared Goff at 1:30. Prior to that, we'll empty the bucket. 97.1 The Ticket.
on that punt return, there was a blatant leg trip right in front of the referee, right in front of the
ball carrier.
in front of Gibson.
Yeah.
And they blew it. They missed it. That should now look. They would have only been. Chances are they would have ended up either scoring or kicking a field goal anyway because it took place about the 20-yard line approximately. If I'm not,
somewhere in there. So
Yes.
I mean, maybe they got to get one first down,
Yes.
or maybe they don't even need a first down. Who knows?
Mhm.
But yeah, they would have been forced to go through the process.
Yeah.
It was amazing to me that it was missed because of the proximity to where the ball was.
Yes. And also on that play, former Lion punter Sam Martin. Very, very lame effort to try to make the tackle. I mean, your buddy Hank Winchester has to be very disappointed in you, Sam. That was really, really lame.
Yeah, it was. You could hear him go, eh. Two-hand touch does not count as being down. So the thing that you got to know, and every punter, every kicker is taught, use the sideline as an extra defender.
Mm-hmm.
He overplayed it and got beat by a better athlete going back inside, and that's when you hear the
John Jansen with his Sam Martin imitation.
Yes.
Last night, Aaron Rodgers, it was New York, a lot of celebrities there.
Yep.
I'm watching this clip of Aaron Rodgers before the game, and he's dapping it up with Justin Timberlake.
Okay.
Obviously, Rodgers, full uniform. He's got the helmet on and everything. Like this.
Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Hope you're doing great. Hey, remember to stream the show on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. More and more people are doing that. And you can listen through your phone anywhere in the United States or Canada. It's a great way to take in our broadcast when you're out of town.
Saskatoon?
Saskatoon, as far as I know. I know it works in Ontario. We were told just the United States, but then we started getting feedback from people in Canada. So if you are listening anywhere in the province of Saskatchewan, which is probably one of the top 2 or 3 Western Canadian provinces, please send us a ticket text that you're listening. We'd love to hear from those in Saskatchewan.
Top 1 or 2 Western Canada provinces. Huh?
2 or 3.
Yeah? Or 3. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Anyway, I had a relative that lived in northern Saskatchewan for a while. Northern.
So is that getting close to Yukon territory?
Yeah, the Northern Territories territory. Like it's way.
That's
way
north.
up there. Yep. But anyway.
How's their igloo? Is it nice?
They had a very fine igloo. You can also stream to our website, 971theticket.com. Plus, they're streaming with video on YouTube. Go to youtube.com, search up 971theticket. Same thing with Twitch, twitch.tv. Search up 971theticket. Bam, there we are with pictures and everything. The talkies and the streaming chat where you can participate. And sometimes we read stuff from there. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Tony's next. What's up, Tony?
Hi, guys. You're talking about asking Campbell, what is Gibbs going to get more touches and what's the game plan?
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping that his answer was going to be, well, you shouldn't ask me. You should ask the defense because remember what I told you a couple years ago is we do what the defense gives us.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a
great it's a great answer, Tony. Have you ever met with the media as a head coach of a football team?
No, but I could be an intern.
Yeah, you're right. That's a standard coach phrasing, and it's helpful for them. And I mean,
we get a 71-year-old intern.
Yeah, that's right. Tony, what's funny is I get used to certain phrases that coaches use all the time. Every defensive coordinator, you ask them like they're new. They're just come in. And what is going to be your defense? They always say, we want to be multiple and aggressive.
Yeah.
They all say the same thing. And offensive coordinators take what the defense gives them.
Yep, and Campbell can say, and we're ready for anything.
Nope, that's a solid, standard, boring, cliched answer.
And we're very versatile and flexible.
Yeah.
We look forward to combating whatever they throw at us.
Yeah. Be ready for anything.
We can adjust.
Yep. Changements.
Yeah, changements. Lots of changements.
Dante is next. What's up, Dante?
Hey, man. The greatest thing about what's happening with this team is, people keep asking, is the NFL behind the Lions? Are they starting to catapult the team? Do they have faith in the teams going in the right direction? Now, you can give them the first game of the season. You can give them all the primetime games. But on a marketing standpoint, I don't know if you guys caught it last month, but it aired last night. They had a family feud with Hall of Famers against current NFL players. Now, out of all the players, or all the current players, it was Eric Kendrick, Trevon Diggs, Jacoby Brissett, and Amon-Ra St. Brown, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson. So out of the whole NFL, hot up-and-coming players or personalities, literally two of the players on that panel on Family Feud were from the Lions. So if that doesn't tell you that marketing-wise, personality-wise, the NFL is behind the Lions, they are, because they had a lot of players to pick. And they did an awesome job. Did either one of you catch that yet?
I did not. No.
Just YouTube or Google it. It'll come up. And dude,
maybe it's on
C.J.
Peacock.
Gardner-Johnson, yeah, right. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Amaran stole the show. Like their personalities, like he was mean mugging the gold jackets, all the Hall of Famers. He was doing like he does on the sideline, but it was so entertaining. You guys got to watch it.
Who are the Hall of Famers? Do you recall?
Oh God. I know there was Marshall Faulk was on there. Who was the? Oh God, you got. I'm at a buzz right now. I can't.
All right, we'll have to
remember.
look it up.
It's on there. Yeah, look it up. It's awesome, and love you guys. Let's go Lions.
Thank you for the phone call. I'm looking at NFL Hall of Famers. I can see a lot about the Lions. This is on MLive, and I'm just searching for names. Celebrity Family Feud.
It was Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, Isaac Bruce, Marshall Faulk, and Terrell Davis. I'm not mean mugging Ray Lewis. That's not happening.
Words to live by.
I'm not mean mugging Ray Lewis or Ed Reed for that matter.
I want to make sure people know I'm kind of joking about a few things because the truth is the NFL, I think, has been very quick to heap a lot of approval and a lot of love on Jordan Love. And I'm not sure that he doesn't deserve it. This is not somebody from Detroit complaining about somebody else getting too much love. Because guess what we have gotten in this offseason?
A
ton of love. We have gotten so much love, unaccustomed to it, to the point where it's almost uncomfortable. how much love we have gotten. When here's a call we didn't get. The Lions beat the Chiefs. I haven't heard this call yet at all. Lions beat the Chiefs, and all anybody wanted to talk about was what's wrong with the Chiefs. No. The Lions are a story now. When Detroit teams have won some stuff in the past, all anybody wants to talk about is what's wrong with the Lakers. And it's because there is belief, and we've gotten an inordinate amount of love, and I'm certainly not complaining about the Jordan Love that's going around. I think it's a bit quick, but it's clear that he's got some promise. He's got some promise.
How do you feel
and
about
I hate it.
How do you feel about the Tua love?
Hey, get it in now. Get it in quick. That's how I feel about it.
People thought that's why you weren't here Monday. It's too much Tua over
Too much
the weekend.
Tua.
Yeah.
You just didn't want to do it.
The Tua and on crowd was out after me.
The Tua. Well played, sir. Nice.
It's not an original line. But
I
know what it is.
I
know what it is. It's now is a good time to get in your Tua love.
Oh, yeah.
No,
when he's leading the league in passing yards.
Yeah.
You're right. Nobody said, what's wrong with the Chiefs? Nobody said that.
It wasn't a lot of that.
Well, it might have been pretty obvious.
Well,
That's why.
I think I was just going to say, because it's obvious. Now, what they did say, unfortunately, Mike Tirico had the asterisk comment.
Why is everybody wanting to hand out asterisks now? They did the same thing on the Monday night game.
What is this, Oprah?
Right?
You get an asterisk? You get an asterisk?
I don't.
Like the Jets deserve an asterisk after winning, despite the fact that Aaron Rodgers was dead after 4 plays.
On top of that, who cares? Who cares if somebody wants to put an asterisk next to it?
It's an asterisk.
Who cares how it's pronounced? Do not care.
To and on.
I want to get rid of the word. It's creating too much drama in the NFL.
Yeah, just stick with a symbol.
Just don't bother even saying it. I mean, I thought that was so ridiculous. That actually bothered me a little bit. Tirico's been a champion for our area, and I can't believe how much crap he got for that.
Yeah, you kind of shouldn't have said it. I love Mike Tirico.
If anybody in the national media deserves the benefit of the doubt, who would you say is at the top of the list?
I love Tirico, and I just want him to do the. I love him to call on the show and go, tap tap, my bad guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that's all you needed to do, to be honest with you.
Here's the other thing
we're good. We're all
good.
Like
it was I misspoke.
Yeah.
Hey.
Someone who does it 3 or 4 times a day, I have tremendous sympathy for it, and maybe that's it. But the guy speaks glowingly of our state and our teams all the time.
I'm not killing him.
That's why I know the intent wasn't there. He wasn't intending to.
Yeah, he's not belittling the Lions' achievement at all.
I don't
not
think,
at all.
Yeah, that's why I feel like just one word, man.
I know.
You just don't.
Maybe leave that one out.
I know we're late.
It was accident.
But I couldn't believe how much. We had other things to talk about. I couldn't believe how much attention that got.
I guess I was surprised that was in his bucket.
Let me put it to you like this. It doesn't bother me, and I advise other people not to let that bother them because the win counts.
Doesn't bother me today.
It's all. Why did it bother you?
For like half a second, it was like, oh, don't take it away.
It doesn't take it away.
I know it, but
don't give Mike Tirico or anybody that much power over how you feel. Well, that was deep.
It was
Sorry.
deep, man. I have a panic advisor I go to. I don't need to worry about you.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Hall Financial, the lender that saves Michigan residents millions, is reinventing home lending with their exclusive no-fee home loan. Hall Financial is proud to announce Michigan's first no-fee home loan exclusive to Hall Financial clients. Even better, with a no-fee loan, you stay locked into the no-fee program, ensuring you don't have to pay fees to Hall Financial when it's time to refi. Think about that. If you aren't working with Hall Financial on your home loan, you're overpaying. The no-fee loan applies to both new and refis, new purchases and refis. Call Hall Financial right now and learn more about the no-fee home loan option. 866-CALL-HALL. It's 866-CALL-HALL, or chat with them online at callhallfirst.com. That's callhallfirst.com.
That about sums it up if you're a Jet fan. Good God. We're going to make this localized because I'm not coming on the air and going to ask you to feel bad for Jet fans. Nobody feels bad for Jet fans. Jet fans are the scourge of the earth. But I thought about the Jets and the Lions are kind of tied at the hip this year. They are. They're attached at the hip. The two most hyped teams in all of football. The Jets for the acquisition of Aaron Rodgers. Could he finally lift the curse? Could he finally deliver him to the promised land? And then the Leos. Number one team bet to make the Super Bowl. Number one team to have Coach of the Year. The hype team, the it team. Hard knock siblings, Jets and Lions. And I thought about our opening night. March into Arrowhead, winning a thriller, gritty, gutty, ecstasy, the whole bit. And then you watch last night. There were more tickets for that game last night than when the Super Bowl was at MetLife Stadium.
Seriously?
Seriously. Jet fans were ready to roll. This was their time, their year, their opener against a divisional rival and Super Bowl team in the Bills. And their year lasted 4 plays. 4. Aaron Rodgers, dead. Achilles, dead. Zach Wilson, confused look on face, dead. No matter win or lose last night, their season is over.
We don't know if we're going to keep doing this. We're kind of test driving a segment here. It's called Empty the Bucket.
I love the premise.
Yeah. I don't know if there's going to be the payoff. I'm not going to force it. Some weeks there might be the payoff. Some weeks there might not be.
Well, some weeks there may not be enough to go deep into the bucket.
It's a theory that when you're doing play-by-play for a football game and you prepare and you walk out and the bucket is still filled with information that never came up, was never relevant, but you thought that was an interesting point. So we call it Empty the Bucket, and I get to share those points as we get into the week. Are you ready?
I am ready.
All right, here we go. Let's empty the bucket.
Apparently wasn't that useful.
I don't it's better than last week's. Last week said nobody wants to hear what Doug has to say.
I felt the pain from you when you heard it,
okay.
so I changed. I thought I had the guy change up.
I kind of like.
You're like,
here we go.
Useless.
Here's what we got. Yeah.
This is not useless. This is very useful. Just didn't have time.
Oh, I think this is pretty useless. Do you know that Saturday's game? Now, here's the other thing: is that I've got all the stuff for Michigan kids and factoids about Michigan.
Sure.
That might be relevant later in the year, so I'm hanging on to them.
I know. I understand.
Especially
when you go into the next bucket.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's like a starter for sourdough bread.
So I got a whole bunch of stuff here. It's generally about the opponent. Do you know that Saturday's game was UNLV's first ever appearance on CBS in 56 years of playing college football?
I didn't know that.
Did you not know?
King, did you know that?
Nope.
That's amazing.
Do you know that UNLV has the longest drought in the nation for a punt return for touchdown? 22 years.
I had no idea. I mean, drought. Vegas has had a drought and they got some rain finally. They needed it, but you're talking about the punt return drought. Wow.
Interestingly, that you bring up Vegas and the rain, because in the $1.9 billion stadium that UNLV plays in, Allegiant Stadium, the home of the Raiders.
Yeah.
They had a leak in the roof last week that delayed their game against Bryant.
Wow.
Also, here's an interesting little tidbit.
Yeah.
UNLV and the Raiders play in the same stadium, different field.
What?
UNLV plays their games in Allegiant Stadium on artificial turf. The Raiders play on natural grass. Yeah, Mr. Anderson, yes, you have a question?
Why?
I don't know. I
mean,
know.
everybody wants to play on grass, and they have the opportunity to play on grass, and they just not want to. Is it a deal that they have? Wait a minute. So they put the turf on top of the grass?
I'm not sure how they do it. There's a picture of a grass field outside. I know at Arizona they grow the grass outside on a tray, and then they slide it in on game
day. Right. So
I think they do something similar with the Raiders, though.
So maybe it's always turf, and they have the grass outside. Is that what we're saying?
And the Raiders get first shot, so they want the good grass. You know?
Yeah.
You don't mess up our grass.
Well, I mean, these days there are lots of different kinds of grass. Lots of people think it's good.
It's legal.
Different strains. Yeah.
Next up.
What?
It took 105,000 cubic yards of concrete to build Allegiant Stadium, which is enough to build a paved sidewalk from L.A. to Vegas.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I find that interesting. A paved sidewalk from L.A. to Vegas. If I just wanted to go on a long walk.
Yeah.
You looked this up?
This is all part of the research.
You didn't look at it. No, these are game notes that come,
A lot
right?
of it is in game notes. Some of this I looked up. I didn't look. That was in their game notes.
Doug's like, I don't believe it. Let me do the mileage on this. I need 2 square yards of concrete for every 5.
More.
Ergo, yep.
According to UNLV's game notes, they say, simply REB, please. Please remember UNLV, the acronym on all references, please, is home to the Rebels football team, not the Runnin' Rebels. Only the men's basketball team at UNLV is nicknamed the Runnin' Rebels.
That's good to know.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I'm ever on a game show and somebody says, what is the nickname for UNLV's football team? I would have said, and Ken, would you have said this too, the Runnin' Rebels?
I would have.
And we would have been wrong. It's just the Rebs.
That is the second opponent that in their game notes this year has told you what to call them. ECU the week before put this in their game notes. Feel free to call us East Carolina or ECU. However, we respectfully ask that the erroneous designation of Eastern Carolina or flawed abbreviations such as E Carolina, East Caro, E Caro, or EC never be used.
So it's East Carolina University?
Yep.
It's not Eastern Carolina.
Nope.
Damn it. You gave me something to think about now.
And finally, Gator, as I empty the bucket.
Are we done?
This is why I don't know if this is worth it. Last year, Michigan played 8 opponents that had Australian punters. 8.
I remember that.
Yep. Actually, one was from New Zealand, but he trained in Australia. At the
Same thing.
Yeah.
Well, don't tell them that.
Well, guess what?
Kiwis got upset about that.
Guess what? The Rebels had an Australian, but he was not a punter. He was a defensive lineman. Ben Key, who came out of Cathedral High School, actually played in Missouri. He was from Cranbourne West in Australia.
He was
a
great.
defensive end. Was not a punter.
Did he get to play in the game?
I don't believe he did.
And if he did, he certainly didn't make a tackle because
No,
you
he
would
didn't.
have busted that out real quick.
I would have emptied the bucket.
John, wait. You know this guy from Australia? He's not even a punter. Yeah. Woo! Yes.
There it is.
In fact, Doug presses the button on the PA address at the Michigan Stadium.
May I have your attention, please? That tackle was made by an Australian who's not even a punter.
Also, Slippery Rock leads 3-0.
Yeah. And there it is. Crap no one got to hear nor wants to hear as we emptied the bucket.
I like it.
Do you?
I always
we'll
like
see.
it.
We'll see.
I got to learn some stuff there.
Yeah, well. See, I like that. Next week we'll empty the bucket on the Bowling Green. The Bowling Green game. We already kind of have with their fight song. Ziggy Younga or whatever it is. All right. Back to Lions stuff here.
Grava played at Bowling Green back in the day.
Grava? Really?
Yeah, my buddy. Yeah, he was there.
So did Paul Sylvie. You don't know who Paul Sylvie is?
I don't know if Grava was.
Anybody from Flint? Remember Paul Sylvie?
Grava may have been a captain. He was asked to come back and speak to the team a couple years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Did he?
He did. He did.
Did he talk about Buford?
I doubt he talked about his high school coach. I imagine he was talking about the
So wait a sec. Your winless high school football career, you had a Division I teammate on your team?
Oh yeah. Hey, you surprised?
I don't know how many winless. I mean, for your career.
Brad was a year younger, so he had the next year to make up for the 0-9, and I think they may have won a couple games.
Yeah, but was he part of the 0 season prior to that?
Oh yeah, he was part of our team.
So he was undefeated. He was winless, for 2 years.
He was a tight end, outside linebacker.
What did he play at BG?
Tight end and special teams.
Put this in my game notes. Tight end makes a catch.
If you bust out Brad's name on the game broadcast, it'll be amazing.
If tight end makes a catch, I'll turn it to Jits and say, grab a play. Code over Bowling Green. Paul Sylvie was a sports anchor at Channel 12 in Flint. He was a kicker for Bowling Green. And he got hired to do weekends and be a sports reporter during the week. To the Flint legend, he was basically number 2 to Ed Phelps. So when I was an intern at Channel 12, I was an intern for Ed Phelps. But Sylvie took me everywhere and gave me the camera and let me do fake reports and all kinds of stuff. Sylvie was great. And I think he's in Seattle. He's at like King TV. Isn't there a King? King TV in Seattle?
Yeah, everything's King out there.
Maybe he'll be in town this weekend.
Incidentally, King the wrestler was not from Seattle. He was from parts unknown. You got any Campy references you're going with?
What? Coach Campy?
Yeah, he played football at Bowling Green.
Did he really?
Yes.
I think I heard that.
Was also a punter. He was an outstanding punter.
Wonder if he was there with Sylvie.
What
years? Sylvie would have probably been late 80s. Greg Campy?
This Campy would have been earlier than that, I think. He was...
Gator just said Greg Campy's old.
He is. He'll tell you that.
Yeah.
74 to 78, he was at Bowling Green.
Yeah, but Sylvie was after that. All right, there you go. It's empty the bucket. Jared Goff, Lions quarterback. Next, 97.1 the ticket.
So I was in need some better sleep. I'll be honest with you. I wasn't sleeping well. I decided to do something about it. Looked for some mattresses. I went to True Sleep mattresses out in Shelby, and I talked with Paul. He said, "Hey, we'll try all these mattresses. We'll find something that's going to work for you. It's not just about, oh, this feels great. You got to align your body right too in order to get the perfect night's sleep." And that's what I did. I ended up settling on the Posh and Lavish. I love it. I've had it for weeks now. I've slept much better. In fact, I had a great night's sleep last night. Lois was enjoying it too. We woke up this morning and felt great. True Sleep has reasonable prices on high-quality mattresses. Check it out for yourself. Find your perfect sleep system at True Sleep. It's Michigan's largest Nectar dealer. They're in Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion.
Yeah, I woke up to 56 text messages, and I'm going, all right, who's dead? And then you realize it's our head coach. So let's just get into it, and I can throw the number out. You know the number, 248-539-9797. Public service announcement. Mel Tucker might be the dumbest human being to ever walk the face of the earth. He's a character out of Idiocracy. When you read the story out of USA Today, to say there was a lack of judgment would say there was a degree of judgment at all. The pure idiocy of Mel Tucker.
Yeah. And 20 billion women in the world.
Yeah. It just, again, and I don't want to go over every granular detail. You heard it in the mornings. You heard it in the middays. The bottom line is this. We are so far past even having to battle anyone defending him. There is no defense. his defense of consensual doesn't even play because he violated the morality clause in his contract.
Right.
It is so reassuring. Once I found out that MSU had done everything right by the letter of the law, I then was able to move towards where I'm at today, which I got to be honest, I don't know if people will understand this. I don't know if they will care. Rico, I don't know if you will. I just feel relieved because I am a big believer when people show you who they really are, instead of getting angry, say thank you.
I'm a big Harlan Barnett guy. I'm full disclosure here. I worked with Harlan 25 years ago. We were on the Spartan broadcast together. His NFL career had just finished up, and he knew Nick Saban pretty well and had an opportunity to be part of the broadcast team as our sideline reporter for a couple seasons. And then when Saban went on to LSU, I believe Harlan went there as a grad assistant and started his coaching career, and eventually came back to Michigan State, went to Florida State as a defensive coordinator, and came back to Michigan State when Mel Tucker came here and wanted to bring him back. I love this opportunity for him. I don't know if he's suited to be a head coach or not, but he's going to get the opportunity. The players love him. Players love him. Families love him. He's a family guy, and his faith is very important to him, and he lets that be known as well. And I think it's a very safe hire from within at this point. I mean, you got to appoint somebody as the interim head coach. Harlan Barnett makes a ton of sense. I mean, I don't know if you're going to want it turned over to one of the coordinators. I have no issue at all with it being Harlan. In fact, I'm very happy for him.
on that punt return, there was a blatant leg trip right in front of the referee, right in front of the
ball carrier.
in front of Gibson.
Yeah.
And they blew it. They missed it. That should now look. They would have only been. Chances are they would have ended up either scoring or kicking a field goal anyway because it took place about the 20-yard line approximately. If I'm not,
somewhere in there. So
Yes.
I mean, maybe they got to get one first down,
Yes.
or maybe they don't even need a first down. Who knows?
Mhm.
But yeah, they would have been forced to go through the process.
Yeah.
It was amazing to me that it was missed because of the proximity to where the ball was.
Yes. And also on that play, former Lion punter Sam Martin. Very, very lame effort to try to make the tackle. I mean, your buddy Hank Winchester has to be very disappointed in you, Sam. That was really, really lame.
Yeah, it was. You could hear him go, eh. Two-hand touch does not count as being down. So the thing that you got to know, and every punter, every kicker is taught, use the sideline as an extra defender.
Mm-hmm.
He overplayed it and got beat by a better athlete going back inside, and that's when you hear the
John Jansen with his Sam Martin imitation.
Yes.
Last night, Aaron Rodgers, it was New York, a lot of celebrities there.
Yep.
I'm watching this clip of Aaron Rodgers before the game, and he's dapping it up with Justin Timberlake.
Okay.
Obviously, Rodgers, full uniform. He's got the helmet on and everything. Like, this is like, I don't know, half an hour before game. I don't know when.
Minutes before.
Yeah, who knows, right? Timberlake's on the field in, like, sunglasses, a hat, dress casual. They dap it up together. Hey, man, good luck tonight, da-da-da, whatever. Thanks for coming. Rodgers turns around to go to the tunnel, and Timberlake pats him on the butt. Now, my question is, since he's in full uniform, is that just a thing? Could Rodgers turn around and tap Timberlake on the butt even though he's in casual clothes?
No, you have to be playing a sport in uniform.
Okay.
Yep.
But if you're in uniform, it's like, hey, that's just part of the good luck out there?
Yeah, I think that's when it's appropriate. Hey, we were tired of running out of hot water, so we called CGC Water. They installed a Navien tankless water heater. Now we're enjoying as much hot water as we need. And with a full house, sometimes we need a lot. Maximize your efficiency while reducing energy consumption and enjoy on-demand hot water whenever you need it. Call CGC Water and tell them Doug Carr sent you, and they'll offer you 10% off installation of a Navien tankless water heater. It's 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer.
That about sums it up if you're a Jet fan. Good God. We're going to make this localized because I'm not coming on the air and going to ask you to feel bad for Jet fans. Nobody feels bad for Jet fans. Jet fans are the scourge of the earth. But I thought about the Jets and the Lions are kind of tied at the hip this year. They are. They're attached at the hip. The two most hyped teams in all of football. The Jets for the acquisition of Aaron Rodgers. Could he finally lift the curse? Could he finally deliver him to the promised land? And then the Leos. Number one team bet to make the Super Bowl. Number one team to have Coach of the Year. The hype team, the it team. Hard knock siblings, Jets and Lions. And I thought about our opening night. Marching to Arrowhead, winning a thriller, gritty, gutty, ecstasy, the whole bit. And then you watch last night. There were more tickets for that game last night than when the Super Bowl was at MetLife Stadium.
Seriously?
Seriously. Jet fans were ready to roll. This was their time, their year, their opener against a divisional rival.
I gotta tell you.
And Super Bowl team in the Bills.
These are
and
hot.
their year lasted.
Well, just so people want to know what Gator's referencing.
Would you like to try it?
Yeah, I'll try one.
Yeah. Offer one to Mike or Rico when they come in for crosstalk, too.
So the flavor of this chip that Gator purchased, the flavor is what, Gator?
It's hot.
Yep. It's from Uncle Ray's, and the flavor of the chip is hot.
I didn't expect it to be that hot, I guess. There's hot, and then there's like flaming hot, and there's scorching hot.
I'm trying the hot chip.
I mean, it's hot.
Nothing yet.
Oh, this guy.
Doug likes it spicy, man.
I do. But I ate a hot sauce over the weekend. It was Monday, driving back from the funeral. I was in Canada. I got to find the name of the place. I think the level of hot was like FU hot. Like, we're trying to hurt you.
It wasn't the effing hot or whatever it is. That
No.
They have at Twin Peaks.
Okay. That has some late kick.
I'm telling you.
No, you're right.
My eyes are a little red right now. A little leaky. I'll be all
That
right.
was a late kick. Wow. Yeah, that's hot.
That's after the whistle, huh?
Sure is.
Good stuff on
All right. Well, Rico and Mike have something to look forward to.
Yeah, let's see if we can get one of them to try it. Did you see I caught that fugitive in Pennsylvania?
I did, and I heard that they got it because they found an aircraft found a heat, what they call it, a heat signal or. You all right?
Everything's fine.
The aircraft might find the studio in a second.
We're hot over here.
From the New York Times, Pennsylvania manhunt, armed fugitive subdued by dog in thick underbrush, officials say. Going forward a few paragraphs. A heat
underbrush,
signal.
I think. Is it underbush or underbrush?
Underbrush.
Doug's been all over the Beavers today, right?
Thick.
The heat signal detected by federal law enforcement aircraft early Wednesday morning led to the capture of a convicted murderer who escaped from Pennsylvania jail 2 weeks ago. Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens.
Yeah, that's about right.
Of the Pennsylvania State Police Department said fugitive Daniel Bavo, Bell Biv, Daniel Cavalcanti, 34, was arrested around 8 a.m. in a wooded area about 15 miles north of the prison, where he'd clambered up a wall on March 31st. Looking for more details of this. I mean, look, I'm not rooting for the guy, okay? I want to make that clear. But I think I think every guy thinks about, all right, if I were a fugitive,
How would I get
how
out
would
of
I
it?
get out of this mess?
You're like, heat signal? What the hell are we talking about? What do you mean you found
You've
my
got
heat
no
signal?
shot. You've got like, if you
But me personally?
you need to have outside assistance. I don't mean you. I mean you cannot.
You mean to stay on the run?
It's virtually, it's just south of impossible. If you don't have somebody there to pick you up and smuggle you out of the area with the advanced technology today, what do? Like you dig a hole and bury yourself
for like years.
You got to plan it out.
Well, that's
what you
why,
gotta do.
even though none of us are rooting for this criminal, right?
Of course
But there is a sliver of us that's always somewhat impressed that they got out,
Dude
and how
made
long
it
can they stay
He
away?
made it for 13 days.
So, Doug, you saw how he got out of the prison, right?
Yeah. It was
Gator,
pretty
did you see
impressive.
this?
It was like a wall.
No,
Yeah, I don't think Gator's
wait a
doing
minute.
this.
Wait, I did see it. I saw a clip. This is from this where he
Two
was.
walls.
He like walks.
He crab walks.
Hands on one wall and
Yeah,
feet, on the other and walks all
goes
the
up.
way up. Now, that's how he got out of the confinement area.
Yeah.
Then he somehow had to get over the barbed wire fence.
He got through that.
But he spent 13 days on the run. He at some point broke into someone's garage. Tell me that this isn't an issue. And just grabbed the shotgun that was sitting in the open garage. Okay.
Hello.
Are we responsible gun owners in Pennsylvania?
That guy, I'm sure, is a responsible gun
Look,
owner.
that's just a wonderful area in this country where you can leave the front door open, go to sleep at night, and not worry about anything. Leave your shotgun in an open garage.
So he grabs his shotgun. The owner saw him and went and got another one of his guns and started shooting at the guy. The fact that this guy was armed and is still alive, was captured, is amazing. He's already been convicted of murder. I think he's a multiple, like murder in Brazil and murder here.
He's a bad dude.
Yeah, he's a terrible guy, terrible human. He's got a shotgun. This is a shoot first, ask questions later situation, and they managed to get him alive. So, but what is he, like the shotgun, is he out in the woods hunting? How did he stay alive for 2 weeks? Did the dude also have like a side of beef in his freezer when he got the shotgun?
Got some jerky.
It was a box that was, written on the side, survival kit for prisoners that escape.
Yes.
Shotgun, jerky. All right.
Apple pie off a windowsill. That's how I imagine you get by, right? Isn't that how it works?
Yes.
Somebody's growing vegetables in the backyard. Grab some carrots. Here we go.
13
Excuse
days.
me, do you have any rhubarb? I'm on the lamb.
13 days is pretty remarkable.
It is.
I mean, I guess some people do get away with it, but it's if you don't have somebody picking you up or help from the outside.
Yeah, if you don't have transportation,
that area was flooded with cops. They were searching cars that left the area. They had a perimeter set up. And he got, what did he say, 15 miles? He made it 15 miles north of the prison. In the meantime, at some point, when you're 13 days out in the woods, you're like, man, I just need a shower. I need a bite to eat. As much as you want to stay, you're pretty desperate for your freedom. But when you get caught, at least I'll get a meal, no matter how bad that meal in jail is. Because that's got to be a miserable existence.
yes, that's the silver lining of getting caught after fleeing jail on a murder charge is that I'm going to get 3 hots and a cot.
Yeah.
I'm glad they caught him. I'm just amazed by the technology that they use to catch people.
Yep.
It's incredible.
Yep. In the meantime, the car pursuits, where they have a helicopter overhead, you got to find a tunnel or a parking garage, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, okay. Of course. You got to plan ahead.
Yep.
So you leave the parking garage in a different car than you came in with. I mean,
Or by foot.
Well, assuming they don't have a description. Yeah. And don't wear a hat.
Rico has made his way into the studio.
I love walking in on your conversation.
Yeah, well, that one was,
figure out.
So, dude, it was escaped to prison in Pennsylvania. Got caught this morning. Did you see that?
Yeah.
13 days. Which, if you don't have help, that's pretty good.
It is. Yeah. See, the whole
not rooting for him. Be clear, but
rather than have that whole thing, see, I would have you need a scuba tank, and you just underwater.
That's a great call. But I mean, that's got to be a lot of oxygen. You're going to have to be there for a long time.
Not that far to get to Canada.
There you go.
Swim up a river, a creek with a scuba tank.
Or you go back to jail for life. You know what? Put in the effort.
You got the time.
There is no try.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think you came up with it's not how Andy Dufresne did it. Now, back then, they didn't have heat-seeking
No, they didn't.
airplanes
Technology was
overhead.
different. Of course he did it.
And
It was easy back then.
Yeah.
And apparently nobody ever moved a rock because,
that was buried.
30 years later, it'll be a rock. It'll look out of place.
It was buried, though. You had to dig for it.
Yeah, it did have to
It would have been a strip mall.
Should we have Rico try the chip?
You like hot stuff?
Yeah.
Have you tried these chips? This isn't like one of those stupid hot
Yeah,
chip
it's
challenges. It's
none
a
of
big
that.
bag of Uncle Ray's hot flavored
Oh,
chips.
yeah, these are good.
Yeah, it's funny because it's a late kick. I was fine. You can leave the mic on. Yeah.
I was. The whole point was
taught in class.
I know. No, for the purposes of the.
I was after the first couple chips. Wait a minute! Whoa, that was more than I bargained for.
It kind of hits you late. I like hot stuff a lot, and I was like, this is no big deal. And then I was like, wait a second.
Okay.
After as Kang said after the
Kicks
whistle,
it in the back of your throat.
There you go.
it's it'll get you.
It's sneaky.
It is sneaky. Sneaky hot.
I do got to find this place because I got a chicken wrap on our way back from. It was. Yes. Exactly.
That's what I'm talking about.
It was in Milton, Ontario at Galito's Flame Grilled Chicken. I just found it. And then the flavors, like the spicy, I was like, I don't want anything particularly hot. So it was mild, hot, and extra hot. And I said, just give me hot. I was like, wow, it kicked my butt.
You know what? One of the hottest things I've ever had.
That chip?
No, the chip was good.
It's good.
Of all places was Seattle.
Really?
And it was a garage/barbecue joint.
Okay.
And this guy walked around with this pot that he just never washed. He would always just refill it. And the sauce was called The Man. And he would just come up to you. You met the man? Have you met the man? He had sold T-shirts and everything. Wow.
Really?
You see colors.
It was spicy, huh?
That's a bit much.
But I found out that day because it was like, why are the peanuts? He was like, eat peanuts. That'll cut through the hotness.
Peanuts?
Peanuts.
I thought it was supposed to drink milk.
Milk. I heard any kind of dairy like
peanuts.
Cottage cheese
instantly takes it away.
Peanuts does. It's great to know.
All right. So sports and stuff. What do you got coming up
We're
next?
going to be talking about hot chips.
Yeah.
No. What's your price? At what point would you be willing to sell your ticket for Sunday's game?
Ooh.
Everybody's got a price.
I gotta tell you. I mean, is this the most expensive Detroit Lions game in Ford Field history?
Yep. Where do you tap out?
I don't know.
I think it is.
It may be, actually, because you have to think about way back.
I will tell you what could top it. If Green Bay is actually good and Jordan Love is good,
that's later in the season, but to this point.
Thanksgiving Day could be incredible.
Thanksgiving Day would be anyway, but to
Day
this
right
point,
now,
this might be.
$400 a ticket. Wow.
Is that the buy-in? No, it's the average?
On average.
Do you know what the buy-in price is by chance?
Probably a couple
hundred. Standing room only is, I believe yesterday it was 160 or 180.
Wow.
It's a great question for ticket holders out there. All right, have a great show.
Thanks.
Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Good afternoon. And people, as always, there's no fake banter. How was your day? I don't know. I just spent 2 hours with you. I know how your day was. We are going to do.
Thanks for asking.
Thanks, Bobby. We are. I have a PSA to start. I have to do it. I don't want to do it. So let me start out, and I will say everything I am about to say to you is professional. It's not personal. It is business. It's not personal. I'd also like to state for the court and enter into evidence that I was very nice to the morning show yesterday. I was very complimentary both on the air and off the air, as I thought they handled the Mel Tucker thing really well. Well, unfortunately,
but wait,
I think they stepped in it this morning, and we're going to talk about it briefly because I will tell you what I heard this morning was some of the most disingenuous radio in the history of this radio station. When the subject came up on who is MSU's next coach, I wanted to crash my car versus keep listening. It was incredible to me what Stoney and John did. Again, professional, not personal. But for John with a straight face to say, well, Harlan Barnett should be the next head coach. I mean, he's a Spartan. I mean, honestly, that is the ultimate little pat on the head. I was just surprised John could make it in after hosting the coaches show at U of M. Oh, well, I mean, Harlan, Spartan, things. Then the conversation, Stoney must have had a coaching hot board from 2009. Hey, maybe MSU could hire welfare Santa Claus, a.k.a. Chris Creighton. Wow. Jason Candle from Toledo? Dude, if you've been at Toledo for 9 years, you're going to die at Toledo. So let me just do this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me just do this.
Yeah, you've been at a Toledo radio station. Yeah, you probably don't have a great career in radio.
So I don't want to break it to the morning show, but I feel like I have to because I felt like I was listening to Joe Falls in the morning. MSU is top 20 in revenue, top 20 in attendance. It is a top 25 public university who just spent $9.5 million on a head coach. If you think they have to go to a local soup kitchen to hire their next one, you're in outer space. See, I know that don't fit the narrative. I get it. Little old Sparty up in EL, puffing on his meth, can't get out of his own way and needs help tying his shoe. I understand. I fully understand that John, whether consciously or subconsciously, just wants some hillbilly bleep hole to coach Michigan State and have them be totally non-threatening. Totally understood. But at least on this show, we're honest about it. See, I'm honest. I hate Michigan. Now, I'll pay my respect when you're good, and I'll bleep on you when you're bad. It's honest. Mm-hmm. There is no subconscious here. So if you're going to have a conversation about who is MSU's next head coach and what needs to happen for Harlan to earn the job, that's fine. Could we Google for 5 minutes? I mean, every person they brought up may as well be in the sequel to Cocoon. Oh, hey, you think they could bring back the Nardog? The dude's 60. No. Has done nothing at Pitt I care about. Oh, what about the guy at Kansas? You mean Lance Leipold? 60. Chris Creighton? Christ, there are people at Eastern who don't even like Chris Creighton. He can't win the MAC. Sick bowling shirts. This idea that Michigan State is just poverty. No, that's how you want it to be, not how it is. And I thought they did a wonderful job handling the Tuck thing. They did. But holy mercy, Rico. What the heck?
No,
Jason Candle?
Okay, because here's the thing. Subconsciously, Mike, whether they realize or not, you just want to see Michigan State with a nice coach. A safe coach. But you don't want a coach that can beat Michigan. You don't want a coach that can come in there and win games and keep, and beat Harbaugh and beat the Wolverines. You don't want to see that if you're a Michigan fan. You want to see them get off the mat. You want to see them be decent, but then you also want a sacrificial lamb when they come into Ann Arbor every other year. Therefore, it's difficult for you to say, gosh, you know what? Put this coach there because they'll be really good. They may be better than us. So that's the fear. You don't want to see that.
So I want to have a conversation, a real one. And I can offer you, I don't want to do the coaching carousel stuff, but it's spinning out of control. It's like this station's obsessed with it. We're not even at the point to start looking for a new head coach, but okay, fine. But first things first, let's have the conversation of the day that everyone's having. What would it take for Harlan Barnett to keep this job? Because I'll tell you right now, he could go 13-0 and I don't want him back. I have less than 0% interest in Harlan Barnett. He's not head coach material. I think he's a vastly overrated guy. He's been coaching the secondary for how long? He did such a poor job that old Tuck had to take over coaching the cornerbacks. They had to go out and hire this Jim Salgado guy from the Buffalo Bills who lost his gig.
Right.
Come on, man, with this Harlan Barnett thing. The best thing he ever did was be attached at the hip or tucked under his wing, as he liked to say, to Mark. Now, Harlan is a good Spartan, a loyal Spartan, and he can shepherd this thing for 90 days. He is not a Power 5 head coach. Get out of here with that.
Well, I know he's always wanted the job.
Well, that's great.
I would simply say this.
I'd like to win the Kentucky Derby. Can I enter my name in that ring?
Sure.
You get my point.
I get your point, Mike. I think in order for Harlan Barnett to get the job, you're looking at 9-3. 9-3, meaning you won all the games that you were supposed to win and you knocked off one of the big boys, like Saturday against Washington or Michigan or Ohio State or Penn State. You showed the ability to take that team through all of this adversity and win that game. And then I think at that point he gets considered. But if it's not, he probably gets retained and kept on the next staff. But that's just me. What I don't want is a Bobby Williams type of situation where you kind of fall in love with a guy and you don't do the homework. And even if you end up keeping him, you at least went out and interviewed other coaches. I don't want what happened with Bobby to happen with Harlan. But Harlan, for me, the team has to finish 9-3, which means Okay.
Breaking news at the 97.1 The Ticket compound. I completely agree with what Rico Beard just said, having no prior conversations about the topic at hand, and I am speechless. This is Mike Valenti reporting. There's nothing for me to add.
I mean, I read the email that you said for me and David to speak upon.
So. Oh, I forgot. What was that thing you compared yourself to? I can't remember it.
Step and fetch it.
Right. That the most disrespectful caller of the year. But I want to throw the number out. Because, look, it's very simple. If you want to have a conversation about what Harlan would have to do to stay, it has to be a lofty goal. Mm-hmm. Second of all, have a conversation about Harlan's career and the shortcomings. And then if we're going to do this ridiculous idea of a coaching carousel, do me a solid. If your opinion of Michigan State football is so low and you think they are literally on food stamps, then just avoid the topic.
Help me.
Right. Help me. I'm poor. Like, if you think MSU's rolling through the line with their WIC card, well, then I don't know what to tell you. But I wouldn't bring it to radio. Chris effing Creighton burned the stadium down. Jason Candle, he's been good at Toledo. Yeah, so good no one's hired him. I mean, what type of bottom rung garbage?
Especially after...
Damn it, Stoney. I was just so nice to you yesterday.
Especially after they just spent $95 million on a coach saying, hey, we want to play at like the big boys. We want to go out and get a name coach. It didn't work out, but that doesn't mean you quit trying and immediately say, all right, who's available in the MAC?
And the point I'm
Where's
making
McElwain
is
at?
I am at least honest about how I feel about the school down the road. John, subconscious or consciously. John, just say it. You know, we don't need to hide it. We're all family, John. We're all on the same damn team.
You don't want them to win.
Nah, exactly.
You don't want them to beat Michigan.
Just pat him on the head.
Yeah.
You know, John, if you view us like your crack-headed little cousin, then treat us like that. Put us in one of those conversion vans like at the end of Intervention. And 6 weeks later, Johnny was at Shady Acres in Palo Alto.
I think he wants John L. Smith, where you got a funny little coach and you lose to Michigan.
But say it honestly. Because if you seriously believe Harlan Barnett makes total sense to be the next head coach, you're telling me you don't know anything about college football. And I know that that's not the case. Right. John's incredibly knowledgeable. And here, I'll be even plainer about it.
Okay.
I actually like John. I don't know if John likes me. I don't care.
But see, I think for Harlan Barnett, he just saw the easy route of, well, he's a former Spartan. He was there. through all the years with D'Antonio, and he's the guy that's kind of keeping this thing together. The university looked at him and said, Harlan, will you keep this team together for this year? So I guess John just figured, well, he must be the guy.
Yeah, but then when it turned into the Stoney coaching carousel, and it's Wilford Brimley, Abe Bagoda, and Peter Falk, I'm like, dude, can we do a modicum of research here?
Did Lou Holtz make the list?
May as well. May as well. Vince Dooley was on Stoney's list. I mean, it's just, come on,
Jim
boys.
Tressel, what is he doing?
I get it. I'm good with it. I'm not asking you to go crazy here now, but Jesus, fellas, I'm giving you facts here. Now, if you have information from behind the scenes that MSU's already determined a budget for the next head coach, which they have not, and if that said budget that isn't ready somehow was 33% of what they spent on Tuck, and we're basically hiring from the YMCA, by all means, go to air with it. But Christ on a cracker, can we at least make an honest attempt at this?
They tried.
Did they?
No, they didn't. No, I think subconsciously, Mike, they want the John L. Smith, the every now and then maybe you can beat Michigan. They don't want D'Antonio, I think, had a winning record. Believe it or not.
So just say it.
Tuck in disgrace walks away with a winning record against them. They don't want that.
So just say it, and it's okay. I don't take any offense to it. I never have. How could I be offended? We're getting our ass kicked in the rivalry lately. It's okay. Yeah. The Big Ten runs through Ann Arbor. I can be honest about it. I don't have to like you, but I'm honest. But if I have to, some of these coaching lists I'm hearing from other guys at this station, if that's where MSU's head is at, let me geographically move it because they can place it right up there, you know what. Because shut the program down.
I want to ask you guys, is Jim Caldwell available?
Yeah, hey, up next, Stoney's top 25 coaches over the age of 70.
No, but you know who is?
Wayne Fonz.
Tony Dungy.
Oh,
it's available, yeah. There
Sherm
you go.
Lewis.
Herm Edwards.
Marvin Lewis. The Joel Ferguson candidate. 248-539. Okay, 248-539-9797. Now, if you want some names, I can throw you some names, but you're going to be disappointed because the names I'm going to give you don't get a discount at the movies in the afternoon. Do cost money, might have upside, and or have already accomplished #stuff. We can do that if you like, because here's the funny part. John goes, oh, Harlan makes sense. Well, then good. When Harbaugh leaves at the end of this year, I'm sure you'll be advocating for Mike Hart. Right? He's a Wolverine. I mean, it only makes sense. Yeah. No, you'll be the first person going out there saying Michigan ought to hire Bill F. and Belichick. Mm-hmm. So just do me a kindness, all right? It's tough in these streets. At least throw us some food that ain't rotten over here in Spartyville.
Yeah, I got a couple names, and it really depends on which direction. If Michigan State wants to stay at the big boy
Johnny
table,
Majors,
or if they just want to play poor and start all over again. I'm hoping that they don't.
Bobby Petrino?
No. But you do get a free moped.
Joe Paterno in a neck brace. You know, honestly, Stoney may as well have said, dig up Paterno's bones, put a sweater on him, and make that the head coach.
A skull with big sunglasses on it.
97-1.
High water pants. All right. I'm sorry. You know what? Hey, you want to have fun like we did on the radio? You want a career in radio? Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goals. Or you're into TV or you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can also help you reach your goals. It's very simple. You need to be curious and visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program through Specs at LTU, located right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech, taught by instructors who actually work in the business like yours truly, which means we were not going to waste your time. You're going to hit the ground running, learning everything you need to know in your various upcoming professions. So remember, be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. And when you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate programs. Do that today.
there's a lot out there. There's a lot that this team needs to answer to. Like I said, we know that they have the personnel to win, but are they ready to be winners? I think winners go out and win this game. And, Seattle, in spite of what happened in week 1, I don't think that's a true representation of who they are, though it may be. We'll find out over the course of time. I tend to believe in the Wojo up-down theory, which I don't. It doesn't make sense to me that that's a thing, but it's a thing. It is a thing.
I think it's a thing for non-Super Bowl contending teams. That's what I think.
So the bulk of the teams in the middle, it's a thing for, but
Yes.
the elites and the terrible ones, it's not a thing for.
Correct.
It might
I think if you're a bad team, you're a bad team. And if you're a great team, you're a great team.
Yeah.
And if you're contending, anything can happen because it's the NFL and parity is there in the NFL.
Yep.
Yeah, I woke up to 56 text messages, and I'm going, all right, who's dead? And then you realize it's our head coach. So let's just get into it. And I can throw the number out. You know the number, 248-539-9797. Public service announcement. Mel Tucker might be the dumbest human being to ever walk the face of the earth. He's a character out of Idiocracy. When you've been injured in an accident, whether it's auto truck,
USA
slip and
Today,
fall, David Feminino
to say
is
there
the
was a
man
lack
you
of
need
judgment
to
would
call.
say
We've
there
told you.
was
You get injured in
a
Michigan,
degree
you get
of judgment
David,
at
you
all.
get paid. And David personally will make
pure
sure you get every
idiocy
dime you
of Mel
deserve.
Tucker.
He doesn't take a
Yeah.
fee until you
And
get paid. So if you're
20
injured, or
billion
know
women
someone
in
who
the
is,
world.
tell him to call David Feminino.
It's just,
855
again, and
65
I don't
crash.
want to
Go to that
go
website.
over
Get
every
David,
granular
get paid.
detail. You heard it in the
.com.
mornings. You heard it in the middays. The bottom line is this.
We are so far past even having to battle anyone defending him. There is no defense. His defense of consensual. All right, let's get to the people. And I've been in communication with Michael Stone, who would like to tell you it was not him who said Pat Narduzzi. That's why I said John for a lot of this. Pat Narduzzi. Oh, but he came down from the booth in the fourth quarter. What?
Yeah, you know
He's
what?
58 years old.
If he wanted to show up this weekend for the Rose Bowl reunion, fine.
The
but other than
Nard
that, he really has been disappointing at Pitt. Why would you bring him back?
Every year they lose to somebody totally inexplicable. Can't have it.
Yeah.
But we're bringing it up. If you want to do this, what does Barnett need to stay? Well, to me, it would have to be, as Rico put it, he'd have to have a 9-3 miracle season, keep the recruiting together, beat some teams. It's just AKA things that ain't happening.
So he would have to have a 7-3 record since they're already 2-0. 7-3,
Right.
which means you knocked off one of the big boys. It could happen as soon as this Saturday, or you beat Michigan, Ohio State, or Penn State. You've entered your name into the discussion.
Otherwise, thanks for playing.
I appreciate what you did.
And the next coach will determine your fate.
Yeah, we appreciate what you did. You stepped in. You were a good Spartan. You helped them out.
And as far as the next coach, if you think Rico and I are off base, I've given you factually. MSU is top 20 in revenue, top 20 in attendance, well-heeled, just built a brand new $40 million football building. Apologies if Chris Creighton, Pat Narduzzi, Jason Candle, again, if you've been at Toledo for 9 years, you're going to die at Toledo. If that's where you believe MSU's at as a program, then there's nothing for us to talk about. We're not gum on the bottom of your shoe. Pardon Rico and I for thinking, geez, the MSU job is still, last I checked, in the Big Ten with the most lucrative TV deal of all.
With a brand new, still building on it facility, $30 million facility attached to the football building. Like, this next coach is walking into a brand new mansion.
So, yeah, I'd like to think it's pretty attractive. But, I mean, it's party on. Let's go to people, shall we?
Yeah.
Let's go to Kevin, 97.1. What's up, Kev?
Hey, guys. I need to be informed when I go out in the public, so I'm going to ask your opinion on a couple things. One, I just want to say that Harlan Barnett might be a guy that can lead you through a troubled time, but I don't see him as a long-term fix. And there's been a ton of guys like Rick Carlisle at the Pistons, like Bobby Williams, have been good to get you to 50, but they're not going to get you to the next level. But what about, you kind of talked about Jonathan Smith, Kyle Whittingham at Utah. He's a bit older, but
he's a
what
lifer.
about Jonathan Smith? Yeah.
He's an
Jonathan
alum.
Smith?
He's an alum at Oregon State. I don't think he's going
Okay.
anywhere. And I don't think
Then
he
what
has
about-
a shred of Midwest stuff to him. Go ahead.
Okay. Then my last call for is Jamie Chadwell.
Oh,
Is he ready for that next step?
Coastal's old coach. I don't know, man.
He's 2-0 this year.
I've always found that Chadwell offense, it's all about Grayson McCall. I think it's a little bit rinky-dink for me.
Yeah. But see,
but at least you're being creative, for Christ's sakes.
And Kevin, I would simply say this. If you're Michigan State, in lieu of everything that's happened, and you see if you get the right coach with the right name or the right scheme, you don't have to wait 3-4 years to turn it around. You get the right person in there, and you can shoot for the fences with all the facilities that you have. You could be a brand name again where everybody wants to see you next season.
Yeah, I think the morning guys are thinking about the Michigan basketball coaching hire when they're thinking about, who the next coach should be. They just have a very limited view of that position, and you guys pointed it out.
Yeah, well, and I mean, it's part of the fun. I mean, Kev, we're all on the same team, but I can bust their balls the way they bust mine. Like I said, when they do something great, I thought they handled the Tuck thing beautifully when it came out. But listening to this coaching search stuff, dear heavens. I mean, we may as well hire Gov as coach. Down in the Tecumseh area, on our way to hire Jason Candle as our OC. Let's go to John, 97.1. John, what's going on?
Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, maybe I don't agree with maybe some of their names, but while you're saying top 25 for state, you'll be at best 8th or 9th in the Big Ten next year, adding those 4 teams. You got board of trustee issues. You don't have a president. There'll probably be some AD shakeup. You're going to have some transfers. I think at best you get a name and be like, who is this? They're not going. I know they pay top dollar for Tucker, but
John,
it's going to get real conservative.
No, John, I would say this: if you go conservative, then congratulations, you now become Indiana. You go out and you get a big name, and all those kids you thought were transferring are not. You're going to get new kids who want to come to Michigan State. And if you don't believe me, look at Colorado, 1-11.
But you're already going to be about 8th or 9th out of 16 next year with those 4
right,
teams.
We've established that. And Colorado was like dead last in the Pac-12. You hire the right guy, it works. I mean, John, John, give me a minute, will you please? Because we're tripping all over each other. If you're hiring a new coach, it means you're bad. If you're the number 1 draft pick in the NFL, you're going to a bad team. You're acting as if MSU's challenges are somehow unique to the new coach market.
Well, you guys even said it was Fickell's wife. I think they're just going to have a hard time convincing anybody in the next 2 months before recruiting and, early December, early signing period to get on board.
You don't need to hire someone before. All right, John, I tried. We're done. You're not hiring anyone before December. What are we even talking about? Early signing days, December. You got it.
No, you actually could hire somebody before December.
Could, but it's not mandatory.
No.
But he's in the old school way.
Right.
That guy's clearly in the old school way. I got to get before the period hits.
Right.
Oh, you're going to have decommits. Right. That's what happens in today's college football when you fire a coach.
And guess what? You're going to have guys leave even if you don't fire the coach because that's the new transfer portal way. But if you bring in the right guy, then, Colorado, 1-11, a joke. And now on TV every day, their players, the NIL value skyrockets. And you have other people who say, I want to go there. That's why you can't go and say, we want Toledo's coach. Well, you might as well say, you know what, you're Northwestern.
And if they do that, congratulations.
Yeah.
I don't have to carry
Own it. Right. Just own it and wake me when basketball starts.
Let's go to Bob, 97.1. Bobby, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Yeah, as a Michigan fan, listening to them this morning, I was sort of embarrassed. They just threw out a bunch of mid-MAC guys. Just names to do it. And nobody's been fired yet, but where it all started was between 10 and 2 yesterday with Carson Anderson.
What did they do?
They were naming off they were naming off coaches, and get this, and I'll make it quick. It's this guy named somebody who should be the next Michigan State coach. He's the guy 3 weeks ago that said, I don't think Jordan Love's going to be a very good quarterback. I don't know why, but I just don't think he will. So that's a So that's a WTF moment. Scott Anderson said, Ben Johnson.
What? Ben Johnson's going to be a head coach in the NFL next year. What are we doing?
He was serious about it. And when he said Ben Johnson, I said, man, this guy doesn't even know there's a March Madness committee. He can't give you a reason why Jordan Love isn't a good quarterback. And now he throws out Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson will be a head coach in a matter of 5 months. All right. I mean, Bob, listen, all I'm asking for is, can we act like Michigan State is still a member of the Big Ten? What are we doing?
I want them to get a great coach. I want them to get a guy that knows what's going on. As a Michigan fan,
I think to me, look, Bob, I don't even want to go the name route. Do I have names? Of course I do. But all the names I'm going to give you are guys who have built programs, guys who are under the age of 50, guys who have shown an aptitude for recruiting and or the transfer portal, and guys who currently, from a financial standpoint, would be attracted by, doubling their salary. All of those things, those are boxes you check. When you throw out these random names and you're like, what about Jim McElwain? We're done. I don't want to talk to you.
I have 2 over the age of 50, but they will make sense when I give them to you. You're like, you know what? I can live with that. But, yeah, just random guy, hey, what's Wheatley doing at Wayne State? Maybe they should go get him.
You've heard me, Matt. You know what? Screw it. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more. It's Northville, man. They move Trex decking because it's all in stock. They just get it done. There's no special orders. Everything's in the warehouse. It's right. It's a mile away. So you want to get it done? You want to get the Trex decking? You want to build your deck? You go to Northville Lumber. Some of it's as cheap as $1.59. What else I got to tell you? Oh, wait. They'll find someone to build the deck for you. That's right. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. So no matter what you need, you head on down. You can call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
I'm a big Harlan Barnett guy. I'm full disclosure here. I worked with Harlan 25 years ago. We were on the Spartan broadcast together. His NFL career had just finished up, and he knew Nick Saban pretty well and had an opportunity to be part of the broadcast team as our sideline reporter for a couple seasons. And then when Saban went on to LSU, I believe Harlan went there as a grad assistant and started his coaching career, and eventually came back to Michigan State, went to Florida State as a defensive coordinator, and came back to Michigan State when Mel Tucker came here and wanted to bring him back. I love this opportunity for him. I don't know if he's suited to be a head coach or not, but he's going to get the opportunity. The players love him. Players love him. Families love him. He's a family guy, and his faith is very important to him, and he lets that be known as well. And I think it's a very safe hire from within at this point. I mean, you got to appoint somebody as the interim head coach. Harlan Barnett makes a ton of sense. I mean, I don't know if you're going to want it turned over to one of the coordinators. I have no issue at all with it being Harlan. In fact, I'm very happy for him.
All right. Let's get a little football today, shall we? David, overreactions of some form? Is that where we're headed? Okay. It's a lovely T-shirt, by the way. Music. Yes, David.
Yeah, so these are my overreactions from week 1 in the NFL. And I'm sorry, Mike. Let's start with this one. Daniel Jones, 2 interceptions, sacked 7 times. There was an offensive touchdown. They gave up a defensive touchdown and a special teams touchdown given up all before halftime. Overreaction, Giants win less than 5 games this year.
Well, I think they're, obviously I said all summer, regression candidate. Saying they're now a 5-11 or 4-12. I can't go that far. Now, if you said 6, man, you might be at the number 7 for sure. I don't think they're ready. Yet last year was a miracle. This is still a rebuild. They had no salary cap. David, it's closer to being the appropriate reaction than an overreaction.
Really?
Yes.
Really? Okay. They can't bounce back from this?
I thought they were a 7-10 team to start the year.
You have said that.
And when you show up and lose 40-0 and look like you are not ready to play.
They lost interest like I lost interest in. They like, you know what? Just screw it. Just go ahead.
Yeah.
Score points. We don't care, Dallas.
Yeah. Go ahead, David.
Next one for the Chicago Bears. They will be drafting a new quarterback in the draft because Justin Fields is done.
Overreaction. Now, look, he had a terrible performance. He wasn't seeing it. He was seeing ghosts. But I'm not ready after 1 week to write him off. Now, does there need to be a conversation here in short order about Fields as a passing quarterback? Yeah. You're not going to be able to carry a team with just your feet. But I'm not ready to go where you're going. Overreaction.
I do too. I think it's an overreaction, David, because I believe that Chicago really needs to embrace what they have in him and bring him someone who can help get the most out of him. Because it just looks like they're just like, hey, Justin, go out there and do that thing that you do and help us win. Well, coach, you going to help me? Nah, you know what you got to do. Do the little thing. Do the thing. Go
Running
ahead.
Things.
Right. Fun.
And stuff. Next one in the AFC. Well, this would be NFL MVP here. Tua will win the MVP. He threw for 466, 3 touchdowns, and the Dolphins are going to the Super Bowl.
He is the leader in the clubhouse of the MVP, by the way, after week 1. But I'm going to say overreaction. You still have the deepest room of quarterbacks in the history of the NFL in one conference, and I still can't trust Tua to play 17 games. I'll say an overreaction.
I'm going to say an overreaction as well because he'll probably get hurt. I hate to say that. He just can't stay healthy, and Miami will find ways to shoot themselves in the foot. So, no. He had a great game. But that was just one game. No, he's not going to throw for 400 yards every single week.
The LA Rams are back in business. They outscored the Seahawks 23-0 in the second half. Stafford had no cup, no problem. Tutu Atwell and Puka Nacua.
It's Puka Nacua. Put some respect on his name.
They each had 119 yards receiving, but the LA Rams are back.
Kind of like Texas, the Rams
are not back.
Rams are not back.
I think Seattle and the Giants had 2 of the most disappointing performances of the opener, and I'm just not ready to go there with the Rams.
See, I think the Giants just weren't good enough. No offense.
There's
but Seattle to me looked like a team that underestimated their opponent and said, well, they have no cup. This will be easy. And the Rams came there and played and punched them in the mouth, and Seattle was just like, okay, coach, we didn't think that they were going to play this hard.
So I'm going to have fun with the next one. I know the next one for sure is an overreaction, but it's a funny stat with this one. The overreaction, C.J. Stroud is going to the Hall of Fame. Here's why I say this.
Wait, excuse me?
Hold on. Here's why I say it. Just a funny stat.
Okay.
His first pass was a completion to himself. Last time that happened in the NFL, Brett Favre did it. In his first appearance, it was a tip ball to himself. Of course,
well,
Brett Favre
it happened
made the Hall
to
of Fame.
Desmond Ritter this week, too. You want to go that route?
But his first pass.
First pass. Desmond Ritter had a pass last season. But just talk overall about C.J. Stroud. He was 28 for 44, 242, 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions.
I didn't think he was bad. It's a tough spot. You're on the road. You're at the Ravens. I didn't think he was that bad.
I think that he's going to end up being that guy for Houston. I think he's going to be good. Hall of Fame good?
Yeah, calm down.
No, but I think you could put pieces around him, and I think with DeMarco, you're going to have a good team in Houston, but you got to give it a little bit of time.
Let me offer you one. May I, David?
Christian McCaffrey wins the MVP?
Josh Allen's a loser. Overreaction? He's now got 36 turnovers the last 35 games. He don't win in big spots. He's 0-5 in overtime. Josh Allen's a loser. Overreaction. Discuss, gentlemen. You agree with this?
I've been saying that for a while.
I really don't like him.
Mike, I've never seen a quarterback or a team get more credit for doing nothing. Like, in big games, it's always some reason of why he threw the pick or why he fumbled the ball or what. Like last year against Minnesota, you found a way to lose to them. Like they handed you the game and you said, "No, bruh, you could have it back."
You lost to Zach Wilson because you turned it over 4 times.
Right.
That's criminal.
Same interception, same guy. Like what? No, he's
fun to watch.
I'm not gonna say he's garbage.
No,
but he is not worth the hype.
I don't think you're winning a Super Bowl with him. That's how I feel.
And I'm going to say this.
It's hard for me not to feel that way.
Overreaction. He's not elite. He's a good quarterback. He's not an elite quarterback.
David.
Overreaction. The Buccaneers are not too far off from where they had Tom Brady.
We're done here. No, they played the fraudsters of America. The Bucs are about to be in a massive rebuild. They're the only ones who don't realize it. I'm out on that.
But Baker.
But you know what? The Bucs have a shot to go 2-0. You know who they host this week? The Bears.
Oh, Baker Mayfield.
It's crazy, man.
So the Lions and the Bucs could each be 2-0.
Sure, why not? And only
on
one
a collision course for October 15th.
That's a W. Go ahead. You still going to that game?
I wanted you to go with.
I don't want to go with you. I said, are you going?
I don't think I can go. I got to do, I guess no, because I got to do the Lions pregame here with Cook.
I'll do it for you that week. You want to go down and talk to your man, Will Golston? You want to hang out a little bit?
I'll see if he can hook me
You
up.
got as many pass rush moves as he has.
You know what?
David?
Unfair. Flag.
Overreaction.
Hey, Mike, that's one.
Overreaction or not, the old Russell Wilson is back. He did not have his number one receiver, but he threw for 177 and 2 touchdowns.
It's a complete overreaction. David, he's terrible. Their offense scored 13 points. Full stop.
With not his number one receiver, he doesn't have a good running game.
I don't want to hear it. David, he doesn't look like Russ.
Yeah. A little bit of overreaction. I need to see it a couple of more games, but I'm not willing to say that.
Overreaction or not, the Green Bay Packers may have actually done it again. Jordan Love may be their next quarterback to be a Hall of Famer. Jordan Love looked pretty good in week 1, 245.
Yeah.
Only sacked once.
The infrastructure's there. You know, Rico and I really got hip to the pack in late summer. I feel like, look, the O-line, the running game, the wide receivers, they seem like they're a lot closer to having the guys they need than not. Mm-hmm. And defensively, there's 20 first-round picks, I feel like, on that defense. Yeah. I'm going to say it's not an overreaction. I think that's their guy.
It's not, and he didn't have his number one wide receiver either.
Oh, my, ring the bell. Christian Watson was hurt with a hamstring.
So I'm going to close it out with the final 2 here that touch each of your hearts. First, let's start with the Jags. They're overrated. Overreaction. Barely beat the Colts.
It depends what you rate them as. I mean,
division winner?
I think they're a division winner, but I think they're a far way away from being in the Super Bowl. Remember, this is not the NFC. This isn't the Lions' pathway. They have to go through Mahomes and Burrow and Allen and Lamar and, well, Aaron Rodgers, but Tua. Like
Herbert. Well, they've done that.
There's another guy I'm getting a little worried about. I'll say they're a little overrated.
And then the final one for you, Rico, the 49ers are winning the Super Bowl.
Oh, God.
Brock Purdy just does what he does, runs CMC 120. Brandon Ayuk, top 10 receiver?
I can't.
Well, you know, I thought so, but I was told, no, he's just hot garbage. But, yeah, I'll be headed out to Las Vegas, David.
For what, a bachelor party?
No.
Ain't going to be for the Super Bowl.
For the Super Bowl.
Okay. We'll have to put action on this. Thank you, David.
I'll take a picture from the Super Bowl.
Yeah, from the sphere. Yeah. Thanks, David.
Those are your week 1 NFL for reactions.
Hungry Howie's celebrating 50 years of flavor. That's 50 years creating delicious pizza using real mozzarella cheese, toppings that don't come from a can, and yes, fresh dough. New menu items all the time. The Bee Sting Pizza right now, hot honey drizzle, 2 toppings of your choice, just $12.99. And no matter what day of the week, doesn't have to be any football on, the mix and match. $6.99, you pick the menu items, mix and match them up, and away you go. Dinner's on the table in 20 minutes. So whether it's the new stuff, which is, of course, a limited time only, or the classics, any night of the week's a good time for Hungry Howie's. It's Hungry Howie's Pizza.
On that punt return, there was a blatant leg trip right in front of the referee, right in front of the
ball carrier,
in front of Gibson.
Yeah,
and they blew it. They missed it. That should now look. It would have only been. Chances are they would have ended up either scoring or kicking a field goal anyway, because it took place about the 20-yard line approximately, if I'm not
somewhere in there. So
Yes.
maybe they got to get one first down,
Yes.
or maybe they don't even need a first down. Who knows?
Mhm.
But yeah, they would have been forced to go through the process.
Yeah.
It was amazing to me that it was missed because of the proximity to where the ball was.
Yes. And also on that play, former Lion punter Sam Martin. Very, very lame effort to try to make the tackle. I mean, your buddy Hank Winchester has to be very disappointed in you, Sam. That was really, really lame.
Yeah, it was. You could hear him go, eh. Two-hand touch does not count as being down. So the thing that you got to know, and every punter, every kicker is taught, use the sideline as an extra defender. Mm-hmm. He overplayed it and got beat by a better athlete going back inside, and that's when you hear the
John Jansen with his Sam Martin imitation.
Yes.
All right, I want to get some of the callers in the mix. And we have a lot to do today, and that includes deal breakers later on today. It also includes measuring how deep is your love for your Detroit Lions. We're going to get to it. This weekend's game is going to be nuts. We started the show with a topic, and it's very simple. Stoney and Jansen this morning killing me. I mean, we got John up here going, well, Harlan makes a ton of sense. Make him the head coach. What? What about Narduzzi? I heard the name Chris Creighton on that show. I go, look, if MSU's this poverty-stricken, shut the program down. Put us with Washington State and Oregon State, and we'll all go have fun in the Mountain West.
Be a 3-team conference.
So I just make the point, Farico and I were aligned on this. Maybe you think we're crazy because we're Sparties, right? We only got a top 25 public school education, not a top 10. But the point is, MSU's got a ton of money to spend. They got a brand new facility. They're in the Big Ten with the most lucrative TV deal. Yeah, it's a pretty attractive job. Can we stop with the nonsense like Jason Candle? Guy's been at Toledo for 9 years. You're going to die in Toledo. So that's the conversation we had. And we have people who want to rap. We can talk to a few people. And then, yeah, we can keep it moving. But if you have thoughts, feel free. If you want to talk about Harlan Barnett being the next coach of Michigan State, you could show me 9-3. It would take a Disney movie. He'd have to be Gordon Bombay, and Michigan State would be in the Flying V for him to keep this job.
The knuckle puck.
Right.
Yeah, 9-3, you enter the conversation. 9-3, and you're on the list that we will also interview you with, along with
like
some other
somehow
candidates.
The team truly adores you. Somehow you are a CEO. Oh my God, the recruiting's together. Guys, we're basically saying something that has a next to zero chance of happening would have to happen to consider Harlan. Okay?
See, I would just put it as he would have to show that he is special and that he can go out there and rally and win with the talent that he has. No excuses. You get it done. If that's the case, Harlan, you've advanced to the second round. We will talk to you and see if this could possibly be your permanent job.
Let me go to Stan, 97.1. Hello, Stan.
Hey, gentlemen. How you doing?
Good.
There's one guy, homegrown. Well, not homegrown. He's in the state right now, and he's not a young guy, but I think he's earned the opportunity to be considered. The coach of Ferris State, Tony Annese, he's won 7 championships, and he has a winning percentage of, I think it's 847 over his career coaching. I mean, give that guy a shot.
You're screwing with me, right?
No, he's proven.
Proven what? Coaching Little League football? This is the Big Ten, Stan.
You're saying Ferris is a Little League football?
You're damn right that's what I'm saying.
Okay, all right.
Stan, let me help out. Let me be the mediator here.
Go ahead.
Ferris State, as compared to a Power 5 football team, leaves a little bit to be desired. He's successful at that level. Now, if you tell me you bring in Tony Annese to be one of your coordinators, okay. But to run this program, no. Okay. Because here's the thing. Does a kid from California even know who the heck he is when you go out to recruit him?
California, a kid from Clarkston doesn't know who he is.
I'm just saying, Mike, if you're trying, because now you're going to be going out to California to recruit because you got teams from the West Coast. They don't know who he is. So if you're Michigan State, you can't think small time because small time turns you into Bloomington.
Well, and honestly, I think that's what's coming out of people's subconscious.
Yeah.
That's what they want MSU to be. So that's how we're going to talk.
Like I said, if you tell me that Annese is going to come in and be one of your coordinators, okay, great.
Yeah, I wouldn't be happy with that either. All right, let's hold on. Let's go on the board briefly.
Okay.
And then we'll resume. Do you want Stoney? He is blowing up my phone. You answered the call. All right. I give you a game, and it upset Kenny greatly, but it's going to be exciting. Little preview of the weekend. Home conference underdog against what I think is a shaky favorite. Any interest in Florida catching 7.5 at home, hosting Tennessee? I told you I didn't like Tennessee this year. I don't trust Joe Milton in that offense. It's a timing offense, a finesse offense. That's not Joe's game. Florida couldn't have looked worse the last time we all cared about them when they played Utah. They're at home catching 7.5. Any interest?
You can't spell citrus without UT.
That's a great Spurrier bit. I'm saying it's a team no one's betting.
I like it. Rivalry game, at home in the swamp. Getting what, 7? Florida, how much they getting, Mike?
7.5.
Yeah, I take that. Yeah, I would definitely on that. Yes. Shout out to the Braves yesterday. If you took mine, you collected money because not only did Matt Olson hit a home run, but Acuna did as well. Congratulations. Spend your money well. You know what? Let's go back to that well. You can either take Marcell Ozuna at plus 255 to hit a home run tonight, or
Matt Olson to be a Tiger next year, plus 750.
Matt Olson, he's red hot, plus 285 to hit a home run.
How much money has Matt Olson made himself hitting 50 bombs this year?
He's made me a lot.
He's on a one-year deal, right?
I think, yeah.
Oh, baby. Mr. Kenny Cott.
Yeah, no Torque home run last night. No Tigers win last night. No
That's
parlay
0 for 2.
last
yeah,
night.
that was disappointing.
So responsibly, I'm going to wait till Thursday Night Football and take the day off. I believe I still have one in the bank for this week.
David.
You do have one in the bank. I also have a pick for you. South Carolina at Georgia. I'm going plus 27.5 for South Carolina. I don't think there's no way they lose by more than that. I mean, come on, as an SEC opponent, I get what Georgia is, but 27.5 points is a lot. South Carolina still has Spencer Rattler. I trust him. They'll lose, but not by that much.
Okay. And guess what? You're on the right side. The easiest thing to do is go Georgia good, Team B bad. Well, guess what? They didn't cover against Mike News' Ball State Club last week. Georgia is good, but covering 4 touchdowns in a conference game is really difficult. Ask OSU. How'd that IU game work out?
That's every reason why they will. They're going to want to put bullets in their own conference, who's noticeably weak this year.
Yeah, but
No,
South Carolina's
Kenny,
okay.
And be aware of try hard guy. Yeah, yeah.
I've seen Kirby go full try hard. This is going to be what happens. I'll take a
Do
lunch
you hear
bet
the
on this.
smugness and the arrogance.
I'm down. Yeah, I'll take your lunch money.
Kirby won't allow this to happen. He's Curbster.
I'm going to talk to Powers about this. I want to see if he's as arrogant as Kenny is.
Well, the Curbster won't allow that to happen.
My personal friend Curbs.
KS.
Okay, that's sufficient. That's on the board. Let's get back to business next. All right, get ready for the NFL season. Great offers from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers bet 5, get 200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers who bet 5 get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Best time to join FanDuel. App's easy. Tons of ways to play. Live betting, don't sleep on it. Value, as my broadcast partner Jim Costa likes to say, it's FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117. NFL Sunday Ticket offer ends 9/18/23. No refunds. Terms and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket, not YouTube TV. YouTube TV base plan required to watch YouTube TV. Redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscription renews. Cancel anytime.
There's a lot out there. There's a lot that this team needs to answer to. Like I said, we know that they have the personnel to win, but are they ready to be winners? I think winners go out and win this game. And, Seattle, in spite of what happened in week 1, I don't think that's a true representation of who they are, though it may be. We'll find out over the course of time. I tend to believe in the Wojo up-down theory, which I don't. It doesn't make sense to me that that's a thing, but it's a thing. It is a thing.
I think it's a thing for non-Super Bowl contending teams. That's what I think.
So the bulk of the teams in the middle, it's a thing for, but
Yes.
the elites and the terrible ones, it's not a thing for.
Correct.
That might
I
be.
think if you're a bad team, you're a bad team. And if you're a great team, you're a great team.
Yeah.
And if you're contending, anything can happen because it's the NFL and parity is there in the NFL.
Yep.
Yeah, I woke up to 56 text messages, and I'm going, all right, who's dead? And then you realize it's our head coach. So let's just get into it. And I can throw the number out. You know the number, 248-539-9797. Public service announcement. Mel Tucker might be the dumbest human being to ever walk the face of the earth. He's a character out of Idiocracy. When you read the story out of USA Today, to say there was a lack of judgment would say there was a degree of judgment at all. The pure idiocy of Mel Tucker.
Yeah. And 20 billion women in the world. Yeah.
It just, again, and I don't want to go over every granular detail. You heard it in the mornings, you heard it in the middays. The bottom line is this. We are so far past even having to battle anyone defending him. There is no defense. His defense of consensual doesn't even play because he violated the morality clause in his contract.
Right.
It is so reassuring. Once I found out that MSU had done everything right by the letter of the law, I then was. And we start 3 o'clock with breaking news. I would like to offer a direct message for Mr. Michael Stone, who has reached out to me, and I'd like to offer a correction on one thing as I confused my Wolverine scumbags that appear on their radio show. Wojo joining Nude from Bed this morning. Wojo brought up Chris Creighton as a part of the conversation. And as I told Michael, you are not guilty of just one thing. I said it was just general nonsense and a general lack of understanding of Michigan State or caring. But Mike would like you to know that other names were brought up too. John brought up Bill O'Brien. John brought up Jim Leonard. John brought up Muddy Waters. Now, to Mike's credit, he brought up something interesting.
Leonard, I could see as a DC.
Yeah, the bloom's off the rose with Jim Leonard. Sorry, Wisconsin could have had him. Didn't. So here's the point.
That's fair.
Stoney brought up one name that's interesting, and it was Mike Elko of Duke. 43, has done a nice job at Duke, clearly can identify quarterback.
That's on my list.
The point we made to start the show, he says, we got to put this to bed, and Stoney's going right through all his data plan, texting me. I want to make this clear. What I don't like is whether it's mornings or middays or Wojo, is this idea that MSU is sitting on a milk crate holding out a can that says, help me, I'm poor. Or that somehow MSU is the idiotic kid who has a plan to save the world. If you don't like us, just say it. If you don't want State hiring a real coach because you don't even want to hear about MSU, just say it. On this show, we're honest. We don't like U of M. I'm respectful because they're awesome and the Big Ten goes to Ann Arbor, but I don't like you.
Back-to-back playoffs, back-to-back Big Ten championships.
But what I've heard from Wojo and John and even a little bit you, Michael, a little bit of you, it's disingenuous. MSU's got a ton of cash. They got a brand new football facility. It's a Big Ten school. I know. We stink. The bottom line is it's an attractive job, and pardon me if I want MSU to go through a real coaching search process. Harlan Barnett has a next to 0% chance of keeping this job in my world, in Rico's world. If MSU goes back to Mickey Mouse world, then burn the program to the ground. I won't be a part of it. Harlan Barnett to be the next head coach of Michigan State, go 9-3. All of a sudden, Harlan Barnett is fishing for marlin, just bringing in recruits.
I mean, he has to go 7-3 in his tenure and knock off a big boy. And I think that's fair to ask, because that means that you did something that a lot of people didn't think you can do, and that would separate you. And maybe you are him. Maybe you are that guy. You beat Washington this weekend, and a lot of people, I promise you, on Monday are going to say, hey, you got your guy already.
Yeah,
what I don't want is the Bobby Williams where you fall in love with a person because of a game.
The other problem with all of this, when people start doing coaching hot boards, if you will, you're just picking names you know that don't even make any sense. I'll give you an example. There are plenty of good coaches that I don't want at MSU. Why? They're too old. Don't want it. Then you got other guys. They're NFL guys. You know why Bill O'Brien took that job at Penn State all those years ago? Because he wanted to show he had head coach chops. He needed to get out from under. And then he left at first opportunity.
You'd be better off saying Eric Bieniemy because he's never going to get an NFL job.
But some of the names I'm hearing from this radio station, I go, look, if you want to mock us, just mock us. I know we're not that good.
Can I say one name that people constantly keep telling me, and I'm like, guys, never going to happen. Why don't you just go and get Coach Prime?
Okay.
And bring him here. No, I get this. Mike, I feel so many calls. I'm like, they didn't like Mel Tucker in East Lansing. What makes you think they're going to put up with Deion? Deion is uncontrollable. Deion's not listening to anybody. And if you try to curb Deion, he will call you out personally on the air. Deion's going to run his own program. Michigan State's not ready for that.
Deion's next job will be at a top 5 program.
Deion will be at Texas A&M.
If it works, Deion will have a top 5 job. If it doesn't work, Deion will never have another coaching job. There is no room for, MSU's top 25. It's not happening.
It's not a good fit. Michigan State is way too conservative for Deion. You didn't like Martin, you ain't going to like Malcolm. Plain and simple.
We can have this conversation. I have a Lions thing to get to, but I'm happy to take the calls. People continue to call. 248-539-9797. But the whole, Harlan Barnett's a Spartan, so it makes sense. Could you be lazier? John, you're too good to have that opinion. You're too good. You're too smart. You know too much about college football. John, come on, man. Be better. Yeah. Please.
He's filling in. He's stepping up. But Harlan would need to go 7-3 for him to go to that next round where he's on the list, that short list of who could be the next head coach.
I am a big believer when the time comes, and I don't think the time is now, but when the time comes, MSU has the most impactful hire they're ever going to make. It's reality. If they get it right, they'll be fine. If they get it wrong, they're Rutgers.
Dude, if they get it wrong, there's jobs on the line.
No. Like, they're never coming back.
Right.
If they get this hire wrong with where college football's going, they're never coming back.
Or you're going to have to, if you thought Tucker's contract was ridiculous, man, you're going to have to walk in paying somebody $15 a year to fix this if you hire wrong. And I don't think they're ready to go down that road.
Thanks again, Tuck. Thank you so much. Super. David, ticket text. We haven't checked in all day today on those. What do you got?
I don't know if half of these are being serious or funny at this point.
What, is Stoney taking the ticket text now?
No.
He won't take it. Here you go. Yeah.
No, I just told him. I go, Mike, I'll make one correction that Wojo brought up the Chris Creighton thing, and then you guys talked about it. Calm down. It's not a courtroom. I love you. You're killing me. I got a job to do over here. You're busting my balls.
Yeah, someone's seriously asking, what about David Shaw, considering he's 51 years old?
Nope. No, thank you. Watching a paint dry offense. The Stanford program eroded. No, I'm out on that.
David, either you need a big name or you need somebody who could bring in high-powered offense, fun. Because defense takes time. But offense, as you see with Colorado, now all of a sudden, that's the it team. People who they weren't on their radar now want to say, I want to go play in that offense. So it's got to be one of those two things.
I love the fact.
No, it's too conservative. This ain't the 80s. And 90s.
I love the fact I have 3 names. No one's brought them up. Because unlike most people, I've actually taken time and some research, and I go, here are the boxes that need to be checked.
Well, one of my names has been. That was one. Duke's coach.
Elko?
You, my friend, you hit me with a name.
Don't say it.
I'm not. But It shows why David and I just say whatever you want us to say.
This is going to be a good bit for a while, isn't it?
It is. Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, all right. David.
Someone's telling you, Rico says, Rico, I know he's not coming, but thanks for bringing up Dion. Love him or hate him, he's proven a 1-year turnaround is doable.
And that's what I'm saying. If you're MSU and you do this correctly, you don't have to be the 8th best team. Right. You don't have to sit in the basement. If you do this the correct way and you hire the right person, Fox and CBS will be at Spartan Stadium next year the way they're out in Boulder, Colorado, or the way they're in Ann Arbor for Jim Harbaugh. If you do it the right way and bring in the right guy.
David.
Transfers won't happen. People will want to come to Michigan State.
On what do you need for Harlan to stay? Someone says, I need 10-2 for Harlan to be considered as a long-term solution, plus a win over Michigan.
I got to be honest with you. That means that Harlan went 8-2. Yeah, he's probably one of the top candidates because, that means that he's beaten Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State. He's beaten 2 of those 3.
Yeah, and the important thing is, guys, when you're setting a bar for what it takes for an interim coach to keep their job, you're going to put that bar so high that it likely doesn't happen. Like, if you translate that, it's Rico and I saying we don't want Harlan Barnett as head coach. That's really what it's translated into.
What it's saying for me is I don't want you to become a prisoner of the moment and say he goes 6-6 and they win their bowl game, and then you start, well, you know what? Maybe if we give him another year. In years past, that may have worked. But right now, you've proven this is big boy football. Conferences are folding. You don't have time to not be on the cutting edge. Now, if you want to keep him around, great. But if, like the other previous, he goes 8-2, okay, that's different. You've knocked off some big boys. I'm listening.
Listen, Harlan Barnett, I just think no Spartan has gotten more shine for doing less. He is a guy that's always around. But his one venture off the reservation, he was a disaster at Florida State. And then he came back to the only place he could come back to, home. I don't dislike Harlan. I don't care about Harlan. But this idea that he's some diamond and he's this protected asset, like, oh my God, we must have Harlan. Harlan Barnett is a defensive backs coach who coaches a defensive backfield that has been walking vomit for years on end.
I'll simply say this. I'll take Harlan Barnett. Don't even think about bringing D'Antonio back.
No, please stop.
Oh, no, you'll have some of those. Like, well, coach, because if Harlan, let's just once again say he goes 8-2. Well, you know why he went 8-2.
Okay.
Because Coach D
but you know what?
put his stamp on it.
In a lot of ways, if MSU is just brain dead about this, it'll be the best thing for me because then I can just fully check out. I can just stop caring. I can just say, you know what? My Saturdays are open and we're good.
Call me in the middle of October when it's Midnight Madness, then I'll start caring again.
We are officially a basketball school.
Whee!
David, listen, remember when I said to you that when Mel Tucker revealed who he is, you believe them, you say thank you? It's better to just get out of that business. Let MSU screw this up, and at least you know, and you go, you know what? Really enjoyed the D'Antonio years, most of them. We're good here.
Yeah, 2021 was good. That was fun. But, yeah. Go Hoops.
We're a basketball school.
You screw this up, you are. Because you're right. You can't bring in somebody that's going to be it's going to be a 3-year reclamation project. You're not afforded that anymore in college football.
Right. And look, to Rico's point, guys, that's not hyperbole. That's not being melodramatic. It used to take 3 or 4 years for a program to fall. Now it can happen in as little as 1. It used to take 3 or 4 years to rebuild a program. Now it can happen as little as 1. Kenny, I felt that was a little bit of an aggressive handoff there.
Well, Kirby told him to do that.
Kenny, that wasn't very nice. Got to be honest.
He's been aggressive all day.
He waltzes in the retro Pine Knob shirt. And I mean, here I want to simulate Kenny handing the reads off. Ready?
Yeah.
He comes in and he goes, Kenny, you're not running the option. We're not pitching.
I was afraid you were going to smash them out of my hands like before the show started.
Hey, ball security's job security. We talked about it. I just want a football team. Rico, tell him.
It's possible, Mike. We're so close. I think that we can have that. All right, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff. Well, you know what, guys? They want to be your Chevy dealer. They will guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period, and all September long. Hamilton is participating in the Step Up for Kids. What is that? It's a shoe donation drive that supports underprivileged kids right here in our local community. So stop in, drop off some new shoes for kids from ages 4 to 18. While you're there, check out Hamilton's inventory and pick up your next Chevy. New cars being delivered daily at Hamilton, so you stop in and get your name on the one that you want. But remember, most importantly, really participate in this shoe drive. It's going to support local kids right in here in our own community, ages 4 through 18. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
I'm a big Harlan Barnett guy. You know, I'm full disclosure here. I worked with Harlan 25 years ago. We were on the Spartan broadcast together. His NFL career had just finished up, and he knew Nick Saban pretty well and had an opportunity to be part of the broadcast team as our sideline reporter for a couple seasons. And then when Saban went on to LSU, I believe Harlan went there as a grad assistant and started his coaching career, and eventually came back to Michigan State, went to Florida State as a defensive coordinator, and came back to Michigan State when Mel Tucker came here and wanted to bring him back. I love this opportunity for him. I don't know if he's suited to be a head coach or not, but he's going to get the opportunity. The players love him. Players love him. Families love him. He's a family guy, and his faith is very important to him, and he lets that be known as well. And I think it's a very safe hire from within at this point. I mean, you got to appoint somebody as the interim head coach. Harlan Barnett makes a ton of sense. I mean, I don't know if you're going to want to turn it over to one of the coordinators. You know, I have no issue at all with it being Harlan. In fact, I'm very happy for him.
Hi there. Perfect temperature to sleep, roughly 68 degrees. Now, if you want to debate it, it's for another time, but what's not up for debate, the eco-friendly, most comfortable, best mattress, the iComfort Eco by Serta. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored, or Serta's perfect sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for over 110 years. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. And don't be afraid. We are going to get to the Lions a little later. But we wanted to put this to bed. Do the Harlan Barnett conversation, and then just lay out guidelines for at whatever point we start talking coaches at MSU. Yeah, I know. We're just two poverty-stricken Sparties who are barely, of reading capability. We're barely literate. We have a standard to hiring our next coach. And I'm sorry that others at this station don't feel that way. Pat Narduzzi. 60. Chris Creighton. Yeah, thanks, Wojo. Let's go get food stamp Santa. I mean, you'd think Rico and I went to Abilene Christian. Good Lord. David, you're laughing. What's the problem? What have I said?
Love the Abilene Christian.
I mean,
yeah, you went to Ferris State.
Yeah, Rico and I are La Tech graduates. Proud sons of Ruston, Louisiana.
Okay.
Let's go to the people, shall we?
Yep.
Let's go to Todd, 97.1. Hi, Todd.
Hey, Mike and Rico. Just want to throw out a name. Michigan State's former Spartan, Pat Shurmur. Seems like a character guy. Both you guys kind of know him, if not from the Giants, but from Michigan State's football program. He's got legacy or whatever with his uncle Fritz, if some people remember him, with the Green Bay Packers defensive coordinator and the LA Rams. What are your thoughts on it? The dude's 58, 57, whatever that number is. Where are you at on that?
I'm a no, but I think it'll be more entertaining to hear what Mike has to say about this. Did you just hang up on him?
Yup.
No on Shurmur?
Man, this is some GD nonsense. What is this, the coaching search of 2005?
For those that don't know, Mike just threw his headset and walked out the room.
This isn't 2005.
Let me just say this.
What is it that people can't, guys, do me a kindness. I'm not asking for anybody to act that we are anything other than what we are. We are currently a bottom third program in the Big Ten. We are currently a team that has some problems. But in the grand scheme of things.
Actually, reality, we're in the middle third.
Middle third. Why is it you can't call this radio show and just act like Michigan State is, I don't know, a top 25, top 30 program in America? By every metric, they are.
No, because what I think that gentleman is getting caught up in the whole, you need to have some type of ties to the university.
Why?
You don't. You need to win. You can come from wherever. If you win, guess what? You are the new legacy there. Plain and simple. Just win. But you don't have to bring somebody who was related to somebody who once played, who once did
What
that.
about Brad Van Pelt, 248?
Don't get caught up in that. And I think that's what that person was referring to. Well, he's a Spartan. You bring him back. We keep it in the family, Mike.
Let's go to Tim, 97.1. Tim, what's going on?
Not much, guys. I just listened to the call and everybody and a name I haven't heard. I wanted to throw out there before you threw your names out there, Mike.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Butch Jones. I don't think you're going to have to pay an arm and a leg. I don't know why he's at Arkansas State, why he took that job. He was saving a couple of years after.
Butch Jones is going to get fired at Arkansas State. He cried on the sidelines 2 weeks ago. They lost 73-0. Butch Jones is ass. Lawrence Tech wouldn't hire Butch Jones.
You can't hire a crying coach. I think there's a rule somewhere in the NCAA bylaws.
Hey, he's from Saugatuck.
You know what? This may not be fun for most people. I'm being entertained. I almost want people to call with ridiculous names.
No, but you know who I blame? I blame our coworkers. That's who I blame because they propagate this stuff. Hell, but Jason Candle? I hear that. The guy's been at Toledo for 9 years. You're going to die in Toledo. Hope you enjoy the Glass Bowl. That's your burial plot.
We've had Tony Annese, Butch Jones, Pat Shurmur.
And it's like, I'm not asking people to call up and go, you know what, guys, in a serious note, they should go after Nick Saban. I would laugh at you. Okay? I laugh at the Deion Sanders stuff.
Right, Deion,
I laugh
get
at
it.
a lot of it.
But because he's that hot name right now, go steal another Colorado coach. Deion's not making much money at Colorado.
It shows you how the Metro Detroit area has been programmed to view MSU. That is really what this is. This is a psychological study happening in real time.
I don't think that people they can only see MSU so far. And it blows their mind when all of a sudden they're good. The years between 13 and 15 was magical because people didn't know what to say.
13 and 15? Dude, they won the Big Ten in 10. They played for again in 11.
But between 13 and 15 when they were like one of the elite schools. And it's like, well, Michigan State's not supposed to be this good. What the heck is going on? You only see them as being bad. You only want them to be bad, and you only want them to get mediocre coaches.
Then be honest about it, and don't waste time calling a radio show and telling me you should hire Pee Wee Herman, who's dead.
I'm a guy that knows nothing about sports, nothing. And I know that having local ties means nothing.
Nothing. Butch Jones is literally on his last legs in Jonesboro, Arkansas.
Okay, seriously, Roberto, he cried.
Roberto, if you were a head coach, you'd be Butch Jones. He cried on the sideline.
Then I agree with the not hiring part.
And you had to go home.
Like it's Arkansas State. You're going to take this check. You're going to take this beat down. Well, but I thought we could win. No, you didn't. What are you crying for? Can you stay in studio, please?
I've been here the whole time.
I know.
I'll just go to Brian. 97.1. It can't get worse. Brian can't be worse. Go ahead, Brian.
Hey, I was just going to say with Runyon had me on the edge a couple weeks ago when after all the Harbaugh stuff, it was allegedly. And then BJ's pushed me off this morning with the Harlan Barnett stuff. The other caller stole my thunder with Pat Shurmur. That's sarcasm. I want to go to Ronaldo Hill. Ronaldo Hill, he played under Saban.
Yeah.
He's out in D.C. with the Chargers.
Brian,
game coordinator.
There are
He's
two
from
notes.
Detroit. He can repair that relationship.
There are two notes with him. And Rico, you may be able to speak more accurately on it. I don't know that Ronaldo even cares about Michigan State. And I don't know that Ronaldo's always been an NFL coach. I don't know that he has any designs on that. I mean,
No, you're right. Ronaldo will stay at D.C. waiting for his chance to coach an NFL team. To take a college job would be considered a step back for him. He'd rather stay D.C. He'd rather stay D.C. because it means you're going to be in the NFL.
You're not paying Ronaldo Hill $9 million. That's a non-starter. That's not how that works. To get a coach already making 5 or 6 who's built a look, I don't want to do names, Brian, but if you want one, I'll give you one. So here's a name where I wouldn't be furious about it. I could work my way to understanding it. But if you said to me, Mike, do you want to hire Chris Kleiman from Kansas State? As long as Colin Klein, his OC, comes with him, they've built a consistent winner in the Big 12, a team that can beat the good teams, a team that recruits. They understand how to do it. If you told me that, I'd go, all right, for $9 million, that's what you're going to get. Now, that's still not the direction I want to go. That's still a little bit too folksy of a hire for me. But listen, when guys are in the NFL, they've chosen the career path, and very rarely are they going to leave to become a head coach and do something they've never had to do. Mm-hmm. If you've never had to build a program, if you've never been a part of a program.
Well, here's the other thing. Guys from the NFL, look at Bill O'Brien. You better know it's part-time, and you better have your coach in waiting already on the staff. Because if he comes here, then he's leaving. If he's remotely successful and an NFL job open, it's why Ben Johnson is not an option.
Can you ring the bell, please? Just for yourself. Not for me, for
but
you.
He's not an option because he comes to Michigan State wins the Big Ten, and he's gone. So you better have his replacement hired with him because
you're attempting to hire a coach.
Man, you're not even putting a Band-Aid on. You know what you're putting on? Those little round dot Band-Aids that just fall off the second it gets wet. That's what you're doing.
MSU's job is to hire a coach and make him one of the 10 highest paid guys in America. Why? Because once you're there, you're not leaving. Once you're there, you don't have to worry about being outbid. And when you hire someone from the NFL, see, I'm not mad, Brian. You brought up a name.
Right.
You tried. Hey, here's a Spartan who's been in the NFL for a while. Respect. Don't be bringing that Butch Jones, Rudy Tony, Anise, Rudy Poo nonsense up in here. You can take that to other day part.
No, it's just,
Chris
it's like
Creighton.
people. Well, I've had another one was Bieniemy, and I'm like, I think Bieniemy is just either he's just going to die a coordinator or they're going to give him a job in the NFL.
Eric Bieniemy has some interpersonal skill issues. I don't think he'd be great on the recruiting trail. Like, this isn't
too tough.
It's not hard, right? It's not a difficult concept. NFL guys are NFL guys.
And here's the other thing. I don't know if NFL guys want to deal with what I think college coaches may have it harder now because you not only have to recruit, you got to recruit your current players. You got to make sure they're making the money. You have to be the GM and the coach. Whereas in the pros, I just got to coach these guys on Sunday and practice them during the week. That's the general manager's job to make them happy and pay them.
College, it's turned into a CEO 365 deal. It's different.
Yeah,
I would never want to be a coach.
Yeah, you're wearing multiple hats as a college coach that if you're an NFL guy, Dan Campbell only has to worry about his team. Brad, that's a you problem. That's not a me problem. You fix it.
You're director of player personnel. You're director, the guy who handles the contracts. College coach handles everything now. You handle NIL, recruiting.
You're the star running back coach. You know, I need a little bit more money. I need to do this, so I'm thinking about leaving. Now I got to drop everything to make sure Mike's happy. Okay, what do I need to do for you?
Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more than Northville Lumber. And again, they sold enough product last year to cover 26 football fields. How? Well, easy. It's all in stock. There ain't no way you're moving that amount of product if you got to order it all, wait for it, receive it, and then ship it. No. It's not how it works there. No special orders, no rush orders. Everything's in stock all the time. Some of it as low as $1.59. So what do you got to do? Call Northville Lumber today. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro, build you your deck, get your outdoor project done. So call Northville Lumber or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Last night, Aaron Rodgers, it was New York, a lot of celebrities there.
Yep.
I'm watching this clip of Aaron Rodgers before the game, and he's dapping it up with Justin Timberlake.
Okay.
Obviously, Rodgers, full uniform. He's got the helmet on and everything. Like, this is like, I don't know, half an hour before game. I don't know when.
Minutes before.
Yeah, who knows, right? Timberlake's on the field in, like, sunglasses, a hat, dress casual. They dap it up together. Hey, man, good luck tonight, da-da-da, whatever, thanks for coming. Rodgers turns around to go to the tunnel, and Timberlake pats him on the butt. Now, my question is, since he's in full uniform, is that just a thing? Could Rodgers turn around and tap Timberlake on the butt even though he's in casual clothes?
No, you have to be playing a sport in uniform.
Okay.
Yep.
But if you're in uniform, it's like, hey, that's just part of the good luck out there?
Yeah, I think that's when it's appropriate.
That about sums it up if you're a Jet fan. Good God. We're going to make this localized because I'm not coming on the air and going to ask you to feel bad for Jet fans. Nobody feels bad for Jet fans. Jet fans are the scourge of the earth. But I thought about the Jets and the Lions are kind of tied at the hip this year.
All right, David, take a text. We'll get to a couple calls, and then we're moving on.
The two most hyped teams in all of football. In truth, far more important than a coaching search that hasn't begun yet. David, go ahead.
Jared in Waterford, that's a real suggestion. What about Garrett Riley at Clemson, Lincoln's brother? He's the OC at TCU last year.
Yeah, no, hasn't built a program. Not interested.
But does he have a big enough name to draw? People like, hey, I want to let's run this offense.
I'd say no. Okay. Plus, he's Clemson's OC. Have you watched them on offense?
Okay, you know what? Right now, I think he's coaching with one hand tied behind his back.
Yeah, Dabo's not letting him do his thing.
Yeah.
Just for you, Mike, Scott Frost for Michigan State.
Okay. That's fun. Thank you.
People have
You know what?
fun,
We
that's
hire
all.
him on Halloween. We raise him from the dead.
I like it.
Mike Rico, I am so glad you are bringing up this coaching situation at MSU from the morning show. What a flippin' joke. I was screaming at my radio this morning when I heard the Harlan Barnett thing. Go green, Chad from Canton.
Well, I appreciate you listening. We're just trying to do it justice because there's a lot of names out there. There's a lot of stuff that you can't get angry, you can't make fun of. And then there are some that you can because it means you're not trying. It means you're not serious. It means you just kind of want Michigan State to hire a coach and go stand in the corner.
Here's the other thing. Guys, all these names, none of it matters because the MSU Board of Trustees will screw it up. That's just reality.
You know what?
You want to know what MSU's Board of Trustees is? Kevin's Special Chili from The Office. You don't know what I'm talking about? Google it on YouTube.
See, I would say they're more like the character Can't Get Right from the movie Life. And go Google that as well.
Pick a character who does nothing right and will always get in their own way. MSU Board of Trustees.
Oh, Roberto, I'm sorry. You said character. I'm
MSU's
sorry.
Board of Trustees is, in fact, Roberto. Okay? So if you want to know why MSU's had problems, it's not facilities. It's not money. It's not the conference. It's not that they can't be more. It's that essentially Roberto has made every big decision.
No.
Can't get right.
It's to use what they talked about the Lions, the old Uncle Lenny. That's them. They're Uncle Lenny. Just when you thought Uncle Lenny was all cleaned up, oh dear God, get the microphone away from him.
Someone says, I truly hope MSU will not go small with their next hire. They don't need a controversial name, but need a big hire. And I think the dome.
Special Chili.
I was like, what?
I know, I have to cue this up. It's Kevin's Special Chili. Here's the MSU Board of Trustees attempting to hire a coach. And dead. Chili everywhere. That's honestly, I'm still not even totally sure they won't screw up by letting this thing get to the hearing without them going to the media and doing something crazy.
Oh, it's about to become a media circus. It is.
What now?
So, I mean, now it's the whole...
Oh, look, Kevin just fell over in his own chili. That's called the John L. Smith hiring.
Where'd the leak come from? Where'd the leak come from? That's going to be the biggest thing now.
Oh, and as I've said from the beginning, if anyone at MSU did anything out of line, you could burn a whole school down. I don't care. I'm at a point with the football program. It's quite simple. Get right or get gone. I just don't care.
Because you
too
have,
old for this crap.
You have too much at stake. You have facilities being built. You could do this right. Because you want to know what would make everybody forget all about all of this? Winning. So go get the right person and win. And then Mel Tucker and all of this stuff is a footnote. Oh, yeah, you mentioned him the way you mentioned Bobby Williams, the way you mentioned John L. Smith. You just kind of mentioned him in passing.
And listen, this whole thing, let the two parties go at each other for legal purposes, whatever it is. But if anybody on that BOT did anything wrong, I tell you.
You know what? Have a special election and get rid of that person. Plain and simple.
Nah, you shut the whole school down at that point. I'm done. I don't care. Just turn us into DeVry.
No,
I quit.
No, you just get rid of that person because they've almost got it right. But it sounds like, I don't know, allegedly it leaked from somewhere. If it was just one person, That one person has to go.
Oh, there's no
gone.
Yeah, but again, that one person would have made an $80 million mistake.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? At that point, State's not off the hook for the money.
No, they're not.
If that's the case. Which, of course, is how Wojo led his call this morning. There was nothing else in the world to talk about but Wojo playing hypotheticals. That was a treat.
He didn't say, let's let it play out.
I always do. You know what? I don't want to do whataboutism. I'll leave it alone. Let me leave it alone. I'm in a good mood despite
Let
hearing.
it play out. You guys make so much out of this stuff.
David, continue. And then we're going to go to football today and then deal breakers and we're going to get to the Lions because we have real football to talk about.
Someone says, thanks for all the shrapnel, fellas, the fine people of Toledo.
No.
I love it. What about Kyle Winningham?
He's a lifer at Utah.
Yeah.
I love him.
He is, and also 63.
Yeah, love him. He's an unbelievable coach. What he's built at Utah is incredible, but he's too old. He's a lifer there. He loves it there. It's just, no. Tremendous coach, though.
Joe and Lapierre's being funny with this one. Clearly, D'Antonio takes over as AD for 5 years. Kirk Cousins, hired as head coach in 4 years. Jesus, dude. What kind of place is this?
Let's just hire Izzo.
Well, his name's already on the facility, right?
That's true.
Mike Enrico, DC for Tennessee. Tim Banks. He has strong Detroit ties in the recruiting ranks.
Wasn't Tim Banks supposed to go to U of M, but he didn't take the job, and then that's why you ended up with Mike McDonald? Or do I have my...
I think that may have happened.
I thought he was a shoo-in to be Michigan's DC. And then
I don't know if it was a bidding war or something, but yeah,
But it all worked out the way it absolutely should have, because Mike McDonald is the moment it all turned around, and then Jesse Minters continued it.
It was.
The Ravens internship program.
Now, David, that's once again, you bring that person in to me as a defensive coordinator, not a head coach.
Yeah, not a head coach.
Or
DC,
you
'cause he
bring
can
them in,
recruit.
and you have to insulate them with unbelievable assistance.
Thanks for...
No, David, I want to apologize to you. Please, tell me more about Jason Candle.
Thanks for brightening up my day. Love you, Uncle Lenny.
I mean, we said he was the Lions. David, I've never seen a group of people throughout history who could find a way. They couldn't pick the winner of a one-horse race. Seriously.
Oh, and again, for if you're wondering, like, the way a board of trustees is elected is the most faulty thing of all, because you're allowing the general public, which a large percentage are stupid, vote on a thing they don't care about, and vote largely along party lines for people that are largely lacking in any redeeming qualities or skills to do said job.
And see, I actually thought it was different because I thought the board was different. They brought in a lot of fresh faces. They booted out people that you had to put a mirror under their nose to see if they were still alive. I mean, Dave, this was Shady Acres. It really was. You brought in fresh faces, young people. It's diverse. That's why it's shocking me that maybe one of them did this. I don't know, but allegedly, maybe. I thought it had all changed when they did this last election, and I'm like, good.
No, joke's on you. So I'm not being disrespectful to you, but
I believed. I did.
I'm glad you did.
I did.
I did.
I thought they were different. I believed in Uncle Lenny.
You can put bleep in a champagne bottle, but don't make it champagne.
I believed in Uncle Lenny.
Yeah, well, Lenny let you down
He
again.
did.
No, we don't know. The point is, it shouldn't even be a conversation. It's so absurd.
Right.
I'm just pretty much at my point. I don't DGAF anymore.
I'm there.
I'm going to start going to the apple orchard, I think. Maybe that's going to be my Saturdays.
Cider mill?
Yeah, why not? Go walk alone amongst the trees, pick a few apples.
Good donuts.
I don't even like the donuts, though. It's not my thing.
Seriously?
Get the apples. You'll be fine.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Oh, man, you get into fist fights over which place has the best donuts.
What if I just buy the donuts and hand them out to people? Just
you know what?
Community service.
That would be very benevolent of you.
It'll beat watching MSU.
I'm getting close to that.
That's where, see, that, and you know what? Maybe that's a win for our listeners because we don't give an F about MSU. What if we both got jobs at U of M like everybody else at this place? Me and Rico hosting the coaches show.
You know what? Maybe we could do.
Hey, Coach, here's some new pants.
So, Coach, you were doing the chain gang for your kid's game. How was that?
Turn his microphone off immediately. Get ready for the NFL season. Great offers from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $5. You get $5. I keep saying it. It's like San Diego Chargers. They're the Los Angeles Chargers. If you bet $5, you get $200 in bonus bets. You also get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Best time to join. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Kick off the NFL season with an offer you don't want to miss. It's FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117. NFL Sunday Ticket offer ends 9/18/23. No refunds, terms, and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket, not YouTube TV. YouTube TV base plan required to watch YouTube TV. Redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscription renews. Cancel anytime.
There's a lot out there. There's a lot that this team needs to answer to. Like I said, we know that they have the personnel to win, but are they ready to be winners? I think winners go out and win this game. And, Seattle, in spite of what happened in week 1, I don't think that's a true representation of who they are, though it may be. We'll find out over the course of time. I tend to believe in the Wojo up-down theory, which I don't. Doesn't make sense to me that that's a thing, but it's a thing. It is a thing.
I think it's a thing for non-Super Bowl contending teams. That's what I think.
So the bulk of the teams in the middle, it's a thing for, but
Yes.
the elites and the terrible ones, it's not a thing for.
Correct.
It might
I
be.
think if you're a bad team, you're a bad team. If you're a great team, you're a great team.
Yeah.
And if you're contending, anything can happen because it's the NFL and parity is there in the NFL.
Yep.
Yeah, I woke up to 56 text messages, and I'm going, all right, who's dead? And then you realize it's our head coach. So let's just get into it, and I can throw the number out. You know the number, 248-539-9797. Public service announcement. Mel Tucker might be the dumbest human being to ever walk the face of the earth. He's a character out of Idiocracy. When you read the story out of USA Today, to say there was a lack of judgment would say there was a degree of judgment at all. The pure idiocy of Mel Tucker.
Yeah. And 20 billion women in the world.
Yeah. It just, again, and I don't want to go over every granular detail. You heard it in the mornings. You heard it in the middays. The bottom line is this. We are so far past even having to battle anyone defending him. There is no defense. His defense of consensual doesn't even play because he violated the morality clause in his contract.
Right.
It is so reassuring. Once I found out that MSU had done everything right by the letter of the law, I then was able to move towards where I'm at today, which I got to be honest, I don't know if people will understand this. I don't know if they will care. Rico, I don't know if you will. I just feel relieved because I am a big believer when people show you who they really All right, I've been told we have a surprise here. David, do you want to illuminate what we're doing? I can't look at Rico with that hideous 49ers hat.
We're going to complete the topic here, and Rico's going to give his coaching candidates.
Oh, dear God.
For Michigan
Okay,
State.
music. Turn this song off. I'm not in a jolly mood. Try again. Get rid of this. I don't want to hear that song.
Yeah, you got to give me generic college football music because they're all out in the college football world. Mike, I'm going to start off at Ferris State with Tony.
I'm leaving.
I'm kidding.
I'm currently leaving.
I'm kidding. Mike.
There we go. Better. All right. The Rico Beard. Kind of, sort of, maybe, soon to be coaching hot list to replace Mel Tucker. Go ahead.
Mike, I start in the ACC with Mike Elko, Duke's head coach. He's 46. His record at Duke is 11-4. He looks like he's building a program he can identify and develop quarterbacks.
I get it. They had a good year last year. Riley Leonard looks like he's a star. They looked more athletic than Clemson. He's a defensive-minded coach. No, I don't hate it. I don't have this absolutely, but yes, it would make sense. I would, and this is key. I think it's important to see how the rest of this year goes. You win back-to-back nine-win years at Duke.
Yeah.
You got my attention.
Mike, another one on my list, and this is one of two guys that is actually over 50, but looking at what he has done at K-State, Chris Klieman.
As long as I get Colin Klein, the former quarterback, and his current offensive coordinator, I would listen. Kansas State is a difficult job. Manhattan, Kansas is a dump. You're not Texas. You're not OU. You're not these other programs yet who's always in the mix in the Big 12. It's K-State and it's Chris Klieman. My fear, it's kind of an outpost. You come to the Big 10, you're going to the deep water. Mm-hmm. And I wonder if Klieman is built for that.
Right. I wonder, can he go out and recruit against some of the big boys?
That's my point. Because K-State doesn't recruit that well. I don't think you're going to fake it till you make it in the new Big 10. Do I have respect for him? Yes. Has he built a program? Yes. Got an unbelievable OC. The problem, Colin Klein would probably be the next head coach at Kansas State because he's a former legendary quarterback there. Right. No Colin Klein, no Chris Klieman.
And I think the days of winning the Big 10 with 3-star talent is over.
Correct.
Mike, how about this name? Never been successful, but I've often said if you're Michigan State.
Wait, is that the sales pitch? He just led with never been successful.
That's a great start.
No, but he has a name. You either have to have a name to draw in talent and keep people there, or you have to have some great offensive scheme. He's got them both. And right now, he's currently the quarterback's coach of USC, Cliff Kingsbury, 44 years old.
Absolutely not. This guy has been shown to be, what's a nice word for it? A douche. Doesn't win games in November in college or the pros. Didn't have a winning record. Got lazy at all these stops. Love the offense. Love the swagger. Love the Bruce Wayne mansion. Mm-hmm. I'm not bringing him to Michigan State.
I told you I did not oversell it. How did I lead this off?
No, you're good.
Has not been successful.
You're good.
But he has a name.
You're good.
If he walks in, maybe he can get kids who want to play for him. Here's a guy who may one day have a name, or you could give him that opportunity. Brian Hartline, offensive coordinator of Ohio State. He's 36.
The issue, he's never been a coordinator. Ace recruiter, but then again, Kenny could recruit to Ohio State. I don't hate it. It's bold. You'd have to spend massive amounts of money on assistants. I'm talking like $2.5 million on your OC, Dave Aranda style. He hasn't built a program, and I wonder if he'd even be willing to leave OSU. Might be getting groomed to be Dave's replacement.
Yeah, but at 36.
But I don't hate where you're at with it. I don't.
David, anything?
Nah, I'm good on that one.
Okay. Mike, let's go to We Are Marshall. Charlie Huff, he's 18-10. He's 40 years old. He used to be the running backs coach and recruiting coordinator at Alabama.
I mean, beat Notre Dame in South Bend. I think he was 7-6 and then 8-4 at 9-4 at Marshall. I don't hate it. I guess for me, I would need to dig into the background. I'd need to dig into more of who he is and what he wants to do. They pound the rock down there. They got a really good running back. I forget his name. I think it's Ali. But you've got my interest. I mean, at least he's building something. And Marshall's a hard job. I'd like to think we could do a little better, but
ties to the SEC.
Yeah, if you tell me he was an ace, I would need to see who did you actually recruit to Bama? Who are you responsible for? Right. If this guy's a real elephant hunter, we got okay. I'm willing to listen. And at age 40, much more comfortable with that. Yes.
All right, Mike. Here's a name that I think is a little bit bigger than Coach Prime, but this name may come with a little baggage. But I promise you, this guy, unlike Kingsbury, has been a winner at every stop he's been in college. Also had Heisman Trophy winner, Urban Meyer.
Okay, I'll play pretend with you. Okay. For a minute, we're both unicorns floating on a rainbow.
Okay. Just me and you.
It's idealistic. It's not realistic. Idealistic is you shut out the noise. You don't give a damn what the media thinks or anybody else thinks. And as an institution, you have a president, an AD, and donors aligned. This is what we're doing, and you don't like it, bleep you.
Right.
That's not MSU. They don't have the spinal cord to make that kind of hire.
Right. Because if you hire Urban.
Oh, but he had scandals. You know what you say? We don't care. We want to win. But MSU's incapable of that.
You hire Urban, you can be that team with the 1-year turnaround. You hire Urban.
Yeah.
Fox and CBS and NBC are going to be fist fighting to broadcast your games a la Colorado. Players would stay, and as a matter of fact, players would come and transfer to Michigan State because of his track record. Finally, Mike, this is the Mike Valeni special, people.
Oh, he's bringing up my name.
Mike gave me a name. And I wanted to finish with my guy, Urban Meyer, but I think Mike's name went to the top of my list. Let's go down to Florida Atlantic. He's 48 years old. He can recruit. He knows the Midwest. He has experience here. One coach, Tom Herman. Herman's only problem was he didn't win enough games at Texas. He had a winning record, but Texas just felt, well, we should be winning national titles.
Yeah, he's 55-22 as a coach. He went to New Year's Six Bowls at both Houston and Texas. Look, offensive genius, big-time recruiter. He's made originally born in Cincinnati, I think, but he was at OSU for a few years.
Yeah. He went to Houston.
Yeah, has the connections in Texas. And again, has built programs, built Houston into something, built Texas to at least, they went out and had an 11-win year. Hey, man, I'm not telling you it's perfect, but I think he's, 46, 47?
He's 48.
Okay.
He's 48.
I think
coming from Florida Atlantic, you could get him at a nice price, and I think that he is enough of a draw. He can recruit, like you said, and get this thing going so that you're not sitting in the bottom of the basement. So
it's an outside-the-box idea that MSU's not smart enough to do. So, again, I'm a unicorn on a rainbow.
Tony Anise, Ferris State.
Right. Chris Creighton and his beard.
Those are some potential coaching hires for Michigan State, 97-1.
I'm a big Harlan Barnett guy. I'm full disclosure here. I worked with Harlan 25 years ago. We were on the Spartan broadcast together. His NFL career had just finished up, and he knew Nick Saban pretty well and had an opportunity to be part of the broadcast team as our sideline reporter for a couple seasons. And then when Saban went on to LSU, I believe Harlan went there as a grad assistant and started his coaching career, and eventually came back to Michigan State, went to Florida State as a defensive coordinator, and came back to Michigan State when Mel Tucker came here and wanted to bring him back. I love this opportunity for him. I don't know if he's suited to be a head coach or not, but he's going to get the opportunity. The players love him. Players love him. Families love him. He's a family guy, and his faith is very important to him, and he lets that be known as well. And I think it's a very safe hire from within at this point. I mean, you got to appoint somebody as the interim head coach. Harlan Barnett makes a ton of sense. I mean, I don't know if you're going to want it turned over to one of the coordinators. I have no issue at all with it being Harlan. In fact, I'm very happy for him.
All right. We do it every week. We're going to do it today because Tiger baseball tomorrow. We're going to get to deal breakers, and then we are going to get to the Lions because this weekend's game, I think it does warrant 3 days of conversation. And we need to judge how deep your love is for your team because we don't have situations like this with tickets very often. And I'm going to break it down into 4 different quadrants. We'll talk. Right now, Roberto has stumbled his way in. It's very exciting. This is Deal Breakers. David, the creepy open. I hate this music, but it's here forever.
You know
it?
you like it.
I do not.
Deep down, you like it.
I don't. Evan, thank you. I'm sorry. Appreciate. Oh boy, Evan almost died. Almost
He's
killed
there.
himself trying to get into a broken office chair. Okay, let's continue.
All right, so this first one we have this week actually comes from sports headlines. Even as, yesterday, actually, Kenny told me about this. I said this would be a great deal breaker. I'll give it to you, and then you guys tell me where you think it came from.
That's okay.
You're in a meeting with your supervisor. He demands to see your phone and look through your pictures to, quote, see what kind of man you are.
Babcock.
You give him your phone, and he proceeds to broadcast the photos on a huge projection screen in the office. Could this actually have happened?
I mean, I'd like to bring Kenny in on this, being it's an NHL story. Blue Jackets head coach Mike Babcock. To me, I don't know how you keep your job doing that. I mean, that's like an HR violation in any office.
To the 10th degree, you know what I mean? That's
yeah,
crazy.
because I was like, Kenny, is this a hockey thing?
It's not a hockey. It's not an anything thing, but this guy has done this before on other teams. This isn't a new thing for Mike Babcock. Obviously, it's not office etiquette, but it's certainly not hockey locker room etiquette either.
But how is it allowed?
I don't know.
Keep your job.
This guy was supposed to be like, oh, I'm going to turn over a new leaf, get this new opportunity in Columbus. Well, before his first season even started, this is what he's up to.
Here's my question.
I don't know.
Am I wrong to say I'd fire him?
No, not at all.
I'd get rid of him.
Because this is the culture that you're trying to instill, and that's what he starts with?
That's the opener?
I got problems with this. The player, first off, had no problem with it at all in his statement. So unless he was lying, What's wrong?
He's not the only player on the team, Evan. That's what I'm.
But he was the player that was being talked about, correct?
He was also the team captain.
All right. So Kenny's he hates Mike Babcock, so we'll remove him from this one.
But Evan, I would simply say.
But what's wrong with trying to get your teammates and knowing their family? I don't understand
Then
what the big deal is.
invite them over to a barbecue.
Or the player can say no. The player was like, "Sure, here's my phone. I got no problem."
Right,
with
but
it.
now if you say no, it's the whole what are you hiding? What don't you want me to see?
You don't worry about it.
It's
is
Mike
what you said.
Babcock who has won Stanley Cups versus a guy who's not won anything in Columbus. What's he going to say to him? No.
He's the captain of the team, right?
Versus a coach that they just spent a bunch of money on. Of course, that's what's going to happen.
All right, so this was a lose-lose situation. It doesn't matter what you think.
That's pretty much
No,
true.
but I just think
I don't
that-
have a problem with it.
I do because there
You
has
say
to-
no. You say no, right?
But here's the thing: if you say no, then you look guilty
Of
because you're
what?
hiding. No, of nothing. But it looks like you're hiding something because if you have nothing to hide, give me your phone.
Yeah, but I don't know. I just.
But that's your
there's-
personal property.
What is this, ESPN First Take? How long are we going on this Babcock thing?
It's not a deal breaker to me. You want to see my phone? I'll
Babcock.
show you. What do I got? People
All right.
don't like the guy though.
Let's move on. Here we go. Your cousin cannot make it to the Lions home opener and offers you his ticket. He mentions that you will be sitting with a group of his co-workers who are block engine hat wearing, face painting, crazy loud beer drinking fans. Do you suck it up and go, or do you feel you'd be more comfortable watching the game at home?
Home, deal breaker. No desire to be around this guy's gutterball friends.
Row one.
Nope.
50-yard line.
It makes no difference to me. Home. I do not want to be surrounded by such beings.
No, if it's my team, I'm going. I don't care what kind of fan they are. I'm going to that game.
You don't. Do
You're
you
going to sit there.
Yes.
Roberto? Do you have to paint your face and put the engine?
No.
Okay.
You just have to show up.
No,
But
you're
you'll
just
be
the goofball
admit
sitting in between them.
you will be in between the guys that they show
You know
on
what,
camera.
Honestly, at that point, I would go down there in the blue ski mask so nobody would know who I was. And absolutely, I'm going all in, ski mask on. Hey, was that? No, it wasn't. Wasn't me.
Well, chances are, if you're going down there anyway, even if you control where you're sitting, the people in front of you, behind you, or next to you could be those the very same people.
No, but
doesn't matter.
Kenny, if I have to do this, this is where I would invoke the whole ski mask thing. I'm going to wear that, and sure, I'll watch the game knowing no one saw my face.
My point is, you could be sitting next to those people anyway, without even trying.
Now
Once
imagine
again,
too that
why going to games is largely a mistake.
But imagine too that those guys aren't going to leave you alone. They're going to be grabbing you around your neck. They're going to be, they're going to be
ski mask.
You know what
shoving you. They're going to be loud in your
Then
face.
don't go to the
doing the
home
Kirk-
opener then, if that's your opinion.
Kirk Cousins special, ski mask.
It's the random fan that wants to like slap five with you. I don't want to slap five with you. Like I don't know where your hand has been.
Yeah, I don't know
I'm
who
gonna be
you
quite
are. I don't
honest
know
with
you. Yeah.
But that kills.
Bruh, that's why I always go with a little thing of Purell.
Have you seen 4K? Is what I would say to this young man.
There you go.
It's awesome.
That's why I would say don't go.
I would go with the ski mask. Other than that, if you're going to see my face on national TV, no.
Going to a game
Absolutely
by
not.
yourself is tough too.
With strangers.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I'm good on that.
Out. No shot.
All right, here's another one for you. You make a bet on a game at work. You win the bet, and your coworker agrees to bring you in a steak lunch. You're thinking, hey, New York strip, nice baked potato. When you get to work, you see that you are being served steak and shake burgers and fries. Does this count as a steak lunch?
Evan Jenkins has a smile on his face. Go ahead.
I would say
It's
yeah,
food.
because I don't know why you would want somebody to bring in a steak here at work anyway. It would kind of suck, wouldn't it?
But the guy said you said a steak lunch.
Then he should be taking me out. But I like steak and shake, so it's
Yeah,
like,
there's steak in the name, and I'm not going to argue with steak and shake.
it's really good.
Right, this
You
is
guys are
coming from the
insane.
guy who ate gas station taquitos for
This
lunch
is the most
today.
insane thing I've ever heard.
Sorry.
This is on you for not discussing the parameters of the bet.
And you should have made it a dinner, man.
Correct.
If you didn't, and that's what he brought,
Yeah.
that's what you get.
You should have said, you should have been more accurate in what you wanted to
That's what's on the menu. You're stuck with it.
Yeah.
David?
Yeah, I think you should have said dinner and you take me out to a steak place, and that way you know for sure what you're getting when you win your
Exactly.
bet.
Like David owes me 49er
Sure I
shoes.
do. Yep, I sure do. Yep.
As a matter of fact, I got to go pick them up today. I'll send you the bill.
We could probably get you some bootleg one, David.
You know,
They don't have to be
the
name
ones
brand.
that you were looking at for the Lions? I got those 49ers.
You're
courtesy
getting
of
Lions
David.
shoes?
No, I said the nicest
Oh.
thing of all the awful apparel was the shoes. Lions apparel is tough, man. It's just not good looking.
They have some real
you have
nice
to love the logo.
long sleeve shirts. Sweatshirts are nice.
If you like the Lions logo, then they have stuff.
Okay, what about this? Do you notice they wear a lot of black on the sidelines? What if we got you a black shirt with just the logo on
If it had the bar logo on it, maybe.
Huh.
I don't like
So
bubbles.
you're gonna have to wait till Halloween when they break out that line of stuff.
And again, I just said I've never owned a piece of Lions apparel because
And
I
you know
never
what, Mike?
liked them. But
Here's
this
the-
team I actually respect.
If they're 5-3 or better, buy two.
Get them whole uniform. Screw it.
I will wear
Oh,
one
like
with
the
you.
little kid Halloween outfit?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But for adults, the
could
plastic
dress up-
helmet.
You could dress up as Dan Campbell.
You could.
Grits and balls, man.
By the end of it, your hat's just like hanging on the side of your head.
Like, yeah, and then you know what?
Massive amounts of chew.
You be Campbell, I'll be Holmes.
Could we?
No, we couldn't.
Is October 31st a weekday? They could-
Hey, David, I'm trying to buy in here.
I think it's Tuesday. It's a Tuesday.
It is. I'm trying to buy into this.
Man.
Campbell
this
and
would be
Holmes.
awesome.
Next deal breaker, please.
And he could be Ben Johnson.
I can be
David could be Aaron Glenn.
I can be. I look just like him.
I'll be Brad Holmes. Say, let's effing go. Yeah.
Oh, my.
I'll be Rod Wood.
You actually could pull that off.
More like Joe Cullen.
Oh, no.
Don't explain it to him.
All right. This one, you got to stick with me on this one. It's
If
a
you
little
know,
long.
you know.
Stick with me on this one.
Yeah.
You're staying at a 4-star hotel. You're paying a ridiculous amount for the room. You order a nice big breakfast. You're thinking a nice tray with silver tops, glass pitchers of water, OJ, and coffee, nice silverware, the works. There is a knock on your door. You answer, and a random guy is standing there with a brown paper bag. You open up the bag to find all your breakfast items in cardboard boxes with plastic utensils. Do you complain or just figure it's not going to get you anywhere and eat the food?
I usually just give up.
I complain until I get some amount of money back. Because if it's a 4-star and I paid a lot of money for it, I'm not going to eat the food. I'm just going to complain until I get money back.
You can't touch what comes
Oh,
out
no,
next.
no shot.
I'm saying, do you send it? It's so expensive. Do you send it back
Nah.
or you just
From the
suck it
hotel.
up? Yeah.
Yeah, you just take the L.
Like
Yeah.
they're outsourcing or something weird is going on.
They hired DoorDash.
Hey, you're giving me all my money back.
Yeah.
King Petty over here, he'll want the room paid for too while he's at it.
I will say, yeah, I want it back, and you got to do it again. Try this again.
Yeah, but then you're just hungry for even longer. You just
you
kind of
can't.
eat it.
Then you're asking for the bat
Oh,
wing.
I'm not going to. No.
No.
Not
If
going
you've
to
ever
eat
seen
it.
the movie Waiting, you know.
No. I'm not going to eat it. I just want the effort.
The bat
As I said, King
I
Petty.
want the effort.
All right. David, any thoughts?
I'm Brad Holmes.
Da 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 da.
You stay in hotels when you go on vacation. What do you like to get? You get that continental breakfast, or what do you do?
I mean, you're just not going to get what you. You're complaining is not going to get you what you want. So
'Cause that's the only way they can get it to you.
It doesn't work.
I'm good. I'm not going to
just
complain. I'm
take
sorry.
the L.
I'm stuck.
You just
I
live
get
with
the
it.
money back, but yeah, then you just go to.
You're not getting that back. You're not getting that back.
I am. What do you mean I'm not getting that money back?
They're not giving
He'll
you
get
that
that
back.
Oh, I'm getting the money back. Are you crazy? Like, no.
Your scrambled eggs are in a cardboard, like at McDonald's.
Well, what if they're good?
David, I'm in a fight with the last hotel I stayed at right now. So
Who's
I'm going to
winning?
get my money back.
King Petty is back again.
When you
What's
dress
your
up as
name,
Holmes,
King Petty?
run around slapping fives with everybody in the.
Are we good?
Yes.
This was therapeutic.
That's deal breaker.
We all know somebody that thinks they have the best life hacks. Things like opening a can with a spoon or using your wireless hotspot for your internet at home. Well, that's not that smart. But those hotspotters don't know that there's a much better hack out there. See, Xfinity gives you a 99.9% reliable internet
So you don't have to settle for using your home phone for your home internet. That means you can get more gaming, streaming, and looking up other life hacks that really actually work on your connected devices. It's time for real home internet. The next generation Xfinity 10G network. The future starts now. And now through September 21st, get 75 megabit internet on the Xfinity network for $20 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. And ask how you can get one free line of unlimited mobile when you upgrade to the 400 megabit internet. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
On that punt return, there was a blatant leg trip right in front of the referee, right in front of the
ball carrier,
in front of Gibson.
Yeah,
and they blew it. They missed it. That should now look. It would have only been. Chances are they would have ended up either scoring or kicking a field goal anyway because they were. It took place about the 20-yard line approximately. If I'm not,
somewhere in there. So
Yes.
I mean, maybe they got to get one first down,
Yes.
or maybe they don't even need a first down. Who knows?
Mhm.
But yeah, they would have been forced to go through the process.
Yeah.
It was amazing to me that it was missed because of the proximity to where the ball was.
Yes. And also on that play, former Lion punter Sam Martin, very, very lame effort to try to make the tackle. I mean, your buddy Hank Winchester has to be very disappointed in you, Sam. That was really, really lame.
Yeah, it was. You could hear him go, eh.
Don't get stuck without power the next time a storm hits.
Two-hand touch does not count as
heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. They have you covered. They also offer a tune-up for your AC, furnace, whatever you need. Get it in tip-top shape and save on your energy bill. Mastercraft, plenty of generators in stock as well. Schedule that tune-up. Get the stuff you need. And again, don't get stuck without power. Mastercraftheating.com. All right, I want to turn our attention to the Lions a little bit here. And we've talked about it, brought it up last week. The minute you beat Kansas City, I talked about this game against Seattle being maybe the toughest ticket ever at Ford Field. And we did kind of a rundown about ticket prices. And the conversation we had on Friday was, look, if you plan on going to this game, you better buy the tickets now because they're only going to get crazier. And as we steamroll towards this weekend, you can start to get excited now. You're on the back half of Wednesday. So here's what I did. I'll tell you the site I used, which was Game Time. And they have it sorted 4 different ticket price levels. $1 sign, $2 signs, $3 signs, or 4. Cheapest to most expensive. Now, within those ranges, you can find a sweet spot, if you will. But what I'm going to offer you is the cheapest ticket in each price range. And I want to know, going around the room and certainly talking to you, the people, 248-539-9797, how deep is your love for this team? How bad do you want to go to this game? Or if you were a ticket owner, do any of the prices I list interest you in selling? Because this is going to be the toughest place to play in the league this week. It's going to be absolute pandemonium. So here are your 4 levels, all right?
Okay.
Again, this comes courtesy of Game Time. $1 sign. Cheapest ticket in the house, right here, right now, section 323, row 18, $174. You're in the moon seats. $2 signs. I give you row 138. Row 33, $418. That's deep, lower bowl, end zone, or 332, row 18. 50-yard line, but you're in the uppers, $418. $3 signs. Better have a stiff upper lip on this one. 125, row 33. So lower level, sideline, 33 rows from the field, right? Mm-hmm. $698 a ticket. Or club level, $705 a ticket. And $4 signs, we've hit Zanyland. A Detroit Lions game. There are club seats between the 30s. $1,200 a ticket. And that can go all the way up to $2,500 a ticket. There are your 4 price points. About $175, $400, $750, $1,200. Now you can go higher, lower within the ranges. People, I believe those last tickets might damn near be standing room only. I mean, you're going to need a telescope to watch the game from those seats for damn near $200. But I wanted to know, if it has been years since you've been to Ford Field, does this game get you to want to go? If you go often, are you willing to pay these prices? If you have a ticket, what would it take for you to sell? The last time we had a hot ticket like this in town, it was Taylor Swift this summer. These tickets are only going to get more expensive. They've gone up since last Friday every day. My guess is by the time we get to Friday, the cheapest ticket in this place will be north of $200. The middle ground tickets are going to be with a 5 in front of them. Mm-hmm. The expensive ones will get towards $800. And the club seats will level off probably in that $1,200 to $1,500 range. But I'd love to hear from Lions fans. This game is going to be nuts. 248-539-9797. How deep is your love? If you were right. Exactly.
I have that stupid song stuck in my head now. Thank you. You know what? That song is stupid. If I owned a pair of tickets, Mike,
what would it take to sell?
I would sell them not on just like personal, so I don't have to pay any type of fees. If you're offering me $500 for a seat, I make $1,000 for the opening game, not a playoff game, but opening game.
Barry statue.
It'll still be there.
Barry statue.
It'll still be
undefeated.
I would probably sell starting at 5. Yeah, you got my attention. Let's go. And if I wait longer and the price goes up, you could sell 2 seats for $1,200. If you have season tickets, you kind of deferring the cost of your season tickets off of just one game.
That's fine. I listen, I'm approaching it from both sides.
Because you've hooked me, between you and Evan, man, the at-home experience. I'm starting to be a card-carrying member of
this. He's catching on now. David, you go to an NFL game every year. Hell, we've gone to game. You've brought the kids, went to the Steelers game before.
Child abuse.
No. Well, that's when the Lions beat the Steelers. That was a tough night for David.
Was it 3-2? Torque hit a home run.
David, these prices now. You're not getting down to this game with your kids for less than $1,000.
You're right about that.
So it makes it very prohibitive. And forget about it if you want to buy nice tickets. I mean, you may as well take the kids to Disneyland. What do you make of all this?
See, because I would want to take the kids, I probably have to go with the $1 sign, the 174, that kind of range to get the kids. And if I don't care about taking the kids, then I'm probably going to the $700 range. Whoa. That's what I'm willing to do.
You'd go $3 signs.
Yes.
As a Lions fan for this game.
Yes,
okay.
If I were, yes.
Okay. Now, we'd ask Kenny Cott, but he's screening calls currently. People I'd love to know. Because I think this is a playoff type atmosphere. I think it's a bit of a celebration, meaning you've waited all year. This team delivered on the promise of Kansas City. It's the home opener. It's a revenge game against a team that beat your ass last year. It's a team that you are competing against to make the playoffs. And frankly, I think you're going to kick their ass. Mm-hmm. It's a warm weather game where tailgating's worth it. Being downtown is worth it. You know, you're not going to be freezing your ass off. Weather's going to be gorgeous this weekend. And you may laugh. That all matters to me.
I know. You're a big tailgating person.
Yeah, that's the stuff that matters. So, hey.
See, I look at it as if I could make money now, great. Because if you believe in this team today,
reinvest it later.
Think of how great the team is going to be down the line. I could defer my season ticket cost. Absolutely. Sure. Take these tickets, give me the money, and I'll sit at home for this game because I believe there are going to be bigger games at Ford.
So let's go to a man who once paid $1,000 for a championship belt. Let's go to a man who is our wrestling aficionado, who balled out of control to go to SummerSlam. He had a big night, lifetime memories, no judgment. But Kenny will spend on the right sporting event. We go to Kenny Cott, Mr. Lions. Kenny, $1 sign, 2, 3, or 4. What would you pay? Or do you say, Michael, this game is beneath me?
No game is beneath me, but $175 for your cheapest, your $1 sign tickets, and you're in the nosebleeds or you're in standing room, wherever that might be. I got to tell you, I'd be perfectly happy just going to a bar with my friends or sitting at home where I have my own facilities right next to me, where I can prepare my own food for a third or a fifth of the cost of what it would be. No parking. I'm just sitting in my apartment watching this game, enjoying it either by myself or at a bar with buddies. That to me, it's more cost efficient, obviously, but I feel like I would enjoy that experience more than spending minimum $175 for a seat that I can't even see the game in.
So would you consider pawning the championship belt?
No.
For say for 107, row 3?
No.
50-yard line?
No.
You wouldn't give up the belt?
Okay.
Listen, first of all, I'm the champ, so I'm not giving up the belt to nobody. Second of all, I just got that belt, man. I need to hold on to it a little bit.
What if Curbster came into town and said, I want to go to a Lions game with you, Kenny?
Curbster? Is he trying to recruit me?
You're the champ.
No, it's just it's something that I just got that I wouldn't be willing to part ways with just yet. But for the money, if we're just doing straight up, would I buy these tickets for this amount of money for this experience? No, absolutely not.
I think the idea, I will tell you for a personal level, you could say it's snobby. The game is big, but it's not big enough.
Oh, you stole my line.
You know, you're talking about like, hey, like you're going to party out of control. Let's say you're the Lions' biggest fan. It's your birthday. It's a bachelor party, whatever it is. And you go, guys, they beat Kansas City. We're going to do something different. Mm-hmm. I mean, you got club seats, which are gorgeous at Ford Field. They're great seats. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're $1,000 a piece. It's still just a home opener. And college sports is different than pro. Something about college, Rico, like if it was a group of friends who want to go to Michigan State, that just holds a different weight than Lions Seahawks.
It does.
To me.
It does, because there are real rivalries in college sports. Mike, if you told me at the end of the year, you could be in the house when they clinch the NFC North, now I think you'll get people paying. That's a bigger game. This is just excitement because you want to be there for their first game.
You know what this says,
That game means something.
This says no one's selling tickets. That's my read on this situation. These prices are so jacked, no one is selling.
Yeah.
See, I think that's going to be something new for Lions fans who attend these games is you're going to go, and it's going to be all you guys. It's going to be nuts. We'll get to your phone calls next. I want to see what you have to say. How deep is your love to go to this game this weekend? When you're injured in an accident, whether it's auto, truck, motorcycle, or slip and fall, David Femininio is the guy you need to call. We've told you, when you get injured in Michigan, you get David, and you get paid. David personally makes sure you get every dime you deserve, and David doesn't take a fee until you get paid. So if you're injured or know someone who is, you need to tell them to call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
I'm a big Harlan Barnett guy. I'm full disclosure here. I worked with Harlan 25 years ago. We were on the Spartan broadcast together. His NFL career had just finished up, and he knew Nick Saban pretty well and had an opportunity to be part of the broadcast team as our sideline reporter for a couple seasons. And then when Saban went on to LSU, I believe Harlan went there as a grad assistant and started his coaching career, and eventually came back to Michigan State, went to Florida State as a defensive coordinator, and came back to Michigan State when Mel Tucker came here and wanted to bring him back. I love this opportunity for him. I don't know if he's suited to be a head coach or not, but he's going to get the opportunity. The players love him. Players love him. Families love him. He's a family guy, and his faith is very important to him, and he lets that be known as well. And I think it's a very safe hire from within at this point. I mean, you got to appoint somebody as the interim head coach. Harlan Barnett makes a ton of sense. I mean, I don't know if you're going to want it turned over to one of the coordinators. I have no issue at all with it being Harlan. In fact, I'm very happy for him.
Song is atrocious, but it is a pertinent question for the weekend. These Lions ticket prices are crazy. It means this place is going to be nuts. The question is, of the 4 price points I gave you, I went to Game Time. You can use whatever secondhand site you want. What are you in for? And if you have tickets, is there any consideration to selling them? Because this is basically like Taylor Swift light. Nothing will ever equate to the Taylor Swift ticket prices. No, I shouldn't say nothing. Let the Lions make a playoff game. This will make Taylor Swift look like a performance at a local park. 248-539-9797.
Don't tell Sparkles that.
Let's go to Mike, 97.1. What's up, Mikey?
Gentlemen, how are you doing today?
Good, Mike.
Listen, so my significant other got us tickets before the preseason, and no, I wouldn't sell them. I haven't been this excited since Sean Rogers ran back a touchdown and had to get oxygen. So I'm excited to go to this game. I'm surprised how hard it is to get a blue ski mask, man. Like, I'm trying to find one anywhere, and I can't find a blue ski mask for the life of me anywhere.
Nothing on Amazon.com.
Nothing. It says delivery in October.
I tried to tell you. You're like, well, it'll be about 100 people. It's going to be about 10,000 to 20,000 people.
I'm shocked.
Ski mask.
No, I am shocked. So, Mike, you're going to be ski masked up if you can find one.
If I can find one, absolutely. I'm actually going to be driving around town right now to see if I can find one in a store.
Wow.
But online, no way.
I told you, man. The second he came out and said that was a bat signal. If you believe in this team, put the ski mask on. People believe in this team. Yeah, it's going to look intimidating. I promise you that.
Go to Jacob, 97.1. What's up, Jake?
Not much. I live in Seattle. My mother, my wife, my mother-in-law, my father-in-law are all diehard Seattle Seahawks fans. And the amount of money I would pay to be able to fly out there and go to this game if I had it is obscene.
Now, are you a Lions fan amongst Seahawks fans?
Diehard.
Oh,
yes,
wow.
Diehard.
Okay. Yeah,
Grew up in Michigan.
Jacob,
Michigan
this
State
is
fan, Lions fan.
This would be your Super Bowl because you have to live with these people every day. You would get to come
We're
home.
also having a party at my house, and there's no other Lions fans.
Let me tell you something.
Because it's also my mother-in-law's birthday.
Jacob, you should show up in a smoking jacket, sunglasses. You're gonna bomb this team. This is gonna be the greatest viewing party of your life. Don't worry about that.
I'm nervous though, man.
Don't be.
I'm nervous because this is in the past. I know it's in the past, but this is type of game. Lions win a big game, and then they drop the ball on the next one. And the Seahawks are the type of team when they drop the ball, they do well the next game. So I'm over here just in my head like we should win this game, but I'm nervous.
Don't be. It's okay. You want to be nervous,
Well,
be nervous.
you know what?
You're
He's
gonna
nervous because he's in a house full of Seahawks fans.
Embrace
so
it.
He knows. Right, but there's nothing better when you're the only one and you get to talk trash to everybody in there.
Let's go to Dan, 97.1. What's up, Danny?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, Dan.
I do not have tickets. I'm probably with Rico where I would savor it more towards the end of the season if it meant more. I think one angle, and that guy somewhat touched on it, is that people coming in from Seattle because, you know, aside from all the Mel Tucker stuff, the Huskies are here on Saturday, and so people coming in, it's a weekend that a lot of people from Seattle have kind of planned for a while that they're going to go to both games. So,
But how many truly? I mean, Rico, I leave that to you. I mean, how many people truly are coming from Seattle and doing a weekend in Detroit? A couple hundred at most.
Mike, I was about to say, you're probably looking at about 5,000 to 7,000.
What?
Oh, yeah. I mean, because you get the double dip. I mean, imagine.
Well, the tickets at State are free, basically.
No. Okay. Can we let's do a serious conversation.
Okay. All right.
If you were able to do the double dip and let's just say Michigan was playing Washington and the Lions were playing the next day in Seattle. Yeah, you planned that trip a long time ago, 2 for 1 in another city, 2 different stadiums. That's one of those kind of bucket list trips.
Yeah, maybe Dan. All right, maybe Dan's right. Dan, appreciate it. I just didn't think that it would carry that level of weight.
If Washington was just coming here by themselves, no. Seattle by themselves, no. But you get to watch a game on Saturday and Sunday and root for both teams, it's like the perfect storm.
Saturday's going to be a mercy killing, so that's easy. Then you go into.
I tried, and you know what? Thank you for giving me 30 seconds.
No, it was you're right.
Yeah.
You sold it appropriately. I guess I view trips like that. I just don't.
Or even if it was the other way around, it was like last year when State went there and the Lions played the Seattle Seahawks the next day in Seattle. You get 2 for 1.
That would have been a rough trip.
It would have been. Yeah.
Talk about sad pizza. Get your ass kicked on Saturday and Sunday.
Sad latte.
Then they load you up on a red-eye flight home. Jesus.
Go pick up a sad latte off the street.
Go to Devin, 97.1. Devin, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, buddy.
So I lucked out, and we went to a golf outing in the spring with my dad. And mind you, my dad does not like the Lions. And we got into the raffle, and we ended up winning club-level seats in Section 211 in the spring. So me and my father-in-law are actually going to the game this weekend, and I don't think I would sell those tickets for $2,500 a piece.
Wow. Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's time. And I've been looking all over, just like the caller earlier. I've been on Amazon since Monday, and you cannot find a blue ski mask if you tried.
I'm fascinated.
I think you really underestimated what was. That was a call to Lions fan. This blue ski mask shows how dedicated you are as a fan. That he's saying, I'm wearing it. We're new Lions. If you believe we're new Lions, you go get your mask and you show up too. Let's be the bad guy. Let's just be thankful it was him and not Jamal last year asking us to wear ridiculous hats.
Pikachu hats everywhere.
But if Jamal would have done that, it would have been Pikachu hats. Not as intimidating.
I can't wait for this game Sunday. Not only to just really enjoy the environment, but the idea.
I know you've guaranteed it. They got to deliver.
They're going to deliver.
They have to.
Does Santa deliver? Does the IRS deliver?
Ask Wesley Snipes.
Always bet on black. They're going to deliver. You got to start living in confidence.
No, I am. I'm just... Boy, 10 days of hype, man.
10 days of rest, 10 days of preparation, 10 days of focus.
10 days of some loudmouth guaranteeing they're winning.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should soft sell it. Seattle's coming to town without either of their starting
what about
tackles.
Chris Creighton?
Honestly, I mean it. I'm at a point with Michigan State football, like, I just don't care. It's just like...
Your next step is going to determine whether a lot of people care or not.
And what leads into that next step. 248-539-9797. Get off the sidelines, get in the game, Moran Buick GMC. Your schedule's packed this fall. If you're like David with the Ute Sports, a 2024 Enclave for Moran is the answer with seating up to 7. If you need a different type of vehicle... Maybe you're a hunter or trips up north, a lot of gear. The GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation, $277 a month. Moran has stock arriving daily. You know about the certified service appointments. MoranExpress.com. You get the free loaner. You go about your day. They'll tell you when your vehicle's done. So if you're having engine trouble or anything else, MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegram, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
there's a lot out there. There's a lot that this team needs to answer to. Like I said, we know that they have the personnel to win, but are they ready to be winners? I think winners go out and win this game. And, Seattle, in spite of what happened in week 1, I don't think that's a true representation of who they are, though it may be. We'll find out over the course of time. I tend to believe in the Wojo up-down theory, which I don't. It doesn't make sense to me that that's a thing, but it's a thing. It is a thing.
I think it's a thing for non-Super Bowl contending teams. That's what I think.
So the bulk of the teams in the middle, it's a thing for, but
Yes.
the elites and the terrible ones, it's not a thing for.
Correct.
It might be.
I think if you're a bad team, you're a bad team. And if you're a great team, you're a great team.
Yeah.
And if you're contending, anything can happen because it's the NFL and parity is there in the NFL.
Yep.
Yeah, I woke up to 56 text messages, and I'm going, all right, who's dead? And then don't be afraid. We are going to get to the Lions a little later, but we wanted to put this to bed. Do the Harlan Barnett conversation, and then just lay out guidelines for at whatever point we start talking coaches at MSU. Yeah, I know. We're just two poverty-stricken Sparties who are barely, of reading capability. We're barely literate. We have a standard to hiring our next coach. And I'm sorry that others at this station don't feel that way. Pat Narduzzi. 60. Chris Creighton. Yeah, thanks, Wojo. Let's go get food stamp Santa. I mean, you'd think Rico and I went to Abilene Christian. Good Lord. David, you're laughing. What's the problem? What have I said?
Of the Abilene Christian.
I mean,
yeah, you went to Ferris State.
Yeah, Rico and I are La Tech graduates. Proud sons of Ruston, Louisiana.
Hey.
Let's go to the people, shall we?
Yep.
Let's go to Todd, 97.1. Hi, Todd.
Hey, Mike and Rico. Just want to throw out a name. Michigan State's former Spartan, Pat Shermer. Seems like a character guy. Both you guys kind of know him, if not from the Giants, but from Michigan State's football program. He's got legacy or whatever with his uncle Fritz, if some people remember him, with the Green Bay Packers defensive coordinator and the LA Rams. What are your thoughts on it? The dude's 58, 57, where that number is. Where are you at on that?
I'm a no, but I think it'll be more entertaining to hear what Mike has to say about this. Did you just hang up on him?
Yup.
No on Shermer?
Man, this is some GD nonsense. What is this, the coaching search of 2005?
For those that don't know, Mike just threw his headset and walked out the room.
This is in 2005.
Let me just say this.
What is it that people can't, guys, do me a kindness. I'm not asking for anybody to act that we are anything other than what we are. We are currently a bottom third program in the Big Ten. We are currently a team that has some problems. But in the grand scheme of things.
Actually, reality, we're in the middle third.
Middle third. Why is it you can't call this radio show and just act like Michigan State is, I don't know, a top 25, top 30 program in America? By every metric, they are.
No, because what I think that gentleman is getting caught up in the whole, you need to have some type of ties to the university.
Why?
You don't. You need to win. You can come from wherever. If you win, guess what? You are the new legacy there. Plain and simple. Just win. But you don't have to bring somebody who was related to somebody who once played, who once did
What
that.
about Brad Van Pelt, 248?
Don't get caught up in that. And I think that's what that person was referring to. Well, he's a Spartan. You bring him back. We keep it in the family, Mike.
Let's go to Tim, 97.1. Tim, what's going on?
Not much, guys. I just listened to the call and everybody and a name I haven't heard. I wanted to throw out there before you threw your names out there, Mike.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Butch Jones. I don't think you're going to have to pay an arm and a leg. I don't know why he's at Arkansas State, why he took that job. He was saving a couple of years after.
Butch Jones is going to get fired at Arkansas State. He cried on the sidelines 2 weeks ago. They lost 73-0. Butch Jones is ass. Lawrence Tech wouldn't hire Butch Jones.
You can't hire a crying coach. I think there's a rule somewhere in the NCAA bylaws.
Hey, he's from Saugatuck.
You know what? This may not be fun for most people. I'm being entertained. I almost want people to call with ridiculous names.
No, but you know who I blame? I blame our coworkers. That's who I blame because they propagate this stuff. Hell, but Jason Candle? I hear that. The guy's been at Toledo for 9 years. You're going to die in Toledo. Hope you enjoy the Glass Bowl. That's your burial plot.
We've had Tony Annese, Butch Jones, Pat Shurmur.
And it's like, I'm not asking people to call up and go, you know what, guys, on a serious note, they should go after Nick Saban. I would laugh at you. Okay? I laugh at the Deion Sanders stuff.
Right, Deion,
I laugh
get
at a lot of it.
But because he's that hot name right now, go steal another Colorado coach. Deion's not making much money at Colorado.
It shows you how the Metro Detroit area has been programmed to view MSU. That is really what this is. This is a psychological study happening in real time.
I don't think that people they can only see MSU so far. And it blows their mind when all of a sudden they're good. The years between 13 and 15 was magical because people didn't know what to say.
13 and 15? Dude, they won the Big Ten in 10. They played for again in 11.
But between 13 and 15 when they were like one of the elite schools. And it's like, well, Michigan State's not supposed to be this good. What the heck is going on? You only see them as being bad. You only want them to be bad, and you only want them to get mediocre coaches.
Then be honest about it, and don't waste time calling a radio show and telling me you should hire Pee Wee Herman, who's dead.
I'm a guy that knows nothing about sports, nothing. And I know that having local ties means nothing.
Nothing. Butch Jones is literally on his last legs in Jonesboro, Arkansas.
Okay, seriously, Roberto, he cried.
Roberto,
on TV.
If you were a head coach, you'd be Butch Jones. He cried on the sideline.
Then I agree with the not hiring part.
And you had to go home.
Like it's Arkansas State. You're going to take this check. You're going to take this beat down. Well, but I thought we could win. No, you didn't. What are you crying for? Can you stay in studio, please?
I've been here the whole time.
I know.
I'll just go to Brian. 97.1. It can't get worse. Brian can't be worse. Go ahead, Brian.
Hey, I was just going to say with Runyon had me on the edge a couple weeks ago when after all the Harbaugh stuff, it was allegedly. And then BJ's pushed me off this morning with the Harlan Barnett stuff. The other caller stole my thunder with Pat Shurmur. That's sarcasm. I want to go to Ronaldo Hill. Ronaldo Hill,
man.
He played under Saban.
Yeah.
He's out in D.C. with the Chargers.
Brian,
game coordinator.
There are
He's
two
from
notes.
Detroit. He can repair that relationship.
There are two notes with him. And Rico, you may be able to speak more accurately on it. I don't know that Ronaldo even cares about Michigan State. And I don't know that Ronaldo's always been an NFL coach. I don't know that he has any designs on that. I mean, Rico.
No, you're right. Ronaldo will stay at D.C. waiting for his chance to coach an NFL team. To take a college job would be considered a step back for him. He'd rather stay D.C. He'd rather stay D.C. because it means you're going to be in the NFL.
You're not paying Ronaldo Hill $9 million. That's a non-starter. That's not how that works. To get a coach already making 5 or 6 who's built a look, I don't want to do names, Brian, but if you want one, I'll give you one. So here's a name where I wouldn't be furious about it. I could work my way to understanding it. But if you said to me, Mike, do you want to hire Chris Kleiman from Kansas State? As long as Colin Klein, as OC, comes with him, they've built a consistent winner in the Big 12, a team that can beat the good teams, a team that recruits, They understand how to do it. If you told me that, I'd go, all right, for $8-9 million, that's what you're going to get. Now, that's still not the direction I want to go. That's still a little bit too folksy of a hire for me. But listen, when guys are in the NFL, they've chosen the career path, and very rarely are they going to leave to become a head coach and do something they've never had to do. Mm-hmm. If you've never had to build a program, if you've never been a part of a program.
Well, here's the other thing. Guys from the NFL, look at Bill O'Brien. You better know it's part-time, and you better have your coach in waiting already on the staff. Because if he comes here, then he's leaving. If he's remotely successful and an NFL job open, it's why Ben Johnson is not an option.
Can you ring the bell, please? Just for yourself. Not for me, for
but
you.
He's not an option because he comes to Michigan State wins the Big Ten, and he's gone. So you better have his replacement hired with him because
you're attempting to hire a coach.
Man, you're not even putting a Band-Aid on. You know what you're putting on? Those little round dot Band-Aids that just fall off the second it gets wet. That's what you're doing.
MSU's job is to hire a coach and make him one of the 10 highest paid guys in America. Why? Because once you're there, you're not leaving. Mm-hmm. Once you're there, you don't have to worry about being outbid. And when you hire someone from the NFL, see, I'm not mad, Brian. You brought up a name. Right. You tried. Hey, here's a Spartan who's been in the NFL for a while. Respect. Don't be bringing that Butch Jones, Rudy Tony, Anise, Rudy Poo nonsense up in here. You can take that to other day part.
No, it's just, it's like people. Well, I've had another one was Bieniemy, and I'm like, I think Bieniemy is just either he's just going to die a coordinator or they're going to give him a job in the NFL.
Eric Bieniemy has some interpersonal skill issues. I don't think he'd be great on the recruiting trail. Like, this isn't
too tough.
It's not hard, right? It's not a difficult concept. NFL guys are NFL guys.
And here's the other thing. I don't know if NFL guys want to deal with I think college coaches may have it harder now because you not only have to recruit, you got to recruit your current players. You got to make sure they're making the money. You have to be the GM and the coach. Mm-hmm. Whereas in the pros, I just got to coach these guys on Sunday and practice them during the week. That's the general manager's job to make them happy and pay them.
College, it's turned into a CEO 365 deal. It's different.
Yeah,
I would never want to be a coach.
Yeah, you're wearing multiple hats as a college coach that if you're an NFL guy, Dan Campbell only has to worry about his team. Brad, that's a you problem. That's not a me problem. You fix it.
You're director of player personnel. You're director, the guy who handles the contracts. College coach handles everything now. You handle NIL, recruiting.
You're the star running back coach. I need a little bit more money. I need to do this, so I'm thinking about leaving. Now I got to drop everything to make sure Mike's happy. Okay, what do I need to do for you?
And don't be afraid. We are going to get to the Lions a little later, but we wanted to put this to bed. Do the Harlan Barnett conversation, and then just lay out guidelines for at whatever point we start talking coaches at MSU. Yeah, I know. We're just two poverty-stricken Sparties who are barely, of reading capability. We're barely literate. We have a standard to hiring our next coach. And I'm sorry that others at this station don't feel that way. Pat Narduzzi. 60. Chris Creighton, thanks, Wojo. Let's go get food stamp Santa. I mean, you'd think Rico and I went to Abilene Christian. Good Lord. David, you're laughing. What's the problem? What have I said?
The Abilene Christian.
I mean,
yeah, you went to Ferris State.
Yeah, Rico and I are La Tech graduates, proud sons of Ruston, Louisiana.
Hey,
let's go to the people, shall we?
Yep.
Let's go to Todd, 97.1. Hi, Todd.
Hey, Mike and Rico. Just want to throw out a name. Michigan State's former Spartan, Pat Shurmur. Seems like a character guy. Both you guys kind of know him, if not from the Giants, but from Michigan State's football program.
You realize it's our head coach. So let's just get into it. And I can throw the number out. You know the number, 248-539-9797. Public service announcement. Mel Tucker might be the dumbest human being to ever walk the face of the earth. He's a character out of Idiocracy. When you read the story out of USA Today, to say there was a lack of judgment would say there was a degree of judgment at all. The pure idiocy of Mel Tucker.
Yeah. And 20 billion women in the world. Yeah.
It just, again, and I don't want to go over every granular detail. You heard it in the mornings, you heard it in the middays. The bottom line is this. We are so far past even having to battle anyone defending him. There is no defense. His defense of consensual doesn't even play because he violated the morality clause in his contract.
Right.
It is so reassuring. Once I found out that MSU had done everything right by the letter of the law, I then was able. $5:00, beautiful Wednesday afternoon. We've covered a lot of ground today. Odyssey.com rewind if you want to explore, so to speak. You know, we started the show. I listened to Stoney and Jansen, and then it went into the Wojo bedtime story hour, Wednesdays with Wojo, and I just heard a large of it was complete absurdity regarding MSU, and I think we all know, considering they're scrubbing the man from the stadium, MSU's coaching search that's looming. We're going to get into that. The other thing, though, that we discovered just recently is apparently you cannot buy a blue ski mask anywhere. Why is that relevant? Well, if you missed yesterday or you missed the post-game Sunday, C.J. Gardner-Johnson wore a blue ski mask and basically said he wanted fans at the home opener Sunday wear blue ski masks. We're the villains. Let's show up looking like villains. Well, we've had a multitude of people call up today saying they can't even find blue ski masks anywhere.
Amazon is saying
October.
Well, September 29th.
That's October. Yeah. I mean, come on. Yeah. So that note, boy, that's going to be a storyline. I completely missed the mark. I thought at best you'd have a couple dozen goofballs wearing them. But Rico said, no, Michael. No, you don't know my hometown. There will be thousands of people in the ski masks. Mm-hmm. So, look, I know you were afraid of it. You're like, I don't know. This is not a great look. No, I'm all for it. I don't care.
No, it'll look intimidating. I like the fact that it's unifying a fan base. I'm just talking, you're reinforcing a stereotype. That's all. So just know that when you go out of town and people start talking about you and saying negative things, Detroit, this reinforces that stereotype. And by no means, no one can get into a fight with one of those damn things on. I'm just telling you now. No, don't do it. Because the headlines will write themselves.
Now, speaking of stereotypes, we had Detroit media treating MSU like a hillbilly school. So let's get into this. Now, I don't want to do coaching search theater. I don't. It's nowhere near ready to happen. The hearing for Mel Tucker's not till October 5th. I don't think he's going to go quietly into the night. I think this will be something that gets ugly. And whatever, it's not my problem. Because ultimately, I just care about watching the games. He made some decisions that are going to result in him not being the head coach. Mm-hmm. Full stop. But listening to the morning show, and I even heard it on the middays, when people start to do this coaching carousel with Michigan State, we here on this show find it humorous. And it's humorous because you would think MSU's Louisiana Tech in the mind of many of you people and in the mind of our coworkers. Mm-hmm. I mean, John and Stoney talking about, Chris Creighton. What? Jason Candle of Toledo. Pat Narduzzi. Or John had the Narduzzi of the day, which was, Harlan Barnett makes sense. He's a Spartan. And I'm like, sick analysis. Hey, Mike Hart is a Wolverine. I guess you want him to replace Harbaugh too, right? My whole point in this is Michigan State is top 20 in revenue, top 20 in attendance. It's a top 25 public university. This current coach made $9.5 million a year, and they just built a $40 million football building that is attached to the football building. Mm-hmm. Am I crazy? I want to put a spin on this. I want to dive deep into the recesses because I think that's John and Stoney's problem. They're both huge Wolverines. and they want to act like they care. They really hate our guts privately, and that's okay. Not me and you, but the Spartans.
Right.
Who knows? The Spartans and me and you. It doesn't really matter. The point I make is, are we crazy on this show for thinking MSU is a very attractive job? Yeah, no one's going to mistake it for Alabama. No one's going to mistake it for, hell, Michigan, if you like. But the point I make is it is one of the top 25 jobs. And when you distill it even further, how many of those top 25 gigs are even going to be available this offseason? Maybe a Florida? Maybe A&M? Mm-hmm. Okay, so what I'm saying to you is it's going to be one of the best handful of jobs available in America. Are Rico and I crazy for taking the approach that the lists that have been offered by our coworkers and some in the media is just insulting? I mean, you would think Michigan State is Dexter Manley University. I mean,
right. Like Nebraska went out, needed a coach. They got Matt Rule. They didn't go out and get Tommy Frazier.
Joel Makovica. I want to throw this number out. Now, that's part of the conversation because, look, I'm not telling you MSU is going to go hire Bill Belichick. But when I hear whether it's the morning show, the middays, or Wojo, it's like, let me get this straight. Chris Creighton, who's never won the MAC and looks like poverty Santa Claus, this is the guy we're hiring? Guys, stop. This ain't La Tech. It's just hilarious. You don't want MSU to have a real coach. That's what this is. You want us to have a clown. You want a placeholder. Mm-hmm. You want a guy that'll show up basically and dance for you like John L. did. Never beat you. Be a loser. Be a bumblewood. And it's okay if you just say that. But when you are disingenuous about it and you act like you're trying to help, that's the most insulting thing. But let's get to the Harlan Barnett thing. Because I've heard a lot of non-Spartans say how much sense it makes for Harlan to be our coach. And, well, I laugh at that because you and I shared this. This was your opinion, and I happen to agree with it totally. Present what it would take for Harlan Barnett to have the interim tag lifted to be the next head coach at Michigan State.
For me, Harlan Barnett would have to go at least 7-3.
Just say 9-3.
Well, I mean, in his games that he's coaching, but they've already won 2. So, yes, the final record for MSU would be 9-3. That means he went out there and beat one of the tough games that nobody thought that Michigan State would win. You beat Washington on Saturday, or you beat Michigan at home, or you go on the road and beat the Buckeyes, or you beat Penn State at Ford Field. That tells me, okay, you can coach, you can lead this team, you're a leader of men, and I think that would put him in the category of, okay, we're going to put Harlan on the short list with a few other candidates. If he gets the job, great. But I don't want you to do what happened with Bobby Williams, where you're just like, well, the players want him, so that's all we're going to do. We'll take him. Do your homework. But if he goes and this team finishes at 9-3 or better, then I think he put himself in an advantageous position to maybe keep the job. But other than that, he's doing the program a service by helping them out. But you got to win games if you really want to keep this.
And they did him a service by re-employing him after he bombed out of Florida State. They've done him a service by letting him draw a paycheck as he helped coach one of the worst secondaries, 08, 2 of the worst secondaries, 08, 3 of the worst secondaries I've ever watched at Michigan State University. So I'm with Rico on this. You want my interest level, Harlan Barnett being the head coach of Michigan State? 1 out of 10. Dr. Strange says there's one way out of this. Go 9-3. And I'm sorry, that's just not happening. Michigan State is too good of a job. It's too high paying a job. It's too attractive a job to do this folksy, backwoods, nonsense, woe is me routine of you got to be a Spartan to coach here or he was a player here. I'm not interested.
No, let me add this caveat too. Hypothetically speaking, he gets the job. I'm going to need upgrades in coordinators. You're going to need some coordinators that can help you get to that next level, whether they are super recruiters or a fun offense to watch that people want to come and play for Michigan State because they want to be a part of what they're seeing. Because right now, they're winning. But if you're not an MSU fan, you're not watching that game saying, oh, my goodness, did you see that missed pass on the flea flicker? It looked so great until they drop it. That doesn't excite people. Like, you watch certain offenses, it's fun. Like, okay, you know what? I can see myself there.
Right. So I want you guys can feel free to attack it, whatever which way. But the names I'm hearing are absurd, largely. There's a couple suggestions that might make sense, but man, I've heard some crazy stuff. And you know what I think it is? It's your inherent bias speaking. This is how you want it to be, therefore this is how you're going to view it. And I just think Michigan State has already shown you they got the money. All a media market beard tells you about these TV deals. They got the money. There's $40 million facility. All right, go get a coach. Go find a real coach who's already built a program under the age of 50 that has some upside, that has built something, that has done something. And go and get them and take another swing and see if it works. And as far as Harlan Barnett goes, you can have him. I mean, hell, I wanted Harlan out multiple times. I don't think he's a very good defensive backs coach. Sorry.
Well, I'll simply say this.
Otherwise, why did Mel Tucker have to, quote, personally coach the corners and DBs if you were so damn good at your gig?
I just don't want to see D'Antonio back. You got 90 days, and when it's done, thank you for your services.
You know what?
Because that's what's bothering me, is that somehow or another, he's going to be like that, hi, it's me again.
There's honestly, much like Tucker launching himself out of a cannon with his horrific judgment where there was relief, this is the last stop. Whatever hire they make here, whatever decisions they make leading up to that hire, if there's any nonsense leading up to this coaching search, if there's a ton of BOT drama, if there is, I don't know, somehow more news or crazy. Rico, there will be relief if they screw this up because I know I won't have to care the rest of my life. Yeah. I can just opt out.
Yeah.
Because I can't do any more nonsense. If they make the right hire, what you have said is it's true then, it's true now, it'll be true when both of us are dead in the ground. Winning fixes everything.
It does.
It doesn't matter what your program has going on. If you win, no one cares. It's just how it is. Look no further than Swamp Kings. Urban Meyer had 41 players arrested in like a 3-year span.
Heck, look no further than the back-to-back champions. No offense, Kenny, but
here he goes.
No. But I'm saying they win, and Kenny doesn't care that you got players arrested. Doesn't care at all.
No, that's fair. Okay, I thought you were going to school down the road.
No.
248-539-9797.
I said back-to-back champions.
And I apologize to you, Mr. Beard. David, your thoughts on this? I know you're a P1 of the station.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for calling.
Here's my thoughts on this.
Oh, geez, Dave,
I just
take a breath.
I do have to take a breath because I don't want to sound disrespectful when I say this, but
here comes the disrespect.
I don't want Michigan State to be good.
And I'm not.
I'm gonna be upfront with it.
David,
thank you for being honest.
No. I actually respect you for that because at least I know where you're coming from. That you want a coach that takes them back to John L. Smith days.
Like I understand when people say, "Oh, the rivalry's great when both teams." I get all that, but
no, I
want the easy road here.
You want an automatic W, an easy win. Nothing wrong with that, David. But at least you're man enough to say that.
But if I'm not looking like that, if I'm not thinking like that, yes, Michigan State should go out there and get someone that has some something behind them, some substance behind their name.
Either you bring in a big name and that will draw players here and it will keep your current players, or you have to bring in an offense because defense takes some time to develop. You don't just do that. But if you could bring in somebody who can come up with this innovative offense from day one, all of a sudden you're going to get that quarterback coming in as a true freshman, a la Dante Moore at UCLA, where you're like, you know what, we got a future. We got somebody who he's not going to transfer out, and we got him for the next 3 years. But see,
David, I like that you're honest about it. And look, I just genuinely dislike people who try to bleep on your head and tell you it's raining. Oh, no, I root for Michigan State. Only on one Saturday a year. Shut up. Stop it.
I don't know how you
I love the rivalry. I want you to be good. You played for U of M. No, you don't. Just stop.
I'm a football. I love Michigan football, but I love state basketball.
Right. Just stop. It's okay to just say, I hate you. Respect. So rivalries are. I don't care.
And I'll just say that there was a name that came up. He probably can't be the head coach. He's probably not a name. But if he came in as DC because of his connections for recruiting, it would kind of scare me. That's probably Tim Banks. Because he can get those guys from Detroit. He can get those kids in the area that, as a Michigan fan, I'm like, now we have to worry about the recruiting.
He'll get everybody in the Midwest.
Yes.
He is that type of guy that he can go out there similar to like your Sharon Moore. He can go out and get players and add to the class.
Look, the problem, and understand this. See, Rico and I, you guys you hear what you want to hear, not necessarily what is actually said. We're brutally honest. Nobody was harder on D'Antonio than me towards the end, to where Spartan fans hated my guts. And the minute you find out Mel Tucker was a fraud, well, guess what? You didn't hear any soft shoeing out of me. But what I will not apologize for are two things. I hate your guts. Now, I'll respect you, but I don't have to like you. And I am not going to sit here and just be a good little boy and act like MSU shouldn't be a power program. They should. Why aren't they? Because they're largely run by idiots. Because the MSU Board of Trustee would lose at a game of musical chairs featuring one person in one chair. But that doesn't mean I don't have a right to tell you factually, from a monetary standpoint, a support standpoint, a revenue, facility. There is no reason MSU shouldn't be out there hiring a big-time coach. And when I hear people at this station from both sides just talking nonsense as if MSU is Uncle Lenny, the dude who can't get out of bed and put his pants on the right way, I just laugh. Just say you hate us and don't want us to hire a real coach. It'll be that much easier. All right? It's cool. We're good with that. Like, just say it, John. You don't like us. And that's just fine.
No.
And here, I'll be unequivocal. I don't have a problem with John. I think John's a pretty nice guy. But GD, you host the coach's show and you work for U of M. You love U of M. You played for U of M. Good Lord.
Yeah.
248-539-9797.
Sell him something.
And I just realized we're way over time. Holy hell. Hey, did you know there were over 282,000 auto accidents in Michigan last year? Many of them ending in someone dying or being critically injured, distracted driving, huge problem. And that's why you need affordable life insurance. National Benefit Plan shops over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. Guarantees you the best possible rate. And in the event of that tragedy, your family is covered. So what do you need to do? It's so simple. You call Mike now, 877-734-2200. That's 877-734-2200, or you go on the web, nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime.
I'm a big Harlan Barnett guy. I'm full disclosure here. I worked with Harlan 25 years ago. We were on the Spartan broadcast together. His NFL career had just finished up, and he knew Nick Saban pretty well and had an opportunity to be part of the broadcast team as our sideline reporter for a couple seasons. And then when Saban went on to LSU, I believe Harlan went there as a grad assistant and started his coaching career, and eventually came back to Michigan State, went to Florida State as a defensive coordinator, and came back to Michigan State when Mel Tucker came here and wanted to bring him back. I love this opportunity for him. I don't know if he's suited to be a head coach or not, but he's going to get the opportunity. The players love him. Players love him. Families love him. He's a family guy. And his faith is very important to him, and he, lets that be known as well. And I think it's a very safe hire from within at this point. I mean, you got to appoint somebody as the interim head coach. Harlan Barnett makes a ton of sense. I mean, I don't know if you're going to want it turned over to one of the coordinators. I have no issue at all with it being Harlan. In fact, I'm very happy for him.
All right, let's get to the people and see what everybody's got to say, shall we? We go to Jacob, 97.1. Hi, Jake. How you doing?
Hey, Mike. 2 words. Mike Ditka. Great mustache. Just out to 90.
Thank you. Thank you, Jake.
I'll be honest. I'm not a Michigan State fan. I'm a Michigan fan. But I'm saying this out of seriousness. Why not Bill O'Brien? Because he has the cloud of fixing Penn State and keeping them going during the wrong or right turmoil that they went through.
I'll give you 2 reasons. I'll give you 2 reasons. A, remember, Penn State was the better part of 15 years ago. It's like 2010. Second of all, he's closer to 60 than not, and he's an NFL guy, and I think he wants another shot in the NFL. It just doesn't make sense.
I don't think 53 is too old.
I thought he was 58. Give me the age, David. I want to make sure. Maybe Jacob's right and I'm wrong. I thought he was 57, 58 years old. But go ahead.
I looked it up. He's 53. He was born in 69.
Then you know what? I take the 53. I take the age out of it. The NFL thing still stands, though, boys.
I think, and he might leave, but I think he's the kind of guy. I don't think it's a home run, but I think more a solid footing to fix the program.
Jacob, I would say this. If you hire Bill O'Brien, you got to hire his heir apparent and along with him so you can have a smooth transition when he leaves to go back to the NFL.
And I think he would. But
that right off the top. That right off the top disqualifies him, though. Jacob, think about what you're advocating. And I know, listen, I'm fine, and I appreciate you've approached it with a level of sincerity. But, Jacob, I cannot hire a man that at the first moment of success is going to the league, Jake. You would never advocate that for your program. Why would you advocate it for mine? Come on. What are we doing here? Let's go to Robert, 97.1. Robert, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, bud.
2 things I wanted to say. Appreciate you guys having me on.
Yes, sir.
One, I think you need to pound the drum on Tom Herman. Nobody has the ear of just Sparty Nation like you do.
Look, Rico and I can say Tom Herman, but I just came up with it because I haven't seen it anywhere. No one's brought it up. I followed the guy's career. I like him. He's at FAU doing the coaching rehab like Lane Kiffin did. And in another year, it's going to be Tom Herman coaching an SEC school. So why not get the jump and go and try something different?
You know, that's interesting. I was going to say that would be the risk. He comes to State and goes 10-3. Like he's got no loyalty to State. This wouldn't be his dream job. So,
but if he's a top 10 paid coach at $9.5 million a year, well, where is there to go?
You could pay him. You got facilities. He gets ready. He can stay in the Midwest. I just hope Robert, I just hope that Michigan State doesn't Luke Fickle him where he's the obvious choice and somehow you screw it up.
Oh, you mean the BOT schools?
My biggest fear in this thing is that the Board of Trustees gets gator arms this go around, and we pay freaking $4.5 million and get like a Mike Tressel category.
And you know what'll happen, Robert? Here's what will
I'm
happen.
so
I'll tell you
scared of
this.
that.
I'll tell you this right now. If they go that route, there will be a revolt in the fan base, and the fans will speak with their pocketbooks. It is no secret. Inflation is high. It is no secret. Economic conditions are not great. You will see an empty
Mike,
stadium.
I pray you're aware of it. I pray that they are aware of it.
No, listen.
So
I will continue I
hope we're cutting
appreciate
the
it.
checkbook.
I will continue to describe the MSU Board of Trustees as Kevin's special chili. Just go look at the scene from The Office. They are Kevin's special chili, laying in said chili they've spilled. I don't trust the MSU Board of Trustees. It's one big clown car. Different clowns come in different days for different birthday parties, but they're all clowns. I don't want anything to do with them.
And I simply say this: if hypothetically you get Tom Herman, you got to put a hefty buyout. You want to leave to go to the SEC team? Fine, give us $40 million and you can go. But we're offering you something right here, right now, brand new facilities. It's all laid out for you. Can you do this? Do you want to do this? And if he says yes, fine. You want to leave and go to Florida or Arkansas or someplace else? There's a buyback. We'll take that and go get another coach.
248-539-9797. Here's what I'm going to do because it's my fault. We went real long at the top. I want to be timely. We will get your calls next. 97.1. When it comes to the IRS, you need a law firm that's going to fight for you, have a game plan, and then be the buffer between you and the IRS. That's Abraham and Rose. Maurice and Jerry. Jerry used to work for the IRS. They've represented clients in front of the Supreme Court. They will fight for your rights and save you money. It's just that simple. They've dealt with the IRS for years. What you need to do is call them today. Don't let your tax problems get worse. AbrahamandRose.com or call 248-539-5040. That's 248-539-5040, and you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again.
I'm a big Harlan Barnett guy. I'm full disclosure here. I worked with Harlan 25 years ago. We were on the Spartan broadcast together. His NFL career had just finished up, and he knew Nick Saban pretty well and had an opportunity to be part of the broadcast team as our sideline reporter for a couple seasons. And then when Saban went on to LSU, I believe Harlan went there as a grad assistant and started his coaching career, and eventually came back to Michigan State, went to Florida State as a defensive coordinator, and came back to Michigan State when Mel Tucker came here and wanted to bring him back. I love this opportunity for him. I don't know if he's suited to be a head coach or not, but he's going to get the opportunity. The players love him. Players love him. Families love him. He's a family guy, and his faith is very important to him, and he lets that be known as well. And I think it's a very safe hire from within at this point. I mean, you got to appoint somebody as the interim head coach. Harlan Barnett makes a ton of sense. I mean, I don't know if you're going to want it turned over to one of the coordinators. I have no issue at all with it being Harlan. In fact, I'm very happy for him.
All right, David, some of the ticket texts coming in. What would it take for Harlan Barnett to actually keep this gig? Rico and I, it's just a high bar to clear because I don't think he deserves the job. I don't think he's been very good as a position coach. And no disrespect, I don't care what he did at State 40 years ago as a player. For Rico and I, the team would have to essentially go, 9-3. Okay? Maybe 8-4. He'd have to do something that I don't think this team was capable of anyways. But if he managed to do it, we could have a conversation. What Rico and I are not down with is the players marching on the president's house to get Bobby Williams hired. I'm not doing it.
No, especially if he were able to go 9-3, keeping this thing together because it's falling apart. So that's what would say, you know what, maybe you're something special here. Because you didn't just go into the toilet because it's set up that way because they got Washington that they're the 16-point underdogs and then a lot of games that are 50-50 after that. So, yeah, you win all those games, you knock off one of the big boys, you have my interest.
David, go ahead. What do people have to say?
If I'm Michigan State, there's one man I want as my next head coach, and that's Brian Hartline. Do whatever you can to bring him to East Lansing, Matt, in a car.
Your problem is lifetime Buckeye. 36 years old, ace recruiter, but has never been a coordinator. And the minute the OSU job comes open, how do you keep him? So you're taking risks on the front end with someone who's never had to run a program. And no disrespect to Brian Hartline, who by all accounts is sharp, talented, great recruiter. Kenny Cott could recruit to Ohio State. So it just concerns me you have risk profile on both sides.
Right.
Front and then retention.
But when the Ohio State job opens up,
you're effed.
No, you're actually not because you're going to probably have people who say, go get Urban back.
By now.
No. Mike, it could be this fall. I mean, this winter.
I'll tell you one thing.
You lose to Michigan again, Ryan Day's done.
I continue to say it. I said it all summer. I didn't buy this OSU being the favorite. Michigan, the Big Ten goes through Ann Arbor.
Man, you know what?
Period.
I listen to Cash a Ticket, so I follow Vegas stuff a lot.
I'm just saying,
okay? But
Ohio State does not look good.
Well, here's the thing. You're going to say, go get Urban or go get Luke Fickell and bring him back. I think Hartline would be the third choice for them if you were to go and get him. I don't think he's their first choice. He would be their third, meaning the other two guys didn't make it through. Unless they can get Bill Belichick.
Yeah, this next one on the ticket text interests me because I think, Rico, you said he probably gets a job after this year. It's the guy says Manny Diaz.
No, he's a defensive coordinator, not a head coach. Sorry, I didn't mean to take the wind out of your sails.
He's right. He's great as a defensive coordinator. David, yes, I would love to say that they signed him as defensive coordinator. As a head coach. And, it's like in the pros. Jim Schwartz, great.
Yes.
DC.
He's the Jim Schwartz of college.
As a head coach, no, not so much.
Show. Yeah.
But his defenses, oh, my God, watch out.
Go to the people. Let's go to, is this, Kenny, how do you say this person's name, my man, on line 5? What is that?
It's Johnny. I just put an S word.
He fat-fingered.
Okay, because I was like, is it Shinny?
Shoney.
Okay. Johnny. What's up, Johnny?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
I texted as well, too, but I thought a good fit would be the guy from Kansas State, Kleiman. He's a little over 50. He's won 4 championships at the 2A level. He beat TCU last year. He's only paid about $4.5 million.
Here's your problem. Your problem is this. It's twofold. A, I don't think you're getting Colin Klein as offensive coordinator because if he leaves K-State, Colin Klein's a legendary quarterback there, and Colin Klein would be the next head coach there. So now the brains of the operation offensively aren't coming with him. The other issue I would have, Johnny, there's part of me that openly wonders if Kleiman, Big 12, there's so much opportunity to be good down there. Right. This is the deep end.
With Texas and Oklahoma leaving?
I openly wonder if he could come up here and emulate it. So I don't hate it. I like where your head's at.
Johnny's he's on my list of one of the people who I would like for them to consider.
But you're not getting Colin Klein, and that's the sauce.
Yeah, but I look at it, he's taking the progression of the ranks, won everywhere he's gone. with or without, the old coordinator. But I think he'd be a very good choice. I thought his team played very disciplined and took the fight to TCU, and TCU had everything to play for.
Yeah,
year.
he's built a rock-solid program.
We bring him in, we just keep Jay.
No. You're talking Jay Johnson? No. Honestly, if you told me that Jay Johnson got fired with Mel, I would have been happy.
Well, that's the thing. I think
I'll take slow developing runs for 600, Alex. Our running game makes me angry.
Hypothetically speaking, let's just say Harlan does it. He's got to replace the staff. He can't keep everybody on that staff.
Oh, no.
He's going to have to go out and basically just tear it down.
That's the
start
whole
over.
point of why keeping an interim head coach is a folly. The interim coach is there because things weren't working. And the odds that it wasn't working just because of the head coach and the staff were all getting A+ is also a fantasy. So I'm with I'm with you. Again, and there's another name I heard on this radio. Jim Leonard, the bloom's off the rose.
I don't know what happened with him because maybe he's just a defensive coordinator. He's not a head coach.
The fact
as well.
is, Wisconsin could have had him, right? He's Wisconsin's favorite son. They didn't want him. They brought in Luke Fickell. Yeah. They chose the air raid.
And Luke Fickell pretty much said, you can come here, but just realize I'm the boss, and I'm the boss.
Let's go to Jay, 97.1. What's up, Jay? How are you?
What's up, Mikey? How we doing today, fellas?
All right. What do you got?
Well, honestly, we were talking about the whole what does he have to do, Harlan Barnett, to stay on board. And short of winning the Big Ten, I don't see that happening because it was a disaster going into, but we have Tucker. It's okay. And now that everything with Tucker has to kind of be wiped off the map, and am I crazy that I think we need to bring in a name for all the reasons you've stated that Michigan State is?
No, you're not crazy. Jay, part of this is you're in a fight for oxygen. Like imagine you're in a locked room and the water level rises and there's only a small amount of available air in the room. You got to make sure you preserve it because Ohio State, Michigan, and Notre Dame are going to take most of that oxygen. Yeah, I think it matters.
And with super conferences coming, I think even more so what you were saying about Michigan State, it's always been a top 25 gig. It's always kind of been a top 20 school. But now with the era of super conferences coming, I think it becomes even more because if you're not applying for one of these coaching positions in one of these 2 to 3 super conferences, then you're running a popcorn farm.
Correct. And that's my point. It's still got money. It still has the brand new facility. It has it all. And it doesn't need to be Alabama. See, we always create these straw man arguments. Well, it's not as good as this job. Well, it doesn't need to be.
Right.
I said it's a top 25 job. If you're asking me, is MSU a better job than South Carolina? Yes. Is MSU a better job than Kentucky? Yes. Is MSU a better job than every job except Florida State and Clemson in the ACC? Yes. Like, you want me to do this with every conference? I'll do it. The whole point I'm making is it's a damn good job. The problem for MSU, is
they don't realize how good they could possibly be.
Because they act like goofballs.
No, you're right. They still think small time. And instead of realizing there's no difference between what these other teams are doing and what we're doing.
Right.
What Colorado doing, it should be a slap in the face of them and show them if we do this right, we could turn this thing around. We start winning, and the articles on the front page will be Michigan State winning. Joel Klatt and Gus loves us now.
That'll never happen. I appreciate the fantasy.
They bring Urban Meyer in here, and
they will
Gus,
talk about how we are morally bankrupt bleep holes.
Please. Oh, Urban is here. Ha! Ha!
No, Gus. No, good. You
know what?
Okay.
Noah Kim just needs to run out of bounds. Okay. That's the best thing to do. Well, actually not.
Wait, why did Gus Johnson morph into Little Penny? What do you just Jesus. 248-539-9797. Your impersonation. Oh, my. John Jansen weight loss fiesta, whether you want to lose 10 or 100 pounds or anywhere in between, idealu.us. Don't wait. Sign up today at idealu.us. You book the free consultation. You get a $200 Visa gift card. You could be 15, 20, even 30 pounds lighter in 30 days. If you want to weigh less, you go to idealu.us. And it worked for John. John lost 10 pounds the first 10 days, 63 overall with Ideal U, and he kept it off. If you want to try to have that same success, go to idealu.us. You could see the difference in just 30 days. Lose weight, get a $200 Visa gift card, 15, 20, even 30 pounds lighter in 30 days. Jansen did it, so can you. Way less, go to idealu.us.
On that punt return, there was a blatant leg trip right in front of the referee, right in front of the
ball carrier.
in front of Gibson.
Yeah.
And they blew it. They missed it. That should now look. They would have only been. Chances are they would have ended up either scoring or kicking a field goal anyway because it took place about the 20-yard line approximately. If I'm not,
somewhere in there. So
Yes.
I mean, maybe they got to get one first down,
Yes.
or maybe they don't even need a first down. Who knows?
Mhm.
But yeah, they would have been forced to go through the process.
Yeah.
It was amazing to me that it was missed because of the proximity to where the ball was.
Yes. And also on that play, former Lion punter Sam Martin. Very, very lame effort to try to make the tackle. I mean, your buddy Hank Winchester has to be very disappointed in you, Sam. That was really, really lame.
Yeah, it was. You could hear him go, eh. Two-hand touch does not.
And don't be afraid. We are going to get to the Lions a little later, but we wanted to put this to bed. Do the Harlan Barnett conversation, and then just lay out guidelines for at whatever point we start talking coaches at MSU. Yeah, I know. We're just two poverty-stricken Sparties who are barely, of reading capability. We're barely literate. We have a standard to hiring our next coach. And I'm sorry that others at this station don't feel that way. Pat Narduzzi. 60. Chris Creighton. Yeah, thanks, Wojo. Let's go get food stamp Santa. I mean, you'd think Rico and I went to Abilene Christian. Good Lord. David, you're laughing. What's the problem? What have I said?
Love the Abilene Christian.
I mean,
yeah, you went to Ferris State.
Yeah, Rico and I are La Tech graduates. Proud sons of Ruston, Louisiana.
Hey.
Let's go to the people, shall we?
Yep.
Let's go to Todd, 97.1. Hi, Todd.
Hey, Mike and Rico. Just want to throw out a name. Michigan State's former Spartan, Pat Shurmur. Seems like a character guy. Both you guys kind of know him, if not from the Giants, but from Michigan State's football program. He's got legacy or whatever with his uncle Fritz, if some people remember him, with the Green Bay Packers defensive coordinator and the LA Rams. What are your thoughts on it? The dude's 58, 57, whatever that number is. Where are you at on that?
I'm a no, but I think it'll be more entertaining to hear what Mike has to say about this. You just hang up on him.
Yup.
No on Shermer.
Man, this is some GD nonsense. What is this, the coaching search of 2005?
For those that don't know, Mike just threw his headset and walked out the room.
This isn't 2005.
Let me just say this.
What is it that people can't, guys, do me a kindness. I'm not asking for anybody to act that we are anything other than what we are. We are currently a bottom third program in the Big Ten. We are currently a team that has some problems. But in the grand scheme of things.
Actually, reality, we're in the middle third.
Middle third. Why is it you can't call this radio show and just act like Michigan State is, I don't know, a top 25, top 30 program in America? By every metric, they are.
No, because what I think that gentleman is getting caught up in the whole, you need to have some type of ties to the university.
Why?
You don't. You need to win. You can come from wherever. If you win, guess what? You are the new legacy there. Plain and simple. Just win. But you don't have to bring somebody who was related to somebody who once played, who once did
What
that.
about Brad Van Pelt, 248?
Don't get caught up in that. And I think that's what that person was referring to. Well, he's a Spartan. You bring him back. We keep it in the family, Mike.
Let's go to Tim, 97.1. Tim, what's going on?
Not much, guys. I just listened to the call and everybody and a name I haven't heard. I wanted to throw out there before you threw your names out there, Mike.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Butch Jones. I think I don't think you're going to have to pay an arm and a leg. I don't know why he's at Arkansas State, why he took that job. He was saving a couple of years after.
Butch Jones is going to get fired at Arkansas State. He cried on the sidelines 2 weeks ago. They lost 73-0. Butch Jones is ass. Lawrence Tech wouldn't hire Butch Jones.
You can't hire a crying coach. I think there's a rule somewhere in the NCAA bylaws.
Hey, he's from Saugatuck.
You know what? This may not be fun for most people. I'm being entertained. I almost want people to call with ridiculous names.
No, but you know who I blame? I blame our coworkers. That's who I blame because they propagate this stuff. Hell, but Jason Candle? I hear that. The guy's been at Toledo for 9 years. You're going to die in Toledo. Hope you enjoy the Glass Bowl. That's your burial plot.
We've had Tony Annese, Butch Jones, Pat Shermer.
And it's like, I'm not asking people to call up and go, you know what, guys, on a serious note, they should go after Nick Saban. I would laugh at you. Okay? I laugh at the Deion Sanders stuff.
Right, Deion,
I laugh
get
at
it,
a lot of it.
But because he's that hot name right now, go steal another Colorado coach. Deion's not making much money at Colorado.
It shows you how the Metro Detroit area has been programmed to view MSU. That is really what this is. This is a psychological study happening in real time.
I don't think that people they can only see MSU so far. And it blows their mind when all of a sudden they're good. The years between 13 and 15 was magical because people didn't know what to say.
13 and 15? Dude, they won the Big Ten in 10. They played for again in 11.
But between 13 and 15 when they were like one of the elite schools. And it's like, well, Michigan State's not supposed to be this good. What the heck is going on? You only see them as being bad. You only want them to be bad, and you only want them to get mediocre coaches.
Then be honest about it, and don't waste time calling a radio show and telling me you should hire Pee Wee Herman, who's dead.
I'm a guy that knows nothing about sports, nothing. And I know that having local ties means nothing.
Nothing. Butch Jones is literally on his last legs in Jonesboro, Arkansas.
Okay, seriously, Roberto, he cried.
Roberto, if you were a head coach, you'd be Butch Jones. He cried on the sideline.
Then I agree with the not hiring part.
And you had to go home.
like it's Arkansas State. You're going to take this check. You're going to take this beat down. Well, but I thought we could win. No, you didn't. What are you crying for? Can you stay in studio, please?
I've been here the whole time.
I know.
I'll just go to Brian. 97.1. It can't get worse. Brian can't be worse. Go ahead, Brian.
Hey, I was just going to say with Runyon had me on the edge a couple weeks ago when after all the Harbaugh stuff, it was allegedly. And then BJ's pushed me off this morning with the Harlan Barnett stuff. The other caller stole my thunder with Pat Shurmur. That's sarcasm. I want to go to Ronaldo Hill. Ronaldo Hill,
man.
He played under Saban.
Yeah.
He's out in D.C. with the Chargers.
Brian,
passing game coordinator.
There are
He's
two
from
notes.
Detroit. He can repair that relationship.
There are two notes with him, and Rico, you may be able to speak more accurately on it. I don't know that Ronaldo even cares about Michigan State, and I don't know that Ronaldo's always been an NFL coach. I don't know that he has any designs on that. I mean, Rico.
No, you're right. Ronaldo will stay at D.C. waiting for his chance to coach an NFL team. To take a college job would be considered a step back for him. He'd rather stay D.C. He'd rather stay D.C. because it means you're going to be in the NFL.
You're not paying Ronaldo Hill $9 million. That's a non-starter. That's not how that works. To get a coach already making 5 or 6 who's built a look, I don't want to do names, Brian, but if you want one, I'll give you one. So here's a name where I wouldn't be furious about it. I could work my way to understanding it. But if you said to me, Mike, do you want to hire Chris Kleiman from Kansas State? As long as Colin Klein, his OC, comes with him, they've built a consistent winner in the Big 12, a team that can beat the good teams, a team that recruits. They understand how to do it. If you told me that, I'd go, all right, for $8-9 million, that's what you're going to get. Now, that's still not the direction I want to go. That's still a little bit too folksy of a hire for me. But listen, when guys are in the NFL, they've chosen the career path, and very rarely are they going to leave to become a head coach and do something they've never had to do. Mm-hmm. If you've never had to build a program, if you've never been a part of a program.
Well, here's the other thing. Guys from the NFL, look at Bill O'Brien. You better know it's part-time, and you better have your coach in waiting already on the staff. Because if he comes here, then he's leaving. If he's remotely successful and an NFL job open, it's why Ben Johnson is not an option.
Can you ring the bell, please? Just for yourself. Not for me, for
but
you.
He's not an option because he comes to Michigan State wins the Big Ten, and he's gone. So you better have his replacement hired with him because
you're attempting to hire a coach.
Man, you're not even putting a Band-Aid on. You know what you're putting on? Those little round dot Band-Aids that just fall off the second it gets wet. That's what you're doing.
MSU's job is to hire a coach and make him one of the 10 highest paid guys in America. Why? Because once you're there, you're not leaving. Mm-hmm. Once you're there, you don't have to worry about being outbid. And when you hire someone from the NFL, see, I'm not mad, Brian. You brought up a name. Right. You tried. Hey, here's a Spartan who's been in the NFL for a while. Respect. Don't be bringing that Butch Jones, Rudy Tony, Anise, Rudy Poo nonsense up in here. You can take that to other day part.
No, it's just, it's like people. Well, I've had another one was Bieniemy, and I'm like, I think Bieniemy is just either he's just going to die a coordinator or they're going to give him a job in the NFL.
Eric Bieniemy has some interpersonal skill issues. I don't think he'd be great on the recruiting trail. Like, this isn't
too tough.
It's not hard, right? It's not a difficult concept. NFL guys are NFL guys.
And here's the other thing. I don't know if NFL guys want to deal with what I think college coaches may have it harder now because you not only have to recruit, you got to recruit your current players. You got to make sure they're making the money. You have to be the GM and the coach. Mm-hmm. Whereas in the pros, I just got to coach these guys on Sunday and practice them during the week. That's the general manager's job to make them happy and pay them.
College, it's turned into a CEO 365 deal. It's different.
Yeah,
I would never want to be a coach.
Yeah, you're wearing multiple hats as a college coach that if you're an NFL guy, Dan Campbell only has to worry about his team. Brad, that's a you problem. That's not a me problem. You fix it.
You're director of player personnel. You're director, the guy who handles the contracts. College coach handles everything now. You handle NIL, recruiting.
You're the star running back coach. You know, I need a little bit more money. I need to do this. So I'm thinking about leaving. Now I got to drop everything to make sure Mike's happy.